In the future, abortion is illegal. Because natural reproduction can no longer nurture new life, even in vitro fertilization techniques have failed. However, other species on Earth remain unaffected by this. No one knows why this is happening, or what is really going on. And so, human civilization continues to decline day by day. Now the total population has dropped to less than 1 billion. Fortunately, at the beginning of the disaster, the world government urgently developed a non-destructive embryo extraction technology, which safely removed the fetuses from pregnant women who wanted to abort and froze them for future thawing. Due to having passed the stage of sperm and egg fusion, the development of these embryos will not be restricted by disasters. There are about 2 million embryos frozen and waiting to be thawed for development. Around 30,000 have been thawed so far, and together with the young people, this total of less than a billion people are scattered around the world. Human civilization is on the brink of extinction. Everyone is telling you that being able to hide in the cradle and exit the stage of the earth in a relatively decent manner is already a stroke of luck for civilization, and one should not ask for more. But you always feel that even if civilization is now in its final stage, there should still be someone who stands up, ignorant of the consequences, and tries to save it. At this moment, the heavy gates of the settlements slowly opened. You got into the car, started the engine, and drove out slowly. Letting the car move forward on its own in autopilot mode, you kept turning around, carefully and attentively watching the figures of your father, mother, and other elders standing at the gate of the settlement. Because you can't be sure if this time you leave, you will be able to come back in the future, to see your father, mother, and these uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas again. You are about to do something very dangerous. This thing, you have been planning for 7 years. During these 7 years, for this matter, you have not only majored in physics but also minored in mountain survival, archaeology, and even specifically practiced marksmanship. You are going to a place called Yangjiagou. 7 years ago, the last archaeological team in the human world published an article announcing that they had discovered the remains of an ancient tribe from the early Bronze Age around the 22nd century BC in Yangjiagou. Archaeologists have discovered that the ancient tribe named Yangjiagou culture had long maintained worship of natural spirits such as the sun, sky, and earth. However, on the eve of its demise, the object of worship suddenly changed from natural spirits to anthropomorphic deities, beginning to worship the moon, which the tribe believed held the power of fertility. The tribe's worship of the moon goddess had escalated to the point of madness, leading them to sacrifice numerous pregnant animals and women. Shortly after changing their beliefs, the tribe perished, fading into the annals of history. According to archaeological experts, the extinction of this tribe is highly likely to be related to their excessive worship of reproduction. After all, even pregnant women were killed as sacrifices, so the extinction of this tribe seems quite reasonable. Due to natural environmental factors, the archaeological team did not stay for long, and they hurriedly left after reaching preliminary conclusions. This paper did not attract much attention either. Even civilization is on the brink of extinction, who would still care about these jars and bottles buried in the ground? But this paper caught your attention. You realize a possibility. Could true logic be the opposite? Is it possible that the Yangjiagou tribe did not perish due to excessive reproductive worship, even to the extent of killing pregnant women? Instead, the tribe lost its fertility first, before abruptly changing its beliefs and starting to worship the moon god fanatically. Could those murdered pregnant women have been abducted from elsewhere? Is it possible that the Yangjiagou tribe encountered something similar to the current human civilization? The frenzied reproductive worship was actually the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe trying to save themselves. If that's the case, is it possible that there are some clues and information related to the disaster at the Yangjiagou site? You have put forward your own speculation, but everyone who hears your guesses, including archaeologists, thinks you are being fanciful. Rationally speaking, you know yourself that the probability is just too low, so low that it can be completely ignored. Moreover, considering the extreme decline of human civilization today, the road to Yangjiagou has long collapsed and is located deep within the old forest, making passage extremely difficult. It is highly unlikely to invest massive resources to verify such a far-fetched speculation. The current human civilization cannot afford it. Since that's the case, then go and take a look for yourself, try to find some clues. For this plan, you have prepared for 7 years, starting from high school, through college, and now, upon graduating from graduate school, all the preparations have been completed. The car had reached the outskirts of the city, and the tall wall used to defend against wild animal intrusions was faintly visible ahead. Leaving the city, the scenery changed once again. A wall seemed to separate civilization from the wilderness. The road remained wide and straight, but weeds were already sprouting from the cracks in the pavement. Along the sides of the road, under the sturdy roadside trees, the original greenery had long disappeared, replaced by unruly, lush wild grass. Further down the road, numerous abandoned houses had become entwined with vines. The endless farmland of yesteryears has now been replaced by forests and grasslands. The car continued to advance in such surroundings, and the further it got from the city, the more pronounced the changes in the environment became. In just a few decades, nature, with its perseverance, has recovered territories that had been occupied by human civilization for thousands of years. On the fourth day, when it was still noon, Zhou Chang had already found a residence to stop. It's already mountainous. Compared to the plains, the roads are more severely damaged, the environment is more complex, and the wildlife is more abundant. However, the residence had a high fence and a strong gate, so there was no need to worry about encountering danger. The drone roared to life and took off, checking the road conditions in the area from above under Zhou Chang's control. After flying straight for about 20 kilometers, Zhou Chang saw a valley sandwiched between two large mountains. At the very bottom of the valley, a river meandered through. Next to the river, a small plain was clearly visible. There was the location of the Yangjiagou ruins, which was also where Zhou Chang was aiming for. Some traces of excavation were faintly visible in certain parts of the small plain. Next to the traces, there are some remnants of campfires burning and campsites being set up. Those are the traces left by the last archaeological team of human civilization that visited this place 7 years ago. The entire site covers an extremely wide area, and according to the archaeological team's estimation, the total area is feared to be as high as 12 square kilometers. There are even places that extend into the mountains on both sides, making construction even more difficult. And there was only one person, Zhou Chang, in this operation, and without any mechanical assistance. But it didn't matter. Zhou Chang didn't think that he could excavate the entire site. His goal is just one of the tombs found by the archaeological team's last visit, and he hopes to complete the excavation by manpower alone, which is just a little bit more painful and tiring, and a little bit more time-consuming. After examining the road with the drone, Zhou Chang finally selected a winding and rugged road. Early the next morning, the car pulled out again and wandered between the mountain roads, finally coming to the end of the road. This is only about 3 kilometers in a straight line from the Yangjiagou site. If you can drive there, it will take at most 10 minutes. But what lay before Zhou Chang were countless huge stones. A mountain collapse an unknown number of years ago cut this road off, and this is as close as a car can get to the Yangjiagou ruins. The next road can only be traveled on foot, and it is over 10 kilometers in length. During that time, you have to go over 3 mountains and through an unknown number of jungles. Zhou Chang got out of the car, locked the door, covered the barbed wire, put the heavy backpack that weighed 50 kilograms on his back, took a deep breath, and entered the jungle. The blazing sun was already high in the sky, and even the mountains were hot. But the moment he entered the jungle, the surrounding environment was like a steep change. The world was steeply overcast. The heat instantly disappeared, replaced by slightly cooler and more humid air. There are many voices that can be heard in the ear. The sound of the wind, the shaking of the leaves, the chirping of insects and birds, the roar of animals, and the cackling of stepping on branches converged into one. However, Zhou Chang always felt a silence around him. Silence to the point where it was like the whole world was left with just himself. Perhaps this is not a delusion of one's own. Zhou Chang knew that at this moment here and now, 400 of miles around, he should really be the only one who existed. Ahead was ground covered with weeds and dead leaves. Surrounding it were trees and shrubs that could not be seen at a glance. Above are branches and leaves that cover the sky. Carrying a heavy backpack, Zhou Chang trudged on through the mountainous terrain that seemed to never see an end. Even with the state of mind Zhou Chang had tempered with his persistence for several years, he could not help but feel a slight chill in his heart. He couldn't help but touch his waist. There was a pistol there with 12 rounds in it. There were also 4 packs in the pocket with 48 rounds. On his back, he also carried an assault rifle with 100 rounds of ammunition. On the left side of his waist was a long dagger, taken from special alloy steel, extremely sharp and tough. These weapons made Zhou Chang's heart settle down slightly. Over a hill, through a jungle, over a creek or river, the view ahead remains the same. If it wasn't for the compass always guiding the way, Zhou Chang would simply think that he had gotten lost. Right in the middle of this constant trek, Zhou Chang suddenly heard a sound like a baby crying. A heart instantly lifted in him. When he raised his head, Zhou Chang saw that above the trees in front of him, a monkey covered in golden-colored fur was looking at himself, as if he was curious about his big, strange-looking monkey. Between the opening and closing of its mouth, the sound that resembled a baby's cry was emitted. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chang's mouth. "Hello, little monkey." Zhou Chang advanced with difficulty, and the monkey deftly jumped between the branches of the trees, always following Zhou Chang. I don't know how long I had traveled through this humid and sweltering jungle. I don't know how many bottles of water I had drunk and how much I had sweated. Just when Zhou Chang was almost subconsciously thinking that the road would never end, he suddenly saw a flash of light from the sun in front of him. He took a few tight steps and climbed to the top of the hill, where it opened up in front of him. The endless mountains and rivers were rolling, and when the mountain wind blew, the branches and leaves shook like waves. The road from whence he came had been hidden into the mountains and forests and disappeared. Ahead, the valley plain was clearly visible, and could be reached by descending the mountain. The cool mountain breeze blew through, taking away the stifling heat and humidity, making Zhang Chang feel refreshed after a long time. Ah! Standing at the top of the mountain, Zhou Chang let out a loud roar. Amidst the gusts of echoes, the golden-colored monkey fled in haste and disappeared into the mountains. Chapter 4, Thunderstorms. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, Bibj 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. This last part of the journey was much easier, and Zhou Chang didn't take long to arrive at the foot of the mountain. The excavation traces left by the archaeological team several years ago had been covered by weeds, but they were still clearly visible. Looking around, the cave where the archaeological team used to live was also not far away. After some careful observation, Zhou Chang found the tomb that the archaeologists had told him about. This tomb belonged to a priest of the Yangjiagou tribe, and all the discoveries made by the archaeological team in the first place were obtained from this tomb. However, they did not excavate completely, and left in a hurry after digging only a small part of it. The rest of the excavation expedition will be done by Zhou Chang alone. If the original Yangjiagou tribe really did end up going extinct because they lost their fertility, and the ruins really did hide any clues about the plague, then the burial of the priest who had the most knowledge among a tribe would be the most promising place to get those clues. However, it was impossible to start the excavation work at this moment. There was still too much equipment and supplies that Zhou Chang needed to rely on his legs and feet to transport from the car to here bit by bit. Placing the equipment and supplies for this load into the cave, Zhou Chang built a campfire, pumped water, filtered it and boiled it, and took out some compressed cookies to start cooking. Squeak! The monkey with golden-colored fur probed closer again, but perhaps because of the campfire, it didn't dare to get too close. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Chang's mouth as he casually took out a compressed cookie and threw it over. The golden monkey fled in a panic, hesitated for a long time before coming over again, picked up the cookie, licked it a few times, and then chewed it hard, letting out a satisfied squeak as he ate. Zhou Chang felt much better. After eating and drinking enough and resting for a moment, Zhou Chang set off on his return journey. The monkey also once again followed Zhou Chang's footsteps. When it was dark, Zhou Chang returned to the car, and the monkey stayed quietly in the tree next to him. After casually eating a little something and seeing that it still refused to go, Zhou Chang thought about it and threw another compressed cookie over. After 2 feedings, it seemed to be much bolder. Although it still didn't dare to touch Zhou Chang, it had dared to jump on the roof of the car. It was already completely dark. Zhou Chang ignored it, flattened the cockpit seat to himself, closed the door, and began to rest. The night was not a quiet one. The footsteps of unknown animals kept coming from outside the car, and there seemed to be the roar of some fierce beasts. The little monkey also squeaked from time to time, sometimes anxious and sometimes frightened, as if warning Zhou Chang. There seemed to be a little rain and a gust of wind at midnight, for the outside world's movement. Zhou Chang completely ignore. Anyway, the car outside the barbed wire protection. Even if the beasts cannot enter, he just sleep. Time passes quietly. A fiery red sunrise rose from the east, shedding light and dispelling the darkness between heaven and earth. The demons and monsters hidden in the darkness seemed to disappear along with the darkness. Zhou Chang got out of the car, stretched his body a few times, took a few deep breaths, and the fresh air filled the limbs and bones, making it very refreshing. Squeak! Seeing Zhou Chang appear, the little monkey jumped a few times joyfully on the tree branch, seemingly cheering up Zhou Chang for surviving the night. Turning around, his eyes unintentionally swept across the roof of the car, and he saw that there were a few more wild fruits on the roof of the car at some point. The fruit was yellow with a reddish, fuzzy surface, some kind of peach. After cleaning the peach, Zhou Chang took a bite and a sweetness filled his mouth. Thank you, you bought me a peach. I'll buy you a cookie. Zhou Chang once again took out the compressed crackers and threw them over. After breakfast, Zhou Chang once again carried a backpack weighing up to 50 kilograms and embarked on a journey to deliver supplies, with the little monkey accompanying him along the way. The difficult journey seemed to have some more fun. On this day, it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon when Zhou Chang completed a transportation trip. It was too late for another shipment, so Zhou Chang started resting early. On the second day there were more greenish-red apples on the roof. On the third day there were some grapes. Time then passed quietly amidst Zhou Chang's constant trekking. On the 8th day, up to 400 kilograms of materials had been transported to the site by Zhou Chang. It was expected that in 3 more days, the transportation of materials would be completed, and then the excavation work could be officially started. On this day, the journey to transport the supplies remained as usual, but on the return, the originally clear sky was suddenly cloudy. It was obviously only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the forest was already dim. A little while later, along with a bolt of lightning crossing the sky, bean-sized raindrops crackled down. Between the water spray, visibility was getting lower and lower. No! Get back in the car right away. Zhou Cheng's heart began to congeal as he quickly advanced along the road he was already familiar with. In the midst of the storm, the little monkey that had followed him for several days had disappeared at some point. After walking for a while, the little monkey that had originally disappeared reappeared above Zhou Cheng's head. It continuously squeaked at Zhou Cheng, its voice filled with anxiety. At this time, you should not add to the confusion. Zhou Cheng ignored it and braved the wind and rain to advance quickly. The rain was too heavy. The outerwear made of waterproof material seemed to be soaked through by the rain as well, and his body was sticky. A gust of mountain wind blew, and the chill spread uncontrollably throughout his body. Zhou Cheng knew that if the situation continued to develop, he would suffer from heat loss. And in this deep forest, losing temperature was the most dangerous thing. In this place where there were no people for hundreds of miles, there was no one who could save him or her if he or she was in danger. Luckily, it wasn't too far from the car at the moment. However, after turning around a valley, a scene appeared in front of him that made Zhou Cheng's heart go cold. A waterfall appeared in front of him at an unknown time. The water was turbulent as the rain poured down the cliffs. Can't get through. I don't know when, but it was dark all around. Gotta find a way through here. Even if it's already dark, we still have to find the way. If you can't find the way, if you can't get back to the car, you're going to die here today. Squeak! The little monkey kept screaming anxiously. Zhou Cheng decisively turned back, and with the help of the flashlight, kept searching in the pitch blackness. Under the night, Zhou Cheng kept stumbling forward. But no matter how long Zhou Cheng walked, the grass and trees in the mountains were always so familiar and yet so unfamiliar. Zhou Cheng is lost. At this moment, his body had begun to shiver slightly uncontrollably, and the symptoms of hypothermia were surfacing bit by bit and slowly worsening irreversibly. With a slip of his feet, Zhou Cheng fell to the ground. Trying to get up, he felt full of fatigue, and a voice almost from the depths of his heart kept telling himself to take a break. Take a break, but reason let him know that if he didn't get up, he never would. Squeak! The little monkey cried out in fear, as if he had made some sort of determination, and unprecedentedly came to Zhou Cheng's side and tugged on his clothes. Tugging on his clothes a few times, the little monkey took a few steps forward in a certain direction, then turned back, tugged on Zhou Cheng's clothes once more, and once again moved forward in that direction, and so on and so forth. A flash of clarity emerged from Zhou Cheng's heart. It wants to take me somewhere. Zhou Cheng barely managed to get up, endured the cold and fatigue, endured the hunger and pain, and stumbled after the little monkey. I don't know how long he had been walking. I don't know how many times he had fallen. Just when Zhou Cheng thought that he was going to completely fall down the next moment and would never be able to get up again, he saw that the little monkey had stopped. Using his last strength to climb up a gentle slope, Zhou Cheng suddenly saw that there was a light not far ahead. In the midst of the storm and the darkness, a single lamp stood alone, holding up a glimmer of light in the darkness. This book borrows some of the settings from the author's previous book, River of Stars, but rest assured that the core ideas and plot are brand new. On the other hand, the author of this book used to release about 30,000-40,000 words in a small number some time ago, but because of the feeling that the plot was not set up very well, he deleted all those 30,000-40,000 words, and then overthrew those plots and overhauled them, and the plots went in a different direction, and then took them to this author's number and released them. So if there are readers who feel déjà vu, please rest assured that it is not plagiarized, and déjà vu places only the first 30,000 or 40,000 words. The latter is completely independent of the development. Chapter 5, All the Same. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Deep in the mountains. Off the beaten path. No, you can't say it's off the beaten path. Rather, no one should have been here at all during these decades. But here is a touch of artificial light that symbolizes civilization. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Zhou Cheng stumbled and began to advance there. One has no other choice. Rolling and crawling along the way, it took more than 10 minutes for Zhou Cheng to arrive here. Beyond the lights he saw a wooden fence. On the fence, steel spikes pointed outward. The gate, also made of wood, was tightly closed at the moment. Under the roiling wind and rain, Zhou Cheng squeezed out his last bit of strength and slapped the wooden door with all his might, and shouted with all his might at the same time. Anyone? Anyone? I don't know how long it took to shout, but there was finally a little movement within the wooden door. A small hole opened, and after seeing Zhou Cheng's figure clearly, the wooden door finally opened. Zhou Cheng saw a few old men in raincoats with pale figures and guns on their backs appear in front of him. It's nice to have someone. A thought flashed through his mind as Zhou Cheng's body slowly softened and he lost consciousness. Not knowing how long he had been unconscious and how long he had slept, by the time Zhou Cheng opened his eyes, the light of day had already dawned. A strong smell of smoke and fire came into his nose, and when Zhou Chang barely managed to support himself to sit up, he saw that he was lying on top of a wooden bed. Next to them, several old men were sitting around a pile of bonfire, and above the bonfire, an iron pot was hanging from a wooden frame, in which hot water was boiling and something seemed to be cooking. The old people are full of weather and their hands are full of calluses. Hearing the commotion, an old man looked at Zhou Chang. "Young man, awake? Awake. Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you I have a bowl of porridge." A bowl of thick porridge that was still steaming was handed to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang blew on it and swallowed the bowl of kanji like a wolf. It was at this moment that Zhou Chang felt like he had finally truly come to life. "What are you doing here, young man?" "I came here to look for something." Without hiding anything, Zhou Chang recounted his speculations and purpose in full. A flash of surprise passed over the faces of the old men. "This is not the place for you. Go back when you're rested. You met us this time. Next time." The old man sighed. "The mountains aren't a good place for you. The cradle is where you should be." "Uncle, why are you here? We are all the same everywhere when we get old." "Yeah, it's all the same." Zhou Chang was slightly emotional. "In the cradle, getting a high salary and enjoying life is also living a lifetime. Like me, wasting my life for a little completely unsupported speculation is also living my life. How can you live this life and not live it? It's all the same. Young man, you think much like us old guys." Smiles on the faces of the elderly. Zhou Chang, who had just woken up, was still a bit tired. He hastily ate something and then went back to sleep. The old people were busy with their work and didn't care about him. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that Zhou Chang truly woke up, only to feel that vigor had returned to his body. Walking out of the wooden house, Zhou Chang saw what the compound looked like for the first time. The wooden wall encircled an area of about 3 acres, and apart from the residence and the barn, there was some farmland. At this moment, in the farmland, the wheat had already turned golden yellow, and a few old men were harvesting it. Beyond the farmland, there are some vegetable plots and some chickens, ducks and geese in the corners. Some were feeding the chickens, some were fetching water, some were repairing the wooden walls, and one man climbed up on the roof and looked around with his gun. On top of that, there were some things that Zhou Chang couldn't understand. He also saw some sheds. The roof of the shed was piled high with dirt, and underneath the shed, there were mounds of earth in which lay mouthfuls of what looked like coffins. Moving his body around a bit, Zhou Chang also joined the team harvesting the wheat, chatting casually as he did so. "Uncle, how long have you been here?" 20 years or so, the old man recalled in detail. "We weren't so old then, and not wanting to mingle in the cradle, we partnered up and went into the mountains. In those days, there were many of us, more than a dozen of us. We built houses, hunted and dug bamboo shoots together. The days in the mountains are much more interesting than in the cradle. It's a pity that we're too old to climb the mountains, so we have to stay here all day." When Zhou Chang looked around, he saw that there were only 7 old people living here at the moment. "Where are the others?" The old man pointed to the sheds in the middle of the courtyard. "They're all in coffins." Zhou Chang saw that there were 7 old people in the compound at the moment, and there were 7 of those pits and coffins that were covered by the shed. The old man laughed. "When I was young, I dug the grave pit ahead of time, prepared the coffin, and then got the soil to the roof of the shed. When you get old and feel that you can't live anymore, you just lie down in the coffin, pull the mechanism, and the lid will come down on its own, and the soil from the roof of the shed will come down, just in time to be buried. What a relief." The old man smiled, very happy, like he was proud of his creation. Zhou Chang's heart, however, was a little heavy, and his smile began to be a little forced. "Uncle, you guys haven't considered going back to the cradle? What if you get sick? What's the point of going back to the cradle? It's no fun." The old man shook his head. "We have all the medicines for common diseases. When you are sick, you take the medicine. If you can be cured, you live. If you can't be cured, you lie in the coffin. How simple. There's no hope for our civilization anyway, so it doesn't make any difference if we live 2 years longer or 2 years shorter. It's all the same." Zhou Chang nodded silently. It was already late today, so Zhou Chang didn't go down the mountain, but stayed in the compound and helped the old people with many of the chores that they couldn't do, such as lifting heavy objects and repairing the roof and so on. In the evening, the old people killed a few chickens, cooked a pot full of them, and had a full meal with Zhou Chang around the campfire. Early the next morning, Zhou Chang left the compound. Each of the 7 old men came out. An old man handed him a strip of bacon. The piece of bacon was extremely thick and was estimated to weigh 12 pounds. "This was made from a boar I shot earlier. Take it and try it." The old man looked at Zhou Chang, as if he wanted to advise him again, but in the end he didn't say anything, and just said, "The mountain is not like a cradle. Be careful." Zhou Chang solemnly took it. "Don't worry uncles, I will be careful." Walking out a long way, Zhou Cheng's mind was still constantly replaying the words that the old man had said. There's no hope for our civilization anyway. Zhou Cheng gradually understood why the old people faced life and death with such an indifferent attitude. If there's no hope, it's really all the same whether you live 2 more years or 2 less. What I'm doing is looking for that glimmer of hope to continue civilization. It's a slim hope, but it's always worth a try. Chapter 6 Skeletons. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Leaving the compound. Zhou Cheng didn't go out far before he heard a familiar squeaking sound. When he looked up, he saw the little monkey jumping on a branch with a very excited look. Thank you, little monkey. If it wasn't for you, I would have died in the mountains. When Zhou Cheng touched his body, he realized that apart from the piece of bacon that the old people had given him, he no longer had any food on him. When we get back, I'll give you a good meal. After a long trek, along with the little monkey's guidance, Zhou Cheng finally returned to the pickup truck parked at the end of the road. The car was untouched by the overnight storm. Lifting the barbed wire fence, Zhou Cheng fumbled around for a bit, and then fumbled out a can of beef. Opening it, he set it on the side of the road. The little monkey rushed over with great joy and was no longer afraid of Zhou Cheng, who was only a meter away from him, and wolfed down his food. On this day, Zhou Cheng did not transport any more supplies to the mountains, but took a good rest. It was only on the second day that Zhou Cheng once again put on the heavy backpack that weighed tens of kilograms. Let's go. Get to work. The little monkey squeaked and dashed off into the jungle ahead of the others. The next few days didn't encounter any more surprises. Zhou Cheng placed his backpack in the middle of the cave and let out a breath of relief. The delivery of supplies has been completed and it's time for the next step. The return of supplies and equipment. The reinforcement and repair of wooden doors in caves. The commissioning of equipment. The development of excavation plans, and so on and so forth. This night, Zhou Cheng then set up his tent in the middle of the cave and spent the night in it. Early the next morning, Zhou Cheng brought a shovel and an assembled cart to the tomb of that tribal priest. Following the traces of the archaeologist's excavations several years ago, Zhou Cheng fought to begin the earthwork, digging out shovelfuls of dirt. The little monkey, on the other hand, was playing by himself, squeaking from time to time to announce his presence. There were many places to dig, and the amount of work was huge. That spadeful of dirt. A single spade does not weigh much, but repeated, thousands of spades of digging a day, still makes Zhou Cheng exhausted. This was the foot of a mountain, and there would be many rocks in the dirt. There were some large stones that Zhou Cheng couldn't even move, but had to use a crowbar to pry them away. Of course, no matter how tired he was, Zhou Cheng always carried his pistol, long dagger and submachine gun on his back. He never forgot that this was a small plain beneath 2 peaks sandwiched together. There was no less wildlife here than in the middle of a really deep forest. Today alone, he had seen hares, pheasants, foxes, weasels, and other animals a dozen times. Large animals were also vaguely seen a few times, seemingly wild boars, and deer and the like. They did not approach Zhou Cheng, so Zhou Cheng ignored them. The sun rises, climbs to the middle of the sky, and gradually slides down to the west. Amidst the chirping of unknown bugs and birds, the faint sound of the wind and the swaying of branches and leaves, and the roar of wild beasts coming from nowhere, Zhou Cheng finally finished his work for the day. Returning to the cave with the little monkey and closing the wooden door behind him, Zhou Cheng practically collapsed to the ground, only to feel boundless exhaustion and soreness overwhelm him. But this is not the moment to rest. Too hungry in the stomach. After a whole day, the electricity from the solar film had filled up the battery. Zhou Cheng then didn't make a fire, but took out the induction cooker. Putting the filtered water into the pot, he took out the piece of bacon that the old people had given him, and after thinking about it, he just cut off more than 3 pounds, cut it into small pieces and added it to the pot, and added some seasonings that he had brought with him from the outside world. The water finally boiled, and a strange aroma came out as the bacon tumbled in the water. The little monkey seemed to smell the aroma and jumped up and down anxiously by the pot, squeaking. Several times it wanted to touch the iron pot, but in the end it was too timid to put it into action. Don't be in a hurry, little monkey, the meal isn't ready yet, Zhou Cheng said with a smile, covered the pot, and went to wipe himself off, washing away his fatigue. It wasn't until almost an hour later that Zhou Cheng opened the lid of the pot and put some compressed cookies in. The broth tumbled and the compressed cookies gradually melted, turning the pot of soup into a thick porridge. After this, Zhou Cheng took out a large handful of wild vegetables picked by hand, washed them, chopped them, and added them to the pot as well. The reddish-white bacon, white thick porridge, and emerald-green wild vegetables were intertwined at this moment, constructing a peculiar picture that would make people secrete a large amount of saliva at the first glance. But it's not over. Turning off the fire, Zhou Cheng took out the sesame oil and added some of each to the pot, so the scent became more and more peculiar and rich. It's too hot now. It'll be a little while longer. Only when the temperature of the meat porridge gradually decreased did Zhou Chang serve out 2 full bowls and handed one of them over. After a few mouthfuls of meat porridge, Zhou Chang comfortably squinted his eyes, only to feel the fatigue of the day quietly dissipate. Looking at the little monkey again, Zhou Chang saw that it did not know when it had finished the bowl, and was now comfortably leaning against a rock, its small stomach already gently bulging. It was dark at the moment, but it was actually still early. Zhou Chang didn't rush to sleep, but came to the entrance of the cave. The weather was clear at the moment, not a cloud in the sky. The vast Milky Way runs across the sky, and a white moon is surrounded by thousands of stars. Zhou Chang watched for a long time before standing up. Come on, little monkey, it's time to rest. Time gradually passed in this day after day of digging, accompanied by the shovelfuls of soil. The small pit left behind by the archaeologists had been expanded by Zhou Chang into a large pit, more than 2 meters deep. Zhou Chang still dug down with his customary spade, but this time it seemed to have dug up something different. It possesses a certain hardness and is not clay, but it's not hard enough to be a rock. He squatted down and switched to a small shovel, clearing away the dirt bit by bit. Eventually, a grayish-white bone appeared in front of Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang continued to expand his cleanup, so a twisted, larger pelvic skeleton appeared in its entirety. Zhou Chang, who had minored in archaeology, could tell at a glance that it was a female skeleton, and it was a pregnant woman. It was obvious from the twisted bones that she must have been abused and suffered great pain before she died. Hey! With a sigh, Zhou Chang gathered the skeleton of this unfortunate person one by one. The appearance of this pregnant woman's skeleton was the beginning. Subsequently, more skeletons were dug up. There were animal bones and human bones. Among the human bones, there were pregnant ones, non-pregnant ones, men's and women's. By the time the 20th day of excavation operations had begun, Zhou Chang had dug up more than a dozen human skeletons. They were placed one by one in the cave by Zhou Chang. At this moment, the number of specimens was sufficient, and Zhou Chang knew that he could proceed to the next step of analysis. Chapter 7 Environmental Characterization. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The most basic part of Zhou Chang's conjecture is whether or not these excavated skeletons of pregnant women are members of the Yangjiagou tribe. If so, then their own conjecture about the Yangjiagou tribe losing their fertility would be directly shattered. Not to mention the subsequent attempt to find any clues about the plague from the ruins. Only if these pregnant women skeletons were not members of the Yangjiagou tribe would it make sense for one to continue excavating. Otherwise, one could just pack up and go home. To confirm this, it did not require too much precision and large equipment. All that was needed was for Zhou Chang to scan all the details of these skeletons and input them into the laptop he had brought with him, and the electronic program would compare them on its own and complete the entire assessment. This is because there are bound to be differences in the fine structure of the bones of people who have grown up in different environments. People in ancient times were not like modern humans. They did not have the ability to change the environment they lived in, unlike modern humans who, no matter where they lived, would have air conditioning in their homes and highways when they went out. These environmental features are then presented on top of the bones. If the environment in which these pregnant women grew up was different from that of the Yangjiagou tribal natives, then naturally it could be proved that they came from the outside and were taken captive. Under the illumination of the light, Zhou Chang took the scanner and carefully scanned the bones in the cave where a dozen skeletons were displayed, and a hint of weirdness and horror permeated everywhere, striving not to miss any detail and scanning in every direction. This was a very delicate and trivial job. On this day, Zhou Chang then did not leave the cave again. The little monkey didn't leave either, but played with itself in the middle of the cave, occasionally glancing at Zhou Chang with slight curiosity, wondering why this strange big monkey was so concerned about some white bones. It took a full day for Zhou Chang to complete the scan. After entering the data into the computer, it also needed some preliminary disposal before it could be handed over to the AI to analyze. Busy until late at night, Zhou Chang finished all this work. Pressing the button, the computer's fan accelerated steeply and hummed. Obviously, calculating this data required a great deal of arithmetic power. After glancing at the estimated time and seeing that the results would not appear until at least tomorrow morning, Zhou Chang stretched his back. After casually dealing with a little something to eat, Zhou Chang entered the tent and got into his sleeping bag. It was a beautiful night with no wind or rain or thunder and lightning, just a few unknown bugs chirping. On such a quiet night, Zhou Chang should be able to fall asleep easily. But today, Zhou Chang couldn't sleep. If the final data proves that these pregnant women are from the Younger Gap locality, then, Zhou Chang shook his head and smiled mockingly. It wouldn't have hurt just the same. Anyway, in the peak era, tens of millions of brilliant scientists and engineers did their best and failed to find any clues. So it's only right that I usher in failure. Zhou Chang comforted himself in this way, but he still couldn't help it in his mind, always remembering everything he had experienced during this period of time. Trekking through the mountains, carrying backpacks weighing up to 100 pounds, making trips through the mountains. If it wasn't for the little monkey guiding the way, he almost died in the mountains himself, digging shovelfuls of dirt out in the hot sun, so tired that you collapse on the ground seemingly without the strength to even breathe. Well, what you give yourself doesn't really matter that much. Important. Zhou Chang thought of the old people in the compound, who had dug a hole for themselves in advance. I think of my hometown settlement, the uncles and uncles who put their feelings on simulated babies. I think of my peers who were originally born with the mission of saving civilization, but under the background of everyone's despair, they were tacitly allowed to eat, drink, play and wait for death. Is our civilization really going to leave the Earth stage in such despair? Is my life going to be the same kind of mucking around and leaving this world numb in old age? No. In the darkness, Zhou Chang clenched his hands into fists, tossing and turning. I don't know how long it took before Zhou Chang fell asleep in a daze. He was awakened early the next morning by the sound of a bird chirping. A flock of birds of unknown name had flown in from nowhere, and were chattering and jumping about merrily at the entrance of the cave, pecking at the scraps of food that had been carelessly spilled. Rubbing his head, Zhou Chang gradually regained consciousness. Instead of rushing to make breakfast and wash up, he just sat up and looked at his laptop. The computer's fan had stopped whirring and the calculations should have ended. The screen has been turned off automatically to save power. Shaking the mouse somewhat, he waited a few seconds for the screen to light up again. He subconsciously looked at the number in the bottom right corner. 99. 65%. At this moment, the huge stone that was pressing on Zhou Chang's heart violently dissipated. The originally cold and grave face suddenly softened. According to the calculations of the analysis program he had set up, the credibility of those pregnant women's skeletons, which did not grow in the same environment as the Yangjiagou natives, reached 99. 65%. They were literally taken from the outside by the natives. Although this still does not rule out the possibility that there were pregnant women within the Yangjiagou tribe, but they were not sacrificed. At least, the Yangjiagou tribe has lost the ability to procreate can finally be avoided being completely ruled out, but still retain a certain degree of probability. Burrowing out of his sleeping bag, disregarding the slightly cold mountain air in the early morning, Zhou Chang was filled with exhilaration and slammed his fist into the sky with all his might while letting out a loud roar from his mouth. Ah! Squeak! The little monkey was shocked into a shiver and subconsciously scurried out of the cave, looking at the excited Zhou Chang at the mouth of the cave full of bewilderment. Ha ha, little monkey, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, be good. I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Zhou Chang casually put on his clothes, striding over and extending his arm to the little monkey. The little monkey hesitated for a moment, but still climbed up and squatted on Zhou Chang's shoulder according to his previous habits. Zhou Chang copied the submachine gun and left the cave straight away. After following the path that he had observed some time ago, he was able to see the herd of wild boars leisurely feeding a few hundred meters away. Aiming at a smaller boar, Zhou Chang violently pulled the trigger. The little boar fell without a sound, and the rest of the boars scattered in all directions. Let's just have a bite for breakfast, and at noon we'll eat pig-killing vegetables. Zhou Chang laughed out loud, striding over and carrying the small boar, which only weighed a few dozen pounds, on his shoulder, striding back to the cave. At noon, large chunks of the most tender pork from the small boar rolled around in the pot, and a tantalizing aroma continued to emanate. After a full meal, one person and one monkey all have bulging bellies and can only rest against the cave. There's more digging to do next. Keep digging. Make sure you find more evidence and clues. Chapter 8 Early Warning. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. At the moment, just this one clue now is not enough. Zhou Chang had to find more and more direct clues before he could do so. Even if we can't find any direct clues about the disaster, we can find enough clues to prove that the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe lost their ability to procreate, just like the human civilization at this moment. In this way, the evidence in one's hand would be enough to break the current situation of complete despair, where everyone had accepted the end of the demise, and caused the human world to pay attention to it, so as to invest more strength here, and carry out more extensive and more detailed excavations and searches. But, how long it would take to dig up something and what could be dug up, Zhou Chang had no idea. There was only one thing he could do. Keep digging, even if you have to dig for a month, 2 months, or even a year or two. As long as you don't get what you want, then you stay here and keep digging. Keep digging. Anyway, supplies are well replenished. There are birds and beasts everywhere, so if you want to eat meat, you can just hit them directly. All kinds of wild vegetables everywhere. There is no lack of vitamins and fiber supplement. There is no shortage of carbohydrates. Whenever you run out, just drive to a cradle where there are still people living and you can access many of them. Just keep digging until you really dig what you want. Or, until you are completely desperate yourself. After having a full meal and throwing the leftover unpalatable meat of the little boar directly into the river, Zhou Chang once again picked up the shovel. The time just slipped by. The sun rises and sets day by day. Little by little the temperature drops until the weeds and leaves in the mountains also turn from bright green to a little yellow mixed in. Zhou Chang's hair was disheveled, and the hairstyle he had at the beginning had long disappeared, and at the moment there were places where it was long and places where it was short, as if it had been chewed by a small monkey. He cuts his hair haphazardly with his own scissors. His skin had also changed from its previous fair hue to the rough gray it was at the moment, covered with large and small wounds and calluses. His clothes had also changed from being complete and neat before to being tattered and dirty at the moment. If it wasn't for a pair of eyes that were still clear and bright, the Zhou Chang at this moment would look like a savage. But Zhou Chang is still holding on. Every morning, after breakfast, he would join the little monkey and start digging at the grave of that priest, spend the day, return to the cave at night to rest, and so on and so forth. He didn't know if there was any point in him doing this or not. There was only one thing he knew: keep digging and there is hope. Stop digging and there is no hope at all. In this uninterrupted excavation, Zhou Chang had also dug up many things, such as various kinds of jade, pottery, bronzes and the like. Even once, he dug up a bronze tripod. That bronze tripod was half a meter in diameter, very heavy, and the shape was extremely exquisite, and the artistic style had never been seen in the rest of the ancient tribes or the Shang and Zhou dynasties. There is no doubt that it possesses great artistic and archaeological value. If this moment was the peak era of human civilization, then it would surely be stored intact in a museum, where one would have to buy a ticket to even look at it. But at the moment, its fate was to be roughly pried aside by Zhou Chang with a crowbar and casually thrown into a pile of rocks and garbage, to be left to the sun and wind. Only a few creations that might possess value were brought to the cave by Zhou Chang, but they were just thrown there casually, like miscellaneous items. Early this morning, Zhou Chang once again carried the shovel and came to the digging point with the little monkey, then started digging like a piece of machinery. The little monkey was having a great time jumping around on the weeds next to him. The sun was slipping into the west and another day would pass, just as Zhou Chang decided to end the day's work by digging a little longer. A slightly ear-piercing squeak reached his ears. It's the little monkey's call, but never before had the little monkey screamed so full of fear and anxiety. Zhou Chang snapped his head up and saw that the little monkey's monkey face had almost twisted. Zhou Chang subconsciously turned around, and saw that dozens of meters away, a huge monster covered in yellow striped hair was rapidly charging towards him. A hideous mouth, a huge body. It's a tiger. At this moment, Zhou Chang only felt his body instantly stiffen, and the blood in his entire body almost condensed at this moment. Too late to think, too late to yell. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Chang instantly touched his waist. A handful of pistols copied up. Even aiming could not be directly pulled the trigger. Bang! Vaguely, a shower of blood exploded from the waist of the massive object. Roar! With a roar full of anger, the tiger braked sharply, diagonally passing through a place about 20 meters away from himself, rushing straight into the distant mountains and disappearing. Zhou Chang mechanically chased after the tiger's direction and kept pulling the trigger until all the bullets were fully expended and the pistol made a clicking sound. Phew! Phew! Zhou Chang panted heavily, his body shook a little, and he fell softly to the ground uncontrollably. The consciousness that had been startled by the fierce tiger and flown to who knows where gradually returned to the body. Zhou Chang felt so sore and weak that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. The only way to feel just how great that oppression was to have faced the tiger head-on. It was the kind of oppression that made it almost impossible for people to think of resistance, almost a crushing from the depths of their souls. The little monkey jumped to Zhou Chang's side in a few steps, tugging at his clothes full of anxiety. It's not safe here. The tigress had been wounded by the bullet, but was clearly not incapacitated and could return at any time. It is even possible that it is hiding somewhere at this very moment, secretly watching itself, just waiting to find a break, then jumping out to deal a fatal blow. Hard to hard, Zhou Chang was not afraid of the tiger at all, but I am afraid that the tiger will not clash with himself head-on. It's better at sneaking and sneaking. Forcing himself to stand up, Zhou Chang used the shovel as a crutch, holding the gun on guard with one hand and leaning on the shovel with the other, moving back into the cave step by step. Only after closing the wooden door and tying up the wire did Zhou Chang let out a long sigh of relief, gently stroking the little monkey's soft fur. A smile barely emerged from the corner of Zhou Chang's mouth. If it wasn't for the little monkey's warning, even if he had a gun on him, he wouldn't have the slightest power to fight back against the tiger. I'm afraid that I won't realize that a tiger is onto me until it bites my neck. Counting the last rainy night lead. This is the second time. Thank you, little monkey. You saved me once again. Squeak. The little monkey was full of uneasiness as it squeezed into Zhou Cheng's arms, its thin body still trembling slightly. It was obviously terrified as well. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind gradually increased, whimpering and whimpering, as if the severe ghosts howled and cried. The vast Milky Way and thousands of stars were gradually lost, obscured by dark clouds that drifted in at an unknown time. Roar! Amidst the storm and darkness, a tiger roar came from nowhere. Chapter 9, Hidden Dangers. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Zhou Cheng couldn't tell which direction the tiger roar came from. The storm outside was so strong and violent that it blurred too many things. The sound of this tiger's roar wasn't really loud, but it was like a big drum that kept banging in Zhou Cheng's heart, causing him to subconsciously feel that pressure and the fear he felt when facing it. Wild winds and rain. Lofty mountains. Within 100 miles. Besides himself, I'm afraid there are only a few old men in that compound. That compound was about 4 kilometers in a straight line from himself. By taking the mountain road, it would be at least a dozen kilometers. There is no one who can know what has happened to him or her. If one dies here today, no one will know. No one will even come to collect their own bodies. Thinking back to the time when watching the documentary of the peak of the human era, people saw the lion, tiger, leopard, elephant and other fierce beasts locked up in the zoo, watching for fun. Zhou Cheng could not help but laugh bitterly. Now it can be considered the opposite. This is really a man in the wilderness being bullied by a tiger. Shaking off the little distractions in his mind, Zhou Cheng stared intently at the wooden fence blocking the cave entrance. He wasn't sure the wooden fence would hold if the tiger came barreling in. Zhou Cheng didn't sleep all night. There was a constant sound of wind and rain and some unknown sounds coming from beyond the cave. Vaguely there seems to be a tiger's roar, which seems to be near and far, and the entrance to the cave seems to have the footsteps of certain animals walking. He looked over, but couldn't see anything. He spent the night holding his gun, leaning against the wall of the cave, cuddling with the little monkey, keeping an eye on the movements at the entrance of the cave. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that the rain that had been falling all night gradually stopped. The rain stopped and the wind stopped and the sun shone. After surviving this stormy night, Zhou Cheng felt like he had survived a calamity. Having been up all night, he was exhausted at the moment, but he knew that it wasn't over yet. That tiger shouldn't be gone yet. An enemy that was hidden in the shadows, refusing to confront himself head-on, always thinking of sneaking closer and then sneaking in, thinking of killing himself with a single blow, was something Zhou Cheng could not accept. He would not be able to dig in peace, rest and sleep in peace, or even walk out of the cave at great risk. No one knew if the tiger would suddenly jump out of the grass on the side of the road. It has to be taken out. Zhou Cheng washed his face with the cold water and casually made a little bit of food before setting his sights on the little monkey. We're going to take out that tiger. You understand? If we don't take out that tiger, we're all going to be stuck here. While gently stroking the little monkey's silky golden-colored fur, Zhou Cheng murmured. The little monkey looked like it understood Zhou Cheng's words, and its tiny body once again began to tremble slightly, squeaking twice and subconsciously trying to hide behind Zhou Cheng. You did a great job yesterday, and you're still going to do the same thing today as you did yesterday. When you see that tiger, just squeak at me and remind me of it, and leave the rest to me. Go. Zhou Cheng stood up and came to the wooden fence first, untied the wire and pushed the fence open. The little monkey remained where it was, squeaking at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng smiled as he looked at it. After a long time, the little monkey looked like it had made up its mind and finally came to Zhou Cheng's side. And then, with a few jumps, it jumped onto the mountain rock above the cave entrance. Just in time. Take this opportunity to dig a drainage ditch out. Yesterday's rain almost spread into the cave. Taking a shovel and a hoe, Zhou Cheng began to busy himself at the entrance of the cave. That submachine gun had been placed on Zhou Cheng's chest, ready to be activated at any time. While clearing the ground full of weeds and debris, Zhou Cheng was on full alert, using his afterglow to observe the movements outside from time to time. The sun was shining, the wind was light, and the slightly yellow weeds were gently swaying in the wind. A mountainous landscape. When he raised his head, Zhou Cheng saw that the little monkey was squatting on a protruding mountain rock, carefully observing the surroundings, and a heart settled down. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it had passed. Zhou Cheng had even been just making a show of holding a hoe, no longer digging, and none of the expected enemies had appeared. Really gone? Too bad. Always a hidden danger. Sighing lightly, Zhou Cheng put down his hoe, turned around, and walked towards the cave. Right at this moment when Zhou Cheng's mind had already relaxed and he already wanted to give up. Squeak! The little monkey's shrill, piercing voice, full of urgency, suddenly came out. Zhou Cheng's body stiffened, and almost subconsciously he turned around, his hand subconsciously raising the submachine gun on his chest. In the next moment, he saw that in the midst of the grass in front of him, a tawny-colored beast was swiftly charging towards him at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with his sight. In almost an instant, it had rushed to a place that was only about 20 meters away from him. It never went away. It's been lurking here, always looking for an opportunity. If you are fishing for it, how is it not fishing for you? All the time it really let its guard down. It went on the offensive decisively. At this moment, Zhou Chang felt an indescribably powerful pressure. For millions of years, from the ancient apes to the feudal age, just a few hundred years before the modern era, man has always fought beasts of prey. Why do people instinctively fear poisonous snakes and fierce animals? For those who do not fear, these are dead. Only the genes of the ancestors who feared these poisonous snakes and beasts have survived. It's an instinctive fear etched in your bones, in your genes. At this moment, Zhou Chang instinctively wanted to run, instinctively wanted to scream, but in the end, he didn't run, nor did he scream. He simply followed his memories from his past training days, and almost instinctively brought the submachine gun to his chest, and then, pulled the trigger. Ta-da-da-da-da. Over 100 bullets poured out in a matter of seconds. Zhou Chang saw the tiger suddenly fall to the ground in the midst of running at high speed, and then slid forward another dozen meters or so under the effect of inertia. Large streams of blood gushed out from underneath the tiger's body. Zhou Chang trembled as he pulled out his pistol and aimed at Tiger Head to pull the trigger again. The tiger's body remained motionless. It was only at this point that the invisible mask shrouding his face seemed to finally disappear and the air was finally able to circulate, gushing into Zhou Chang's chest in large strands. Phew, phew. Holding onto the mountain wall and slowly sitting down, Zhou Chang raised his head and looked towards the little monkey above the mountain rock, a slightly difficult smile appearing on his face. Little monkey, we're safe. Squeak. The little monkey jumped down cheerfully and squatted on Zhou Chang's shoulder once again, lifting his arm and gently stroking the little monkey's soft hair. Zhou Chang raised his head full of relaxation and looked longingly at the blue sky and white clouds, not wanting to move even for a second. Chapter 10, Baby Falls. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Having lifted this hidden danger in the dark, Zhou Chang could finally sleep at ease. At this moment, it was only 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still early for it to get dark. However, after a night of sleeplessness, coupled with a high level of mental tension during the day, Zhou Chang was already somewhat unable to carry on. After casually making some food and eating it with the little monkey, Zhou Chang carefully locked the door and directly drilled into the sleeping bag to huff and puff. When he woke up from this sleep, Zhou Chang looked outside and saw bright light entering through the tent. It didn't seem to be dark yet. A flash of doubt flashed through Zhou Chang's heart. I feel like I've been asleep for ages. How come it's not dark yet? Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, seeing that the time at the moment was 7 in the morning, Zhou Chang came to a sudden realization. It turned out that he had slept for too long, and at the moment it was the next morning. After a good night's sleep, his energy and stamina were restored to their peak. Leaving the tent, he saw that the little monkey had already gotten up before himself, and was currently jumping around and playing in the cave. Starving, aren't you? It's cooking. After simply making some and having a full meal with the little monkey, the one person and the monkey left the cave once again and went straight to the digging site. The night rain the day before yesterday had left the excavation site muddy. Fortunately, because Zhou Chang had dug a drainage channel initially, there was no stagnant water here. But even then, the subsequent digging began to look tough. The dirt has turned to mud. The weight of the watered-down dirt was so much heavier that each swing of the shovel took more effort than ever before. The sun gradually climbed to the middle of the sky, and even though it was already fall at the moment, it still made Zhou Chang feel some heat. Between the vapor steaming, the humidity increased greatly. It was humid and hot, and it was still heavy labor, making it very difficult for Zhou Chang. However, Zhou Chang was still digging mechanically like a robot, and did not slow down in the slightest because of this harsh environment. This kind of situation, he had long been accustomed to. Even times that were more difficult than this, he had experienced it an unknown number of times. It was in the midst of this constant digging that the shovel once again touched something. It seems to be a rock. Picking up the small shovel, Zhou Chang carefully cleared it, and then saw that it was not a stone, but a slab that had obviously been purposely processed. There was something else carved on it. That means it's got some value and will have to be scrutinized. Taking it out and facing the sun, Zhou Chang saw a circle carved on it. Within the circle, the image of a human baby was carved out in a few strokes. Below this pattern, there were some human figures that were simply carved out. Those figures were all kneeling on the ground, paying homage to the circle. Shaking his head, Zhou Chang casually placed it to the side and began digging once again. Yangjiagou tribal artifacts carved with such designs had been found by Zhou Chang in many cases over the past few months. Some of them are on stone tablets, some on jade, some on bronze and pottery, and they all contain much the same thing: human babies in the middle of a circle, and crowds of worshippers below. Combined with his own archaeological knowledge, Zhou Chang, after careful analysis, believes that this shows the scene when the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe practiced fertility worship. That circle represented the moon. The reason why Zhou Chang was sure that it was the moon and not the sun was because the image of the sun carved by the Yangjiagou tribes would have some line segments around it that represented light, while the moon did not. The image of the baby in the middle of the circle is the embodiment of the fertility authority held by the god of the moon. The crowd below worships the god of the moon. In addition to the motifs worshipping the moon god, Zhou Chang had also found many paintings worshipping the rest of the gods, such as the god of the sky, the sun god, the mountain god, and so on. This newly discovered slab at this moment is no different and of little value than the previously discovered images of moon worship. Zhou Chang still continued to dig until the sun set again. Returning to the cave filled with skeletons, stone tools, pottery, and other ancient artifacts, Zhou Chang didn't rest, but once again began to study those artifacts, trying to find any new discoveries. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Zhou Chang began to rest. On the second day, the digging continued. Day 3, Day 4. On this day, Zhou Chang once again dug up a stone slab. After a cursory glance, it still depicted images of the Yangjiagou tribes unfolding their moon god worship. Nothing of value. Zhou Chang was about to casually throw it aside, but at this very moment, Zhou Chang suddenly realized that the image on this stone slab at this moment seemed to be slightly different from before. Bringing it back again and scrutinizing it for a moment through the sunlight, Zhou Chang finally found out where the difference was. There is still the round moon above the slab, and still the crowds of worshippers below. But the image of a human baby, which was present in every previous moon pattern, was not present in the moon pattern of this slate. The image of that baby appeared below the moon and seemed to be falling downward. Zhou Chang's pupils suddenly shrunk. The human baby that originally appeared above the moon fell off and left the moon? Obviously it had been in the middle of the moon before, but now it fell off. The baby image is in the middle of the moon, which is a manifestation of the moon god holding the authority to procreate. So at this moment, is it the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe who believe that the moon god has lost the authority to procreate, and that's why the baby image has fallen off? Thinking back a bit on the various patterns he had found earlier, and combining it with his own research into the beliefs of the Yangjiagou tribes, Zhou Chang had not found any descriptions of deities losing their authority, or gaining it, or anything like that. It seems that which gods have which authority is already fixed by nature. Well, there may be another explanation for this image at this moment. Did the moon god drop human babies? What does that mean? The moon god holds the power of fertility. Using the power at his disposal, Luna threw the human baby from himself. Of course Zhou Chang wouldn't believe that there really existed any moon god that held any power or anything like that. This is only a speculative, sacred interpretation of the nature of heaven and earth by the ancestors in a state of ignorance and without sufficient scientific knowledge. The sound of thunder is the anger of the god of thunder, and the rainfall is the spraying of water by the Dragon King is a manifestation of this mode of interpretation. Zhou Chang believed that the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe would likewise not depart from this mode of interpretation. Then, above the stone slab, human babies fall from the moon, which holds the power of procreation. This pattern was created by the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe to explain what phenomenon? What are they trying to explain with this pattern? This conjecture? Zhou Chang gradually realized what was going on, and a heart began to beat violently. Thumping. The answer seems obvious. There is one and only one. The ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe, like human civilization at this moment, have lost their ability to procreate. Chapter 11, The Land of Hope. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Modern humans, when faced with something like the loss of fertility, look to the scientific level for answers. People will study genetics, study radiation, study all sorts of factors that might affect the sperm-egg bond, and try to eliminate them one by one to find that final truth. While decades of research have consistently come up empty, the pattern is unchanging. The ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe in ancient times, when faced with such things, would only look to the gods for answers. The moon god deprived the tribes of fertility was the answer they found. They then embodied this answer through a stone inscription. In this way, everything is explained. Why did the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe suddenly change their beliefs and go crazy worshipping the moon god? It was because they were trying to soothe the anger of the moon god and restore the fertility that he had deprived them of. Why embark on insane and cruel rituals, even to the point of sacrificing pregnant women and pregnant animals? In all likelihood, they believed that pregnant women and pregnant beasts were the embodiment of fertility authority, and that the lunar god, who wielded fertility authority, would love such sacrifices. with the ultimate goal of restoring the lunar god's fertility to his side. But it is clear that their self-help efforts have not borne fruit. This tribe from the ancient times was eventually annihilated in the river of history. Having perfected his speculation, Zhou Cheng did not stop digging, but instead accelerated more and more. The reason is simple: solitary evidence does not stand. Only this one stone carving was not enough to fully prove one's conjecture. There had to be at least one other artifact that was also carved with a similar image in order to prove that the image on this piece of stone carving at this moment was a common phenomenon, and not something that some tribal priest had a brain fart and did on the fly. Creations engraved with similar images appeared on the fourth day of Zhou Cheng's continued digging. It was a clay pot, and inside it held something else that had long since dried up and was indistinguishable from anything specific. According to Zhou Cheng's speculation, this might be a sacrificial utensil used to unfold sacrifices to the moon god. On it, the image of the baby falling from the moon reappears. And then see this pot, as well as its portrait. Zhou Cheng subconsciously let go of the shovel in his hands. The body slowly crouched down, hands slightly trembling to pick it up from the soil, as in holding what rare treasures. After taking a good look at the portrait, Zhou Cheng let out a long breath, and then ignored the dirt and filth to sit directly on the edge of the pit, his body leaning back to lie down on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Cheng let out a loud laugh. Startled, the little monkey playing next to him leapt up, turned around and ran out a dozen meters before stopping to look at him full of astonishment. Zhou Cheng continuously laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. Until all the depression and heaviness brought about by these months of hard work, several trials and tribulations between life and death, dozens of difficult journeys, a future full of uncertainty, all of this was vented before it calmed down. The autumn sky was very clear, with a few white clouds floating around an already westerly sun, and the rest of the sky was a large expanse of azure blue. The wind blew gently, the insects chirped softly, and everything was so peaceful and quiet. Zhou Cheng then lay like this, enjoying the silence of the autumn wilderness, not wanting to move for a long time. He knew that he had found what he was looking for. One's guess was right. Existing evidence, already with great probability, can prove that the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe did most likely lose the ability to procreate in the same way as the human civilization at this moment. Human civilization lost its fertility because it was attacked by an unknown being. Research over the last few decades has proved this and denied the possibility of any natural factor. Why did the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe also lose their fertility? Zhou Cheng was unable to determine whether the loss of fertility of the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe was also caused by an unknown attack by this unknown being, but at the very least, the two are outwardly similar. The fact that pregnant women from the rest of the tribes can be taken from the outside world also proves that the local environment has not changed too much, and it is unlikely that the loss of fertility is due to environmental factors. From common sense, the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe and the human civilization at this moment are most likely the same because they suffered from such an attack and lost their fertility. This then leads to the question, with so many various tribes in the ancient times, why were the Yangjiagou tribesmen the only ones who suffered the same thing as the human civilization? What commonalities exist between the two? If this common denominator is found, does it mean that the human civilization has found the unknown being, which the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe called the moon god, who attacked the human civilization, deprived it of fertility, and caused it to be on the verge of extinction? The reason why human civilization is on the verge of extinction? This is highly likely. Knowing the reason why the lunar god had launched an attack on his side could then formulate targeted countermeasures, and there would be hope of resolving this calamity. Or, perhaps, his side was unable to find that common denominator out. After all, the Yangjiagou tribe had been annihilated in the river of history for too long. But it didn't matter. Did the Yangjiagou tribe leave behind any clues or information about the moon god in the course of their fight against him until their demise? If these clues and information could be found out, his side could likewise use this to improve their understanding of the moon god, breaking the status quo of all being ignorant of the moon god at this moment of imminent demise. Either of the two scenarios means that your side has made significant progress in the fight against the plague. Even the mere discovery of an ancient tribe that had the same encounter with human civilization, and the fact that the encounter of human civilization is not an isolated case, was an extremely significant breakthrough. A major breakthrough that can create a ripple in the midst of a human world that is utterly desperate and as calm as stagnant water. Zhou Cheng knew that it was time for him to leave Yangjiagou and return to the human world. Carefully holding the clay pot, he stood up and looked at the verdant earth in front of him. Zhou Cheng's eyes were filled with eagerness. Whichever of these possibilities one speculates on, more clues are bound to be buried beneath the land. It is a land of hope. Continuing to dig down and look for more clues is not enough to rely on yourself alone. Civilization's help must be sought. Returning to the cave, Zhou Cheng carefully organized several key pieces of evidence, such as a portion of the pregnant woman's skeleton, stone slabs, clay pots, as well as computers and other equipment, and put them into his backpack, and made all the preparations before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 12 World Government. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zhou Chang got up, and under the light, turned on the induction stove, boiled water, and put the chopped pieces of the mallard duck that he shot yesterday into the pot. Among the seasonings, there are only 4 big ones left. Originally, he had planned to save it, but now there was no need. Zhou Chang was very generous and threw it all into the pot. There were also wild onions, dried ginger, and cooking wine, and these were likewise left with very little, but they were likewise put into the pot by Zhou Chang without any heartache. The little monkey that was in deep sleep was woken up by Zhou Chang's commotion, opening his eyes and looking at him with some confusion. It was only when it smelled the rich aroma coming out of the pot, which was different from usual, that it rejoiced and kept jumping and squeaking next to Zhou Chang. By dawn, a pot of Sincerity's duck meat had already been stewed. It was also boiled with compressed cookies and let cool. Zhou Chang smiled and placed several pieces of duck meat and porridge in front of the little monkey. Eat your fill, and when you're done we'll start on our way. The little monkey squeaked twice as if he understood. After a full meal, Zhou Chang put the heavy backpack on his back and walked out of the cave, carefully locking the wooden door. There were many more artifacts and skeletons in the cave that could not be taken away, as well as various pieces of equipment and such that could not be spoiled by wild animals. Taking a deep look through the fence at this cave that he had been living in for hundreds of days, and then at the large pit that he had dug out above the earth, Zhou Chang resolutely turned around. Little monkey, go away. The little monkey jumped happily and followed behind Zhou Chang. The road down the mountain was as tough as ever, but it did not encounter any tribulations or dangers. Arriving at the side of the pickup truck without a single scare, placing the heavy backpack into the bucket and securing it, Zhou Chang finally let out a long sigh of relief. Checking the condition of the car, filling the car with oil from the oil drum, and watching the car start smoothly and everything was in order. Zhou Chang smiled and looked at the little monkey. Come on, let's show you the world of our humans. Squeak. Set the smart drive mode and the car starts slowly. The scenery on both sides of the road kept changing, gradually turning from peaks and rolling mountains to plains. The little monkey quietly watched the changes outside the window, seeming a little nervous and anxious. It climbed into Zhou Chang's arms and snuggled tightly into Zhou Chang's chest before slowly calming down. Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here. Compared to when I arrived a few months ago, the road on this return trip was pretty much the same, except for a few changes due to the different seasons. Just as desolate, just as dead. When it was dark, Zhou Chang found an abandoned mansion to live in. In the morning, the car set off again. After repeating this several times, Zhou Chang finally saw the figure of the wall that surrounded the entire city of Dying. Through the fence, the familiar sight of the city unfolded. Tall buildings, spacious and quiet roads, old people with dull eyes on both sides of the road. Nothing has changed. If anything, the city seems to be a little more dilapidated, and there seem to be fewer old people out sunbathing on the sides of the roads. Zhou Chang truly felt the aura of a declining and constantly withering civilization. He knew that, on average, more than 5% of the human world died each year. Originally, a normal human society would not have such a high mortality rate. At the moment, however, with the exception of a few young people, most of the population is over 60 years old, and obviously, the mortality rate is a little higher in the elderly. If the total population of human civilization is 1 billion at this moment, more than 50 million people will die every year on average. In the less than 4 months since he had left the human world, more than 300,000 elderly people had passed away in the city of Dying alone. Moreover, the mortality rate will increase as the average age of the elderly increases further. The total population is getting smaller and smaller, but the number of deaths per year will increase until everyone is dead and human civilization is completely extinct. With a complex mindset of heaviness mixed with a hint of exhilaration, Zhou Chang parked his car directly in front of the world government compound. This is the supreme core of power for the entire human civilization. When civilization was at its peak, approaching this place alone would require going through an unknown number of layers of checks. Any decision that emanates from here affects the fate of an unknown number of people around the globe. But at the moment, this place was just like the rest of the great capital city, with some dilapidated aura, not to mention the layers of inspections. Even if he had casually parked his car on the curb in front of the world government compound at the moment, the guards on duty at the entrance would just give themselves a lazy glance without paying the slightest bit of attention. Getting out of the car and carrying the heavy backpack up, Zhou Chang said to the little monkey, "Wait for me here." Closing the car door, Zhou Chang walked straight toward the door. The guards finally made a move. "Come here for what? Looking for someone?" The guard with white hair amongst his black hair was full of wonder as he surveyed Zhou Chang. "Young man, what are you?" At the moment, Zhou Chang was covered with dirt. His hair was disheveled, and his skin was rough. "You don't see this kind of styling very often. I just came out of the mountains to get to the top decision maker and I have something important to report." The pale guard glanced at Zhou Chang once more and directly opened the door. "Go to the office on the first floor and register. Then wait." "Good. No security, no vetting, no appointments, just let it go." Zhou Chang was equally accustomed to this. In this Twilight-era human world, the top decision maker was not out of reach. And Zhou Chang was a young man. A young man so rare that there are only about 20,000 of them in total worldwide. Coming to the office on the first floor, a handful of young people, as well as numerous old people, looked at the dusty Zhou Chang in amazement. "Young man, are you alright? Do you want to go to the hospital? Or take a shower first?" "Thank you, auntie. I have something important to do and need to meet the top decision maker as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll arrange it for you as soon as possible." Well, the highest decision maker has gone to inspect the 1165th planting building. There was a malfunction there yesterday. It is estimated that it will take another half an hour before he can come back. "You can rest for a while first." Arriving at the parlor, he waited for something like half an hour or so before the door to the room was finally pushed open. A middle-aged man with a tall figure, bloodshot but shining eyes, and dark hair without a single gray hair walked in. He still had some mud spots on him and what appeared to be grease on his hands. "Young man, you have something important to ask of me? Tell me," the top decision maker said casually to Zhou Chang as he washed his hands. Zhou Chang stood up, put his backpack on the table, and took out those evidences one by one. Accompanied by Zhou Chang's narration, the highest decision maker's body gradually straightened up. His expression gradually became gloomy, and his sight was nailed to Zhou Chang as if he was attracted to something. Chapter 13. 1 Second to Remember, Penchigu Novel Website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Just wait a minute. Before Zhou Chang could finish reporting his findings, the top policymaker raised his arm and interrupted Zhou Chang. In Zhou Chang's slightly puzzled sight, the top decision maker rang an electric bell on the conference table. The next moment, a secretary-like person walked in. "Contact all decision makers, as well as all senior officials in the capital, to immediately drop their tasks and meet in conference room 1. There was some surprise on the secretary's face. "This is a big move and it looks urgent." "That's not very often." What news did the young man in front of him, who was as unkempt as a wild man who had just come down from the mountains, bring? His heart was puzzled, but his movements were not slowed down at all. The secretary immediately promised, turned around and fumbled for her cell phone. "This matter is too important. Let's go to conference room 1. "Yes." Transferring to a conference room that wasn't exactly large, but was filled with an unspeakably solemn atmosphere, the two men sat down individually. Here, Zhou Chang knew, was the core of humanity further than the world government building. In this very room, decision makers make decisions that have far-reaching consequences for the whole of civilization. Next, this will be its own home turf. At this moment, outside the world government building, one intelligent car after another came whizzing in, directly rushing into the compound. The doors of the cars opened, and one after another high-ranking and powerful senior officials got out of the cars and entered the building with hurried steps. The staff on the first floor watched the scene with amazement. Although the details were not known, everyone realized one thing: something big must have happened. Just not sure if it's a good thing. An atmosphere of tension and solemnity mixed with a bit of anticipation began to spread throughout the world government building. One after another human civilization decision makers, or senior world government officials that Zhou Chang had seen many times on television, computers, and other media, entered conference room 1 and sat down in their respective seats. Within half an hour, a total of more than 20 people had all arrived. The top decision maker stood up slowly. "I have gathered you all here urgently for an important announcement. This young man's name is Zhou Chang, and he has some important clues concerning the calamities that have befallen our civilization. Now, Zhou Chang, please recount your findings again." "Yes." Zhou Chang once again placed his backpack on the conference table and took out the skeletons, stone slabs, artifacts, and so on. "It started 7 years ago. That's when I happened to notice an archaeological article." Zhou Chang slowly recounted what he had done after entering the mountain, what he had discovered in the process, his thoughts and conjectures, and the subsequent verification process in its entirety. At the end, Zhou Chang said, "Although it is not yet possible to be 100% certain, the existing evidence has already proved with great probability that the Yangjiagou tribe has most likely suffered the same calamity as our human civilization at this moment. We are not alone." Looking at Zhou Chang, who had a disheveled head, tattered clothes, and even a strong stench constantly emanating from his body. The group of decision-makers could not help but be moved. 7 years of preparation for a seemingly absurd conjecture. In spite of all the discouragement, after the preparations were completed, alone, at great risk to go deep into the mountains, several times narrowly escaped death, a little bad luck, will be buried forever in the deep forest? Even the bones will not be collected. One man, one spade, 4 months, relying entirely on his personal strength, he dug up those buried clues hard, without supplies, without companionship, far from any human settlement. How did he survive such a day? Over the past 60 years, an unknown number of human civilization's elite missions had devoted their entire lives to researching the calamity, but nothing had ever come of it. I don't know how many people have left this world in a state of resignation. Until now, the human world still knows nothing about the plague. Nothing is known except that there is some unknown force that prevents any form of sperm from uniting with an egg, rendering the human world incapable of creating new life in any form. But now, the human world can finally know a little clue. There was silence in conference room 1. It was a long time before one of the policymakers gently raised his hands in applause. At first the applause was only one, but the next moment, the applause converged into one. The not-so-big conference room was instantly filled with loud applause. It took a long time before the applause stopped. The top decision-maker said solemnly, "Without a doubt, this is the first time since the calamity occurred 60 years ago that our human civilization has acquired clues about the calamity. The available evidence suggests that there are most likely more clues buried there at the Yangjiagou site. Further excavation of the Yangjiagou site is imperative." Zhou Chang, you know the most about the Yangjiagou site. How much manpower and material resources do you think will be needed if further excavations are carried out? Zhou Chang did not directly state the answer, but instead asked in return, "Your Excellency, nowadays, how much engineering power can our human civilization come up with?" In the face of Zhou Chang's inquiry, a group of decision-makers were silent. It was a long time before the top decision-maker stood up. "I'll show you something." He stood up slowly, full of strain, as if a huge mountain was weighing him down. Zhou Chang got up and followed him. The top policymakers advanced in silence, followed by Zhou Chang, and then, behind them, the rest of the policymakers and senior government officials. The group eventually arrived at a hall. Zhou Chang saw that there were rows and rows of computers in this hall, numbering at least 500 or more. Before each computer sat an operator, staring intently at the screen and operating a few times from time to time. There was also a huge screen at the very front of the hall, on which was a map of the world. On the map, there were green and red dots, big or small. Zhou Chang and his group were standing behind the second-floor parapet at the moment, having an unobstructed view of the entire hall. The top policymaker quietly looked at the huge world map in front of him for a long time before saying quietly, "This is the distribution map of the 26,000 existing cradles around the globe. Our existing population of about 1 billion people is distributed among these 26,000 cradles. This hall is the main control room and monitoring room for these 26,000 cradles. Here we monitor the operation of the core systems of each cradle. Every power plant, chemical plant, planting building, power grid, water system, etc. that is vital to our civilization. Whenever the cradle malfunctions, it turns red. Whenever the malfunction is removed, it returns to green." Chapter 14 Gambling. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Zhou Chang also quietly looked at the huge map of the world. He saw that there were constantly green dots on top of the map that turned red, and there were also constantly red dots that turned green. The changing of the two colors seemed to never stop, constantly flickering like the stars in the sky. For the most part, these faults can be fixed by local residents themselves. However, if they cannot be resolved, a professional maintenance and construction team will need to step in. Such construction teams total about 400 worldwide, totaling about 100,000 people. They, who are the last line of security to ensure the stable operation of the cradle, play a vital role. The top decision maker slowly said, "These 400 construction teams are almost the entire mobile engineering force we have at this stage. And, in the face of tens of thousands of cradles, these mere 400 construction teams are simply not enough. Not by a long shot." The top policymaker shook his head gently and sighed. According to statistics, on average, about 10,000 people die every day, either directly or indirectly, due to the inability of the city's infrastructure to be repaired in a timely manner. Zhou Cheng's pupils slowly shrunk. He had already known for a long time that human civilization was declining, and the rate of decline was getting faster and faster. Everyone knew about this matter. When he was still in elementary school, Zhou Chang already knew about it. But he hadn't thought that human civilization had declined to such an extent. The human civilization, once unprecedentedly, changed the face of the entire planet. The peak of the era even completed the man landing on Mars, this great creation. Moving mountains and seas is idle human civilization. At this moment, it's mobile engineering force that can be used. Surprisingly, only 100,000 people left. And all of these 100,000 people were undertaking the important task of maintaining the normal operation of the cradle, and could not be moved lightly at all. Is it surprising that it has declined so much already? The top decision maker calmly said. On the bright side, our civilization still has 1 billion people left to call numerous. But some statistics you may not be aware of. Of this billion people, more than 100 million were bedridden all year round. And not only were they unable to provide any boost to the civilization, but instead, they needed manpower to take care of them, and required a large amount of resources for their sustenance, and had become a burden to the civilization. There are at least 500 million people in a state of physical limitation. They can barely maintain life on their own without additional help from civilization, but it is impossible to expect them to contribute to productivity. The remaining hundreds of millions of people are generally healthy, but they also have a multitude of various minor ailments. It can't be helped. After all, they are getting older. They are mainly found in key positions in various cradles, grow buildings, energy plants, data centers, hospitals, food factories, pharmaceuticals, healing centers and the like. If the 400 construction teams are used to deal with emergencies, these people are the standing force to keep the cradle functioning, and, along with the passage of time, at this moment, this situation is still in the midst of rapid deterioration. After all, the older you get, the greater the probability of your body having problems. This, then, is the state of our civilization. With those words, the top policymaker fell silent. In the middle of the large hall, only the sounds of operators tapping on keyboards and mice came out. The 20 or so government executives were silent. Zhou Chang was similarly silent while his brain raced. The Yangjiagou site contains the only hope of saving human civilization at this stage. It is imperative to increase manpower and invest more human and material resources in excavation. The key question is how many resources to devote to this hope and how much to bet on it. Can human civilization at this moment in time? If it is hard to squeeze out tens of thousands of people to participate in the excavation of the Yangjiagou ruins, be able to do so? The answer, of course, is yes. Just be willing to pay the corresponding price. The event then essentially becomes a gamble. How much is the human side willing to pay to gamble on the hope that more crucial clues can be found from the Yangjiagou site, thus saving human civilization? If the probability of this hope is higher and can reach 80 or 90, or 60 or 70, or even just 20 or 30, then nothing needs to be said. And the policymakers will immediately make up their mind to gamble on this at the expense of the deaths of many elderly people. But, looking into our own hearts and evaluating ourselves, although at this moment, we can already be sure that the Yangjiagou tribe has suffered the same calamity as human civilization, even so, is there any useful clue or information for human beings at the Yangjiagou ruins? No. The probability is still very low. After all, what kind of clues could one expect from an ancient tribe that was in a state of ignorance? That believed that the cause of the plague was the moon god had deprived its own fertility and that the solution was to sacrifice pregnant women and pregnant beasts to appease the moon god's wrath? The idea of giving 100% effort for a 1 in a million hope can never be anything more than an ideal, because effort comes at a price. A living human life. Looking at the bright spots above the screen that were constantly changing colors, Zhou Chang seemed to see a water tower, a power plant, a hospital, and a line. Water, electricity, power grids, water networks, roads, gas and other elements form the skeleton of a cradle. Human civilization in its twilight years is struggling to survive on top of the cradle woven by this skeleton. Although the human civilization of the peak era had left behind enough legacy, enough cradles and enough spare parts of all kinds for the human civilization in its twilight years at this very moment, it was still a struggle for the human civilization, which was already dying, to maintain its survival. In a trance, Zhou Chang felt as if there was an invisible pressure converging on him from all directions, from every cradle, from every city, pressing down on him, causing him to breathe a little too hard. He knows that at this moment his opinion carries great weight in the minds of the decision makers. In a sense, the decision of the life and death of countless elderly people has fallen into their own hands. In the midst of this invisible pressure, after thinking for a long time, Zhou Chang finally sighed softly. Your Excellency, Supreme Decision Maker, I think that if we can have 1,000 construction workers, as well as the various machinery and logistical personnel that go along with them to provide supplies, the excavation of the Yangjiagou ruins should be able to reach the speed that we had hoped for. 1,000? The top decision maker nodded slowly. I think so. What about you guys? He looked to the rest of the policymakers and senior officials accompanying him. In a moment of silence, an arm was raised. It passed unanimously. Good then. Just 1,000 people. Personnel and material preparation will take a few days. During this time, Zhou Chang, you take a good rest. The days in the mountains have been bitter for you. The top decision maker gently patted Zhou Chang's shoulder and turned to leave with the civilization executives. The mobilization of just 1,000 people was already a big deal for the human civilization in the Twilight Era, and there was so much work that needed to be done that he had to personally step in and plan for it. Chapter 15. 1 Second to Remember, Penchigu Novel Website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Little monkey, let's go home. Returning to his car and gently rubbing the head of the little monkey who was already a little agitated, Zhou Chang started the car and traveled towards the young people's settlement. In the Twilight Era, even houses in the capital city were cheap, and on average, it only took a month of a young person's salary to buy one. The room was dusty from not having been back in months. After roughly cleaning up a bit and taking a good bath, changing into clean clothes, Zhou Chang went out to make some purchases. Returning home once again, sitting paralyzed on the sofa, looking out the window at the night, Zhou Chang opened a bottle of drink, gulped a large mouthful, and burped contentedly. The little monkey was full of novelty as it looked at the scene and squeaked twice. Zhou Chang then poured out a bit of the drink and handed it to the little monkey. When the little monkey took a sip, a tiny monkey face was so comfortable that it shrunk into a ball. So Zhou Chang couldn't help but laugh. A good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Chang drove to the only university on Earth. Among the human university. Not only universities, but at this moment in human civilization, there is only one kindergarten, elementary school, and secondary school. Because the human world will only thaw a few hundred embryos every year, only a few hundred babies will be born every year. Barely enough to keep the inheritance unbroken. One school at one stage is completely sufficient. Parking his car, Zhou Chang slowly advanced along the large campus until he came to a 3-story building near the edge of the school. This place is already the edge of the school, and is usually rarely visited. The ground here is also different from the rest of the school. The road has been in disrepair for a long time, has been drilled out of the roots of weeds. The ground scattered with some garbage, also no one to clean up. Even the building was full of age, and there were even some mold spots on the walls. This is where the only archaeological team in human civilization today is stationed. Coming to an office, Zhou Chang gently knocked on the door. Enter. Zhou Chang pushed open the door and saw the figure of Professor Wang Liyun. She is now in her 60s and her hair is gray, but neatly tended and not at all unruly. Seeing Zhou Chang's figure, Wang Liyun was a little surprised. Chang is here? Quickly sit down. Where have you been during this time? It's been a long time since I've seen you. When Zhou Chang minored in archaeology, he studied under Professor Wang Liyun. Hello Mr. Wang. This time, Zhou Chang recounted his experiences during this time. At the end, he said, the world government has decided to launch a full excavation of the Yangjiagou site. But archaeology is not as simple as just construction. So, archaeology is also a highly specialized matter that requires sufficiently professional members of the archaeological team to be on site and in command. It takes a professional to make decisions about where to dig and not to dig, and where to use which method. Wang Liyun's eyes lit up with a strange glow. You mean you've basically determined that the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribes lost their ability to procreate? Just like us? At least 70 to 80% sure. Great find. Great find. Wang Liyun was full of emotion. We didn't realize this when we visited there 7 years ago. After a pause, Wang Liyun said, how many people do you need? Today, the total number of archaeologists in the team is only 23. 3 of them have lost their mobility and are wheelchair-bound. 6 of them are weak and sick, and only 14 of them are barely healthy, but equally old and decrepit. If I could, I would like all 14 teachers to go, including you. 14? Wang Liyun seemed a little surprised. Zhou Chang sighed and said, if it's inconvenient, 10 people are fine. Wang Liyun slowly shook her head. No, Chang, you misunderstood my meaning. I mean, this operation, allocated to the archaeological team, is there only 14 places? Zhou Chang raised his head and looked at her with some confusion. Wang Liyun said, I mean, if you can, count all of us. Zhou Chang was shocked. Mr. Sun, Professor Li and the others, can their bodies hold up? Wang Liyun stood up, her voice somewhat sighing. Zhou Chang, you're still young. You don't understand. Our civilization has been in decline and is on the verge of extinction. We archaeologists have even become the fringe of the fringe. After studying archaeology all my life, it turns out that archaeology is surprisingly useless. I, and your other teachers, are holding a fire in our hearts. Yes, The likelihood of there being a key clue buried there at the Yangjiagou site is very low indeed, and the world government can't afford to pay too much for it. After all, there are still so many people in the cradle who have to live. But we old guys in the archaeology team are different. We don't care whether we live or die. What we care about is whether the things we have learned are still useful or not, whether we can still contribute to our civilization or not. Shang, you don't understand. In the past few decades, watching others go forward and backward to charge toward the plague, willing to dedicate their whole life, but also have no complaints. We study archaeology, but can only watch from the side. That kind of feeling, Shang, you don't understand. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Cheng fixedly. Now, Shang, you have placed this opportunity in front of us. Do you think we can let it go? Li Yun, you have a guest? Yo, Cheng is here. Long time no see. So long, what have you been busy with? It's Prof. Chang Yunong. He is not in good health and usually has to use a wheelchair to get around. Wang Liyun laughed. Yes, Chang also brought us good news. Recounting the events in Yangjiagou, Prof. Zhang Yunong's expression gradually became grave and his breathing became more and more rapid. Everybody out. Yo, what's up old Zhang? Who messed with you? That's right. It's rare to see old Zhang get so angry. A pale archaeologists full of old people walked out of their rooms and came here to Prof. Wang Liyun's office. Zhang Yunong was shivering with anger, one arm trembling as he pointed at Zhou Cheng. Cheng he, Shang, why did you make old Zhang angry? Quickly apologize. Shang, your teacher Zhang is not well and can't afford to be angry, so just give in. Lao Shang, don't be so hot. Slow down. Zhang Yunong gritted his teeth and once again recounted what had happened. The atmosphere at the scene was steeply condensed. The old professors who were originally full of kindness, persuading Prof. Zhang Yunong while placating Zhou Cheng each became serious. Professor Sun Step, who was also sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Zhou Cheng with a gaze full of gravity. You want to throw away us old guys who are not in good health and only take them who are in good health to Yangjiagou? Prof. Mo Weizhong coughed. Shang, the teachers did their best to teach you in the first place, but you're doing this today. It's really, ahem. Hey, you're hurting people's hearts by doing this. Chapter 16. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. In the face of the teacher's accusations, Zhou Cheng's heart did not feel any unhappiness, but rather some heartache. In order to prove that what they had learned was not in vain, in order to have a chance to contribute to civilization, just a chance. Though it seems so remote now, they could all care less about their lives. It was just that they were all too old and their bodies were too weak. They were still surviving in the well-facilitated great capital city. But how long could they live when they went to the deep mountains and old forests? Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with struggle. Wang Liyun softly looked at Zhou Cheng and said, for us old guys, life is not the most important thing. Shang, if you can decide, just promise the teachers. Can Zhou Cheng decide on this? Of course it can be decided. The world government, and the decision makers, will not deny Zhou Cheng's request. So what should do? Zhou Cheng slowly stood up and bent down deeply to the crowd of pale archaeologists. The excavation project at the Yangjiagou site requires professional archaeologists to be on site to direct the project and study the excavated artifacts on site for clues that may be hidden in them. I'm here to ask you all to follow the construction team to Yangjiagou. The old people's sites were put together on Wang Liyun. She is the leader of the only such archaeological team in human civilization today. Wang Liyun stepped forward and solemnly said, Zhou Cheng, I promise you on behalf of our archaeological team. There are 23 of us on the archaeology team, waiting for orders to make sure we arrive in full force. Thanks. When Zhou Cheng stood up, he saw smiles blooming on the faces of the old people. A few professors who were full of old age even had muddy tears flowing from their faces. It's just a pity. That old Meng left at the beginning of the year and didn't wait for this day. Old Xiao would be so happy if he could see today. The old people sighed. And Prof. Wang Liyun smiled softly and looked at Zhou Cheng. Shang, you go ahead and get busy. We'll make some preparations as well. Just let us know when you're leaving. Teachers, I'll leave you then. Leaving this small 3-story building, returning home and resting for a moment, Zhou Cheng dialed Lu Yu's phone. Zhou Cheng, you're back? Where were you? In the middle of the microphone, Lu Yu's voice was full of excitement. Yeah, I'm back and I'm home now. Wait, the phone hung up hastily. It didn't take 10 minutes for a knock to sound at the door. Opening, a silhouette with long and slender legs jumped into Zhou Cheng's arms and held him tightly, refusing to let go for a long time. It's good to have you back. I was having a nightmare the other day that you met a tiger in the mountains and got half eaten. And Lu Yu's voice began to choke. A tiger? The tiger was really encountered. But it was killed by me and the little monkey. Little monkey? Squeak. Yikes. What a pretty little monkey. Letting go of Zhou Chang and seeing the little monkey, Lu Yu was filled with awe and lovingly held it in her arms and gently stroked it. You said you met a tiger? It's okay, I've got a gun. Zhou Chang roughly recounted it, and Lu Yu was filled with worry. Never go to a place like that again. It's too dangerous. Zhou Chang shook his head. No, I'll have to go again in a few days. Zhou Chang recounted what happened once more, and Lu Yu's eyes slowly widened with shock. Surprisingly, there are really clues? The top decision maker promised you to send out 1,000 people. How come it's only 1,000? 1,000 people. That's a lot. Those in the cradle must live too. Lu Yu's eyes rolled and she didn't know what she thought. But she didn't continue with the topic and said, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you to eat. In the next few days, Lu Yu did not show up again. Zhou Chang called her a few times, but each time he just hurriedly said a few words and hung up, as if Lu Yu was busy with something. Time then slowly passed in Zhou Chang's peace of mind. On the 5th day, Zhou Chang received a call from the world government. Personnel and supplies are ready to go. Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Chang looked at the little monkey. Come on, let's go back to the forest. A few days of living in the human world had made the little monkey already a little restless. At this moment, it seemed to understand Zhou Chang's words, and with 2 squeaks full of excitement, it jumped onto Zhou Chang's shoulder with a look of impatience. Taking a deep look at the room that had brought him a few days of leisure, Zhou Chang closed the door behind him and headed downstairs without looking back. Getting on the car, Zhou Chang thought about it and dialed Lu Yu's phone. I'm leaving. Going away? So soon? Well, where are you? I'll come and drop you off. You don't have to deliver it if you're busy. It's okay, I'm not busy right now. The world government has informed me that it is assembling at gate 3. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Yu said hurriedly and hung up the phone. Underneath the tall wall of Decoding City, outside exit gate number 3, dozens of buses, dozens of large trucks, numerous construction machines, and a dozen or so tanker trucks had been assembled. There were also several helicopters roaring in the sky, constantly circling. Many old people gathered here, chatting in groups. Some had all white hair, some had gray hair, and almost none had all black hair still. Coming here, Zhou Chang saw the top decision maker and his party, Professor Wang Liyun and his party, and the head of the engineering team and his party, but did not see Lu Yu. The phone rang. Answering it, Lu Yu's voice came out. Still not gone, right? Not yet. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The cell phone hung up, and after a few minutes of time, Zhou Chang saw a dozen cars whizzing by within the tall fence. The car stopped, the door opened, and Lu Yu, a few of Wang Zhe's classmates, as well as fully dozens of classmates who were also young people, but whom they didn't recognize, got out of the car and walked quickly towards Zhou Chang. I heard that only 1,000 construction workers were deployed this time, and the Yangjiagou ruins there are large, so the manpower is not quite enough. Lu Yu looked at Zhou Chang with a smiling face. So during this period of time, I strung along my classmates and put together some people, not many, counting me there are only 71 of them, intending to follow you to the mountains, and also put forth a handful of strength. Lu Yu looked a little tired, his eyes were full of blood, as if he hadn't rested well in the past few days. She looked at Zhou Chang somewhat playfully. Last time you said the mountains were too dangerous and didn't let me go. This time there are so many people. You can't keep me from going, can you? A smile appeared on Zhou Chang's face. He stepped forward and held Lu Yu tightly in front of everyone. Okay, we'll go together, all of us. Chapter 17 The Journey. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, Bibj 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Being actively hugged by Zhou Chang in full view of everyone, Lu Yu was stunned for a moment and her face instantly blushed. But the next moment, she took the initiative to raise her arms and hug Zhou Chang as well. Yo! Yo! There were loud, strange cries from among the group of young people, as well as whistles and clapping. The top policymakers and their group, Prof. Wang Liyun and his group, and the many old people from the construction team couldn't help but have smiles on their faces as they watched the scene. It's good to be young. People sighed individually. Letting go of the blushing Lu Yu, Zhou Chang loudly announced, then all go. Everyone together. Yes, together. The students cheered enthusiastically. Wang Zhe called out. That's right. Everyone said. Yangjiagou ruins there cannot dig out something is not good to say, but cannot just look at the old-timers out of strength, cannot be less of our young people Yeah, Your Honor the decision-maker, we are all coming out after we have finished the work at hand and come to an end. You can't keep us away. We don't know much about construction, but we have a handful of strength and we can always be of some use on the job site. The highest decision-maker's mouth gradually surfaced a smile. looking at his classmates full of gratification. Everyone has this heart. I will only be happy. How can I possibly block it? It's only when I see you guys that I can feel that there is still hope for our civilization. Besides, the chief leader of the excavation project at the Yangjiagou ruins is fellow student Zhou Chang, and he's agreed to it. So of course I won't stand in the way. A secretary-like person came to the top decision-maker and whispered something. He then turned to Zhou Chang and solemnly said, Zhou Chang, a total of 1,000 on-site construction personnel, 600 logistical supply personnel, as well as various types of machinery, vehicles, equipment, and supplies are all in place. Now, you're ready to go. Go on, go to Yangjiagou, and see if there are any further clues there or not, and see what is buried there. Zhou Chang solemnly said, yes. He turned to the old and the young who had converged on the third gate of Decoding city. Depart, departure, depart. The old and the young cheered together, each in a different vehicle, and drove off in a long line down the road, which had become slightly deserted, into the distance, until the last car followed the convoy away. The top decision-makers all remained standing at the same spot, looking deeply in the direction the convoy had disappeared, refusing to withdraw their eyes for a long time. The bet, it's on. Our human civilization has already put its chips on the line. I don't know if, in the end, we will win back 1,000 times the profit or lose our money. Sighing, he finally withdrew his eyes and got in his car to travel toward the World Government Building. There are still too many things that are purely trivial to the decision-makers of the peak era, but are of overwhelming importance to the human civilization of the Twilight era at this moment, which need to be dealt with by him. Cradle abandonment, population relocation, planting building failures, power plant repairs, resource transfers, and so on and so forth. Following the previously drawn-up plan of advancement, the huge convoy stopped at a settlement that had been abandoned after traveling for more than 8 hours. Between clouds of dust, heavy steel gates are opened and vehicles fishtail in. Instead of refurbishing their aging houses, the people spent the night camped directly on top of the clearing. The next day, the convoy set off again, and so on, taking several days to arrive at the nearest abandoned settlement to Yangjiagou, Lightsey County Settlement. This county was once inhabited by tens of thousands of people as well. However, along with the decline of human civilization, the remaining thousands of people eventually relocated to live in the cradle. Later, the cradle was also abandoned, and the remaining population was relocated to the upper-level cradle. Like any of the rest of the abandoned settlements, it was full of weeds and rats. Rabbits and pheasants were everywhere. With the arrival of people, the critters chickened out. For this place, it just can't be as easy as it was before. According to the plans made, people began to repair their houses, connect water and electricity, and clean up their homes. In the future, this place would become a material transfer point connecting human civilization and the Yangjiagou site. It had been busy for a while, but at least we had packed up some habitable space, barely got the utilities connected, and it was almost dark. Several cauldrons were set up in the central square of the settlement, and as people built fires, the aroma of the ingredients gradually spread out. People who had labored all day converged around the cauldron, buzzing around, chatting casually as they waited for dinner to be ready. Director Xiao Zhou, do you think there's really a clue there in that whatever cemetery? If we dig there, we can have a baby? When Zhou Chang walked over, an old man with a lean body and white hair asked him with hope. Zhou Chang knew that his name was Sun Tian and that he was a junior captain on the construction team. Before Zhou Chang could answer, the workers next to him burst into laughter. I say Lao Sun, even if you can have a baby now, your body bones won't be able to make it. Watch your old back. Sun Tian grunted, full of pride. Don't look at the old man can't now. The old man was frozen sperm when he was young. That quality bar, plant it and it will grow good seedlings. Yo, I didn't expect it. Old son, you still have a hand in it. What's the matter? Let you guys know how to wave when you're young and didn't save any money. Now your body is failing and you're stupid. Think of yourself first, or how long you'll live is unknown. And think of the baby. Listening to Sun Tian's question, Zhou Chang laughed. Master Sun, that's not a cemetery. That's an ancient cultural relic. Aren't ruins just graveyards? It's all about burying people anyway. That's true. Zhou Chang sighed. Right now there's just hope to find a little clue from there. It's still next to impossible to solve the plague. What clue or not? I don't understand that one. Director Xiao Zhou, you read a lot. Just understand and tell me. Is it that if you dig there is hope that you can have a child in the future? Zhou Chang thought carefully for a moment and realized that there was really no way to refute this set of logic. So he could only nod. There is just hope. And the hope is small. Well, that's got to be dug. Sun Tian murmured, his cloudy, old eyes filled with longing. Having received Zhou Chang's clear reply, The group of 60 to 70-year-old construction workers were each silent as well, their eyes flickering with hope. The night passed. On the second day, the follow-up supply convoys were still arriving, and here at the settlement in Guangxi County, the transportation of supplies and personnel to the Yangjiagou site had officially begun. Chapter 18 The Weather. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. At this moment, with sufficient equipment, transporting supplies naturally did not have to be like before, when Zhou Chang had to go over the mountains. Several helicopters roared to a landing, with men seated in the cabins and supplies and machinery to be transported hoisted under the belly, and roared off again, being thousands of meters up in the air, overlooking the undulating mountains below. Zhou Chang saw that there were many sections of roads between the mountains that were not continuous. There is even a bridge that spans a 100-meter valley and is hundreds of meters high from the bottom. Half of that bridge still stands, the other half has collapsed. If the infrastructure left over from the peak era was still intact, the party could have driven directly to the vicinity of the ruins. Where would it be necessary to go through such trouble at this moment? Going over the mountain peaks. The small plain that was located next to the river appeared in Zhou Chang's line of sight. The cave, and the traces of his own digging above the plain were clearly visible. Returning back after a few days' time, Zhou Chang's heart was filled with emotion, and the little monkey in his arms squeaked with excitement. Yangjiagou, I'm back. In a single shipment, dozens of personnel and more than a dozen tons of supplies arrived first. After dropping off the personnel and supplies, the helicopters took off again and began the next transportation mission. Those who had arrived earlier immediately began the task of exploring and selecting a site on the small plains. It didn't take long to decide where the camp would be built, so the many boarding houses were gradually put together. It took almost 10 days to get everything ready. A total of 1,000 construction personnel and 200 logistics personnel are in place. There are also 400 material transporters and logistics personnel stationed at the Guangxi County settlement. Zhou Chang, on the other hand, took the helicopter and once again arrived at that compound several kilometers away. Looking down from a high altitude, Zhou Chang saw the old people in the compound looking at the helicopters in the sky with some surprise, and also saw that in the compound, the sheds, which originally had 7, had now turned into 6. A little more heaviness was then added to his heart. Landing outside the compound, the old men greeted them. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Wang, Uncle Sun, I'm here. Glancing at the old people, Zhou Chang said, Uncle Wu Old Wu, he left last month. Uncle Zhou replied with some sadness and asked, Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? There are some clues and discoveries there in Yangjiagou, and the world government has decided to increase its manpower and intensify its excavation efforts. I came here this time to invite a few uncles to Yangjiagou as well. Uncle Zhou was a bit hesitant. We old guys, we can't carry on our shoulders or our hands, so what can we do if we go except add to the chaos? Uncle Zhou, you mustn't say that. We humans have withdrawn from this mountain for too long, and we don't understand the situation in the mountain, the wildlife, plants, climate, anything, nor are we capable of figuring it out again. Your uncles have spent so many years in the mountains. They are experienced and can help us a lot. Zhou, what did you guys find out there in Yangjiagou? Zhou Chang recounted his findings, after which he saw the old people, who were originally still a bit hesitant, slowly flashing a gleam in their eyes. So there's hope. Well, we're definitely going. Entering the compound, the old people went to pack up their things, while Zhou Chang came before the newly raised mound. After bowing deeply, Zhou Chang turned to leave. The helicopter roared off again, carrying Zhou Chang and the old people to the construction site. With everything ready, it was finally time to start the official dig. With the input of many machines and laborers, the trees on the small plain were uprooted. The uneven ground was directly pushed down. The excavators then came on the scene and dug out trenches on the ground. And a group of archaeologists with all kinds of tools led a team of young and old people to search for the traces left by the ancient ancestors. This land, from which mankind has long since withdrawn and given it back to nature, is back in full swing. Zhou Chang also knew something about archaeology, so he joined the on-site construction in addition to the daily coordination and management. Master Sun, are you tired? Take a rest. Under the scorching sun, even Zhou Chang, a young man, felt full of fatigue and had to rest for a moment after pushing away a load of dirt. Sun Tian, who was already in his 60s, was still tirelessly climbing up and down, digging shovelfuls of dirt out of the middle of the pit. Hearing Zhou Chang's words, Sun Tian hemmed and hawed. Not tired. Used to it. Several workers next to him laughed and said, Old Sun is supported by his children, so he is not tired of working all night. Sun Tian crossed his eyes. Still talking about me? Aren't you guys? Which one of you woke up at 5 in the morning yelling to start? The site erupted in a fit of gleeful laughter. Looking at the construction site full of vigor, Zhou Chang couldn't help a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Yu finished cleaning and numbering some of the excavated pottery, dragging his somewhat stiff body. He also sat next to Zhou Chang. Lu Yu had minored in healthcare in college, so she had taken on the job of doctor in the middle of the construction site. However, at the moment, there was no medical need for the time being, so she joined the construction. Her hair, face, and clothes were now covered in dirt, and she could barely tell what she originally looked like. It's been a long time since I've seen a scene like this. Her words were a bit emotional. I've seen some construction sites before, and those people, they're like robots, they're dead. Zhou Chang murmured, as long as there is hope, everything will be different. It's just this weather. Lu Yu looked at the cloudy sky with some concern and said, I checked the weather data from decades ago, and this season, it should be the dry season here, but it has been cloudy here for a long time. I asked Uncle Joe and the others, and they also said that the weather was a bit unusual, and that it might be raining recently, but they couldn't determine how hard it would rain or on which day. It's just a pity that we don't have the weather data since the last 30 years, and we don't have the real-time weather observation capability to make weather forecasts. With the technological strength of the human civilization in the Twilight Era, it would be good to be able to make good weather forecasts for some of the larger, more populated settlements, and most of the rest of the world could not do anything about it. It's okay, we've made weather plans, just follow them when the time comes. I hope it goes well. Lu Yu sighed. Just then, a brash voice rang out. Dinner is served, dinner is served. People cheered and swarmed towards the mobile kitchen. Zhou Chang saw that in the large iron pot, the pork and cabbage vermicelli stew was still gurgling and boiling, and a rich aroma continued to waft into the air. Chapter 19, Thunderstorms. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Next to the big iron pot is a cage drawer by cage drawer of white flour steamed buns. Now the cage drawer lid is open. The smell of wheat with the steam continues to spread. In addition to pork stewed cabbage and big steamed buns, there were big pots and pots of white rice and white noodles and big plates of stir-fried vegetables. People wash their hands and then come over to line up their turn, take a big bowl to scoop up a bowl, and then casually grab 2 big steamed buns, or scoop up rice, noodles, and then find a place, or squatting or sitting, sucking and eating while talking and laughing with each other. The air is full of joyful atmosphere. Time passed quietly, and it was evening. The bustling construction site returned to quiet, and people went back to their respective cubicles and began to rest. In the middle of the jungle, rustling wind sounds, the roars of unknown bugs or beasts kept coming, and there were even some low tiger whistles among them. Tiger whistles? Zhou Chang greasily remembered the tiger that he had encountered earlier when he was alone in this Yangjiagou. Now that humans are in extreme decline, the population of all kinds of wildlife has increased dramatically. The fact that there is a tiger proves that it belongs to the tiger's habitat and that there may be more tigers. But, at the moment there are fully 1,000 people here in Yangjiagou, and all the personnel of his side are also living in steel plate houses, so the beasts can't enter. Besides, there are high-powered searchlights and armed night watchmen at night, but there are actual firearms in their hands. Specialized armed personnel are also available to secure the construction site during the day. Even if an elephant comes by, it can be knocked down. That should be nothing to worry about. But even so, the roar of the beast made Zhou Chang slightly nervous in his heart, and the little monkey squeaked twice, leaning closer to Zhou Chang, quietly feeling the night that no longer belonged to humans, but to nature, to the flying birds and beasts. Zhou Chang entered into dreamland. Time passes quietly, and amidst all the hustle and bustle, the digging progresses at a rapid pace. With professional archaeologists on board, more information about the Yangjiagou tribe that Zhou Chang could not even discover was deciphered from those pottery jars, jade, bronze and other artifacts. But so far, Zhou Chang had yet to discover where that might have led to the common denominator that had caused the Yangjiagou tribes to incur the same kind of attack as the human civilization at this moment. 5 days passed quietly under these circumstances. The sky was always cloudy, but no rain ever fell. On this day, the night was late. Zhou Chang had originally gone to sleep, but he was pushed awake again. Turning on the light, he saw Suntan looking at himself somewhat nervously. Director Cho, it's starting to drizzle outside. Should we dispose of it here? Rain? Zhou Chang sat up instantly, following Sun Tian to the outside of the boarding house. He raised his head and just looked at the sky, when the sky and the earth suddenly brightened up as if the sun had risen. The light was fleeting, leaving only a few glimpses on the retina. Before vision could be restored, there was an explosion of thunder in the sky. The ground shook. The originally tiny raindrops also increased in size instantly. A gust of wind blew, and in the middle of the construction site came the sound of clattering steel plates being scraped. and I wondered if they had fallen off. Zhou Chang still remembered what Professor Wang Liyun had once told him. If soaked by rain, those areas that have been dug up will most likely be affected by the rain, and numerous clues may simply disappear, never to be recovered. The important digging points are covered with rain shelters, but looking at the weather at the moment, I don't know if they will hold. Caution must be exercised. Without hesitation, he rushed into the duty room in 2 steps and pressed the alarm hard. A mournful siren sounded throughout the construction site, and the door to one of the cubicle rooms opened. It's raining heavily. Secure the scene and act according to the plan. Come on, come on, come on. Under the searchlights, more than 1,000 disheveled construction team members and archaeologists rushed out, rushing to different excavation points according to the pre-plan. Under the overcast sky, boundless darkness enveloped the entire land. Only Yangjiagou excavation site has some light. The dense jungle was shadowed and seemed to hide countless unknown existences. The rolling hills in the distance lay quietly on the earth. Like a monster, people with raincoats, hammers and steel nails were scrambling to reinforce the rain shelters in the midst of the gusting wind and rain. The excavators that had fallen silent began to roar again, digging the drainage channel in a panic. Wang Liyun and other archaeologists in better physical condition were in the excavation pit, struggling to rescue those artifacts that could be excavated now. Sitting in his wheelchair, looking at the busy people under the light of the searchlight, Zhang Yunong sighed deeply. Not to mention the peak era of human civilization, even just 30 or 40 years ago. How could this happen at the construction site of an archaeological dig? A comprehensive weather forecasting system eliminates the possibility of bad weather sneaking up on you. Even in the event of inclement weather, the powerful engineering forces have long been prepared to deal with any unexpected possibilities. There is no way. Without weather forecasts and without sufficient engineering power, it will have to do. Rumble. Another blast of thunder rang through the sky. The wind is too strong. The rain shelter's not going to hold. In the midst of the chaos, a shout came from nowhere and the crowd rushed to secure the support rods and steel spikes. The drain is too narrow. Widen it. Widen it. 2 excavators rushed through the rain. The searchlights that had illuminated the construction site suddenly went out. The original boiling construction site was instantly quiet. Only in the next moment did a heartbreaking voice ring out. The wires were blown off. Zhou Chang yelled. Everyone don't mess up. Shin Gong. Fix the lines. The engineer in charge of the electrical system stumbled over with a couple of men. Boundless anxiety fills the mind. Sun Tian, who had recently been changed to security duties, was carrying a gun and was equally busy. But, along with a flash of lightning, along with the sudden brightness that descended between heaven and earth, he saw something unusual out of the corner of his eye. About 100 meters east of the construction site, a full body of dark yellow fur of the huge thing quietly lying there, as if surveying the busy people. It was a tiger. Sun Tian felt his sweaty hairs instantly stand up. His already aging heart also began to beat uncontrollably and violently. On the night of the heavy rain, there was chaos. If this tiger had charged into the construction site, there is no telling how much chaos would have been caused, how many people would have been injured or killed, and how much damage would have been done. Can't let this tiger charge. If you destroy this place, then, there is really no hope for my old son's child to be born. He let go of his grip on the brace and stepped forward quickly, raising his gun at the same time. People in the twilight years, especially those who left the cradle often, were all good shots. Most of those without good marksmanship died in the mouths of various beasts. Sun Tian had encountered tigers before, not just 1, but 2, and those 2 tigers only took him 4 bullets. At the moment, there was darkness in the scope. Chapter 20 Winter. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Sun Tian walked forward in broken steps while his whole body was on guard, waiting for the next lightning to come. The storm slapped on top of Sun Tian's already aging body, but at the moment, his body was like steel and didn't shake at all. A lightning bolt like a plant's root instantly cut across the entire sky, and the heavens and earth were brightened. Right at this time, Sun Tian fired, and at this same time, Sun Tian saw the tiger charging towards his side. The tiger is unstoppable. The sound of the gunshot was drowned out in the wild wind and rain and the noise of the people, and surprisingly no one heard it except Sun Tian. Sun Tian didn't hesitate and directly rushed over, and as he did so, he fired continuously into the darkness. His figure eventually disappeared into the darkness. The storm was still raging, but things were always slowly getting better. The canopy was finally stabilized, and the gutters came into play, draining the raging rainwater to the rest of the site. The wind-damaged lines are finally restored, and bright searchlights illuminate the construction site as if it were daytime. Amidst the rain shelters and boarding houses, people were soaked to the skin and looked at each other with a sense of gratitude for having survived. Fortunately, Fortunately nothing happened. Kitchen! Kitchen! Prepare ginger soup immediately. Everyone change out of your wet clothes. Zhou Chang shouted, arranging what was to come next. It's no small thing for a group of people over the age of 60 to get some kind of cold or flu. Just when the situation had stabilized, a voice suddenly rang out. Old Sun! Where's Old Sun? Who's seen Old Sun? Several members of the construction crew looked at each other, not seeing Sun Tian around, and then began to shout. Zhou Chang stood up with a huff, put on his raincoat, copied a gun and walked out. Behind him, Wang Jia and the other young men, as well as dozens of still physically strong construction workers followed. Old Sun is here. Quickly come! Quickly come! Accompanied by the sound of shouting, Zhou Chang and his party quickly came to this place, which is only less than 100 meters away from the construction site. The rain was still pouring down, the ground was muddy, and countless small streams of water were flowing down the river. Right in the middle of this heavy rain, Zhou Chang saw a tiger with dull yellow fur quietly lying on top of Sun Tian, no longer moving. Sun Tian is still alive. The tiger was dragged to the side by people's hands and feet. A hard smile appeared at the corner of Sun Tian's mouth. If it wasn't for my old son, this tiger would have rushed in. Dog day old Chen. Now believe the old man killed 2 tigers, right? Sun Tian coughed, frothy blood froth coming out of the corners of his mouth. The old man, who was addressed as Old Chen, muttered, "You son of a old son, you're still awesome. I'm convinced. Ignoring the heavy rain, Lu Yu quickly stepped forward, and after checking, he eagerly said, Master Sun should have fractured his ribs and punctured his lungs. We can't handle this kind of injury. Quickly get a stretcher and arrange for a helicopter to send him to the hospital immediately." The crowd didn't move a muscle. The person in charge of transportation looked at the sky and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This weather, helicopters can't take off. Lu Yu instantly froze. Cough. The sharp pain in his chest caused Sun Tian to only cough gently. He gasped for breath and looked at Zhou Chang. Director Xiao Zhou. You tell me again. Digging here. We will have hope. To have a child. In the end, is it true? Zhou Chang nodded his head full of gravity. I can guarantee that it's true. That's fine then. Wait, when my child is born, remember to tell him that his father has killed 3 tigers. Sun Tian slowly closed his eyes. The rain stops and the wind stops, and a sunrise rises from below the eastern horizon, illuminating the blue sky along with the rolling peaks of the earth. Only a few dozen meters from the construction site, a small mound has been piled up, and in front of the mound is a tombstone made of wooden boards. At the top of the headstone is a picture of Sun Tian, and below that is a line of text, Tomb of Sun Tian, the hero who fought the tiger. Further ahead was a huge, hideous tiger's head that had just been cut from its corpse to serve as an offering. The people spread out and stood in front of the grave, bowing at the same time and observing a moment of silence. Afterward, the people dispersed silently and spread out among the construction site once again. It's only fair to push the project a little more while the weather is good. Time slips away in this uninterrupted rush. The leaves and weeds in the mountains and forests gradually turned from bright green to withered yellow, and then rustled down, eventually leaving only bare branches. The wind in the mountains was getting colder and colder every day, and finally one day, when Zhou Chang woke up in the morning, he just lifted the comforter and felt a piercing chill. The tin house obviously didn't have any gaps, but the cold from the outside world penetrated in as if it could penetrate through walls. When I pushed open the door, I saw that it was covered in silver. Winter is really coming. Winter is the least friendly season for the elderly. Cardiovascular problems are prevalent in the elderly. Cold is highly susceptible to triggering and exacerbating this aspect of the disease. During this period of time, the health center where Lu Yu was located became the busiest place above the construction site. But even with the ample stockpile of medicines, the construction site could not be stopped from experiencing deaths. One old man after another fell headlong either in his sleep or at his post and never got up again. But the project is still moving forward. Between a blanket of silver, Zhou Chang saw numerous old people in heavy clothing either driving machinery or relying on manual labor alone, still busy above the small plains. But the difficulty of construction and the harsh environment are not what worries Zhou Chang the most. His gaze went to the edge of the small plain, above the peaks of the rolling mountains. The Yangjiagou tribe is located in a place that includes mountains and plains. At the moment, the places where they are digging are all on the plains. Plains are easier to excavate than mountains. At this stage, the party with only 1,000 construction workers can only work on the plains, and is unable to dig in the mountains. That would require more manpower and machinery, at least in the tens of thousands. But Would the world government agree to mobilize more manpower and devote more resources to the excavation of the mountains if it could not find crucial and valuable clues among the excavations in the plains? Even if the world government agrees itself, can it really make up its mind? Let's not forget that every engineering force pulled from among the cradle of humanity means that behind it will be a counterpart of elderly people dying for lack of infrastructure. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with worry. Right at this time, Wang Zhe, who was wearing a heavy coat like a bear, rushed towards himself with a deep kick. Before he could come to the front, Wang Zhe shouted, "Great discovery! Great discovery! Professor Wan wants you to go to the research room immediately." Chapter 21. 1 Second to Remember, Penchigu Novel Website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Zhou Cheng's heart instantly lifted. Hurriedly following Wang Zhe to the research room full of various skeletons and bottles and jars, Zhou Cheng then saw the archaeologists led by Professor Wang Liyun carefully studying around a stone slab. Seeing Zhou Cheng come in, Wang Liyun immediately said, "Zhou Cheng, come take a look at this." Zhou Cheng moved over and saw a simple picture engraved on that stone slab. In the painting, a full moon was suspended in the air. Next to the full moon, several small people kneeling on the ground were outlined with a few strokes. Zhou Cheng noticed that there was no image of a baby on the full moon in this painting. This seemed to imply that the painting was painted after the Yangjiagou tribe had lost their ability to procreate. As well, the little men kneeling on the ground were subtly different from the humanoid traces that had been found in the past. These little people, with lines of what appeared to be hair hanging down from their heads, the curvature of their spines is also a little greater. This should characterize the old man. The lines hanging down from the head are whiskers, and the curved spine is a stooped body. On the whole, this should be a portrait showing the priests of the Yangjiagou tribe unfolding their sacrifices to the moon god. Zhou Cheng muttered, "This doesn't look abnormal." "Prof," Wang Liyun said, "there's nothing wrong with the images of these figures, and there's nothing wrong with the image of the moon. But, the location is wrong." Wrong location? Zhou Cheng was a bit puzzled. To him, the portraits symbolizing the sacrifices were nothing more than figures and moons, and there was no difference. "Prof," Wang Liyun pointed to a previous portrait and said, "In a normal sacrifice, the moon's portrait is a bit smaller and higher. The moon here, on the other hand, is larger and lower. This expressive technique is mostly used to depict objects in close proximity among the Yangjiagou tribes, such as this one." She flipped through a stack of atlases and turned up a portrait depicting a clan hunt, pointing to a wild boar in the middle of the portrait. "Look, this boar is different from the rest of the boars. And what does the painting mean?" Zhou Cheng pondered carefully. "The moon is closer to them?" Horrifically, Zhou Cheng's eyes snapped open. No. Here, the moon should represent the image of the moon god. It wasn't the moon that approached them, but the moon god. Taken together, the meaning of this image would be that in the midst of this sacrifice, the moon god descended before them. Under the influence of the Yangjiagou tribe, people began to habitually call the unknown being who caused this disaster, making human civilization unable to produce offspring, and gradually began to die out the moon god. At this moment, this stone carving shows that the moon god, who has always been hidden behind the curtain and has never been known in any detail, has actually descended in person? Ever actually appeared in front of people? Zhou Cheng subconsciously looked to the side, where the skeleton of the Yangjiagou clan priest had already been collected. Could it be that this skeleton had seen with his own eyes the moon god who had descended from the unknown to the earth in his lifetime? Although there are also images of elderly people on the murals and stone carvings found before, the number is relatively small. Why is it that on this piece of stone carving, all the people participating in the ritual are old people? Where are the young people? Perhaps it was already the twilight period of the Yangjiagou tribe at that time? Because of the loss of fertility, there are already only old people left among the tribes? Wang Liyun nodded. Judging from the style and shape of the burial goods, yes. After the loss of fertility, the casting styles of Yangjiagou tribal pottery, jade, stone carvings, and bronzes all changed drastically, and the farther away from the point in time of the loss of fertility, the greater the change in style. This is a very normal phenomenon. After a person suffers a great change, his or her personality usually changes as well. Even today's human civilization, after suffering this catastrophe, there was a drastic change in the style of artistic and literary creation, which began to change from the vibrant energy of the past to nostalgia and decadence. Extrapolating from the shapes and artistic styles, these burial objects were also made at least 50 years after the Yangjiagou tribe lost their fertility. For a primitive tribe, 50 years old is an advanced age, solidly elderly. It also matches the characterization of old age on the stone carvings. In its demographic heyday, the Yangjiagou tribe had a total population of about 50,000 to 60,000 people. Given the medical conditions and per capita life expectancy in ancient times, It is presumed that 50 years after the loss of fertility, the total population of the tribe should have been reduced to less than 1,000. There may not even be 100 people. It has been truly, without the slightest exaggeration, end of tribe. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes. An image oiled up in his mind. Thousands of years ago, right here in this very land, the formerly thriving Yangjiagou tribe has been in full decline. The frantic, decades-long reproductive worship and sacrifices to the moon god had no effect. Still not a single baby was born among the tribes. The total population of the tribe had dwindled to the point where there were only a few hundred, if not less than 100. In this moment of utter despair, this only remaining population once again launched a sacrifice to the moon god. Unexpectedly, this time, the moon god showed up. The priests who participated in the ritual faithfully recorded the image on stone tablets and placed it in their tombs as their own burial object, where it remained until it was unearthed thousands of years later by a human civilization that had also suffered a plague. A very obvious fact was that even if the moon god had appeared, the fate of the Yangjiagou tribe had not been changed, and they were still annihilated in the river of history. But it doesn't really matter. Important. Why had the moon god, who had never appeared in the past, appeared in the middle of this sacrifice? Did the moon god communicate with the priests of the Yangjiagou tribe after he appeared? What if anything was communicated? Communicated? Was this exchange also recorded by the priests of the Yangjiagou tribe using stone carvings, murals, ceramic paintings, jade artifacts and the like? If even the image of the moon god's descent could be recorded in stone by the priests, then if the moon god had sent down any oracles at that time and communicated with the priests, it was very likely that the content of those communications had also been recorded. And it was obvious that those exchanges with the moon god were most likely the important information that his side had been struggling to find but could not. Zhou Cheng's eyes snapped open. Is it possible that this stone carving is a fake? Such as an artistic creation, an imaginary creation, or a creation under the effect of a psychedelic? Professor Zhang Yunong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shook his head. It's unlikely. The creative style of the Yangjiagou tribe is extremely realistic and there are no cases of exposure to natural psychedelics. Prof. Li Yunwang said. If this scene really did occur, then this slab should not be an isolated case, and we should be able to find more records on this matter in the follow-up. Good. Then we'll wait and see if a similar image can be unearthed subsequently. Chapter 22, Too Little. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The second set of drawings, on the 5th day after the first, was found above the walls of a burial pit. The details of this mural are somewhat different from the first, but consistent overall. It's all about the lower, bigger moon, and the old people on the ground who worship at the top of their lungs. The style and form of the burial goods also side by side corroborate the fact that the owner of this tomb was in the same era as the priest who had found the slab earlier. In this way, the authenticity of this image is confirmed. It is highly probable that it is not some fanciful painting, but really reflects some situation of the time. It is highly likely that the moon god actually descended before the last survivors of the then endangered Yangjiagou tribe. At the moment, with this major discovery, people were simultaneously energized. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, started thinking and discussing with the archaeologists once again. If this scene did ever occur, then suppose that there was a man who was intent on killing another man, and that he used some extremely subtle means to bring the other man to the brink of death. In doubt, disbelief, and despair, with no possibility of turning the tables again, and at this very moment, this murderer took it upon himself to appear before the victim. And common sense would dictate that he would say something to the victim? Wang Liyun pondered. Informing the victim of their modus operandi, or even their motives, for the purpose of admiring the victim's expression of despair and obtaining their own fulfillment? This seems to fall within the realm of criminal psychology. In criminal psychology, there are indeed murderers with this kind of mentality. Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. Maybe it's not to show off. If it's to show off, the priests should have hatred for it. Why would they still be so solemn about using it as a burial object? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the purpose was. What matters is that since the moon god showed up, it's highly likely that there was an exchange with the priests. And now, we need to find out what exactly they exchanged. Without communication, what do you descend to do? At this moment, confirming that the moon god had most likely sent down an oracle in the midst of the ritual, and that this oracle could have been recorded, and could be quietly buried in a burial pit at this very moment, the archaeologists and project managers were simultaneously invigorated. So much human and material resources have been expended, so much effort and sacrifice have been made, and now, at last, there is a little ray of hope that the truth can be ascertained. But, the probability of digging up an image or text that records the contents of an oracle on top of this plane is not high. Looking at the snow-covered mountains outside the window, Wang Liun sighed softly. This kind of important record will be accompanied by a great probability that one or several priests with the highest status will be buried in the grave. And from the Yangjiagou tribe's custom, people of higher status prefer to be buried in the mountains. Besides, we've already excavated more than 70% of this plain, and there are only a few edges left, so the probability of finding important information is not high. Zhou Chang also looked out the window together at the rolling hills and mountains, at the snow that covered them. Construction in the mountains is not the same difficulty as construction in the plains. With the only construction force we have, it is unlikely that we will be able to find the clues left behind by the Yangjiagou tribe in the mountains. I'll go to the top decision maker, Zhou Chang said in a deep voice. Now that there are further clues, the probability of finding key clues from the Yangjiagou ruins here has further increased. In this case, the top decision makers should agree to put in more chips. The helicopter roared to life and took off, carrying Zhou Chang all the way into the distance. Looking down at the ground from a high altitude, Zhou Chang saw boundless white snow. They cover the mountains, the towns abandoned by people, and the roads. Now that the mountains are snowed in, road traffic is cut off. The only way in and out is by helicopter. Even the supplies at the Yangjiagou site were transported by helicopter relay flights. After flying for a few hours, the helicopter stopped at a temporary supply point, where it was refueled before taking off again. This was repeated several times. And it wasn't until darkness fell that Zhou Chang finally arrived in Dying City. It's been another few months since we've seen each other, and with the bitterly cold weather at the moment, the city of Decoding is getting more and more depressed. Not only was the road sparsely populated, but even the people on both sides of the road had disappeared. The unmanned vehicles with snow tires trudged through the unplowed snow, delivering the vegetables and food, meat, medicine, etc. that people needed to each neighborhood, building by building. While the elderly were hibernating as if they were hibernating, never leaving the warmth of their homes unless they had to. Zhou Chang once again arrived at the World Government Building and met the top decision maker. Although the top decision maker looked to be in his 50s, Zhou Chang knew that he was actually 71 years old this year. Compared to last time, he still looked energized, yet his eyes seemed a little more tired and bloodshot. Zhou Chang knew that the position of top decision maker was not a good one in the Twilight era. The top decision makers of the Peak era can live up to their beliefs, push civilization forward according to their own thinking, embark on ambitious plans to realize their ideals, and in the process reap an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and write their names in history. But the top decision makers of the Twilight era can do nothing. Nothing at all. Ideals and beliefs are all empty talk. The only thing that the highest decision makers can do is to make sure that the process of civilization's demise is not too painful and that human civilization can have a more dignified exit, while watching it gradually decline without being able to do anything about it. It is a job that is not fulfilling in the least, but rather one that is always under great pressure. Before the current top decision makers, those who were also the top decision makers in the Twilight years all resigned voluntarily before their term of office exceeded 3 years, choosing to enjoy the last part of their lives by traveling to the mountains and landscapes, and enjoying calligraphy and painting while their health was still good. And the current top policymaker has been at it for 10 years, and it can be said that they have really done a good job of ensuring the gentle decline of mankind. Facing his somewhat inquiring gaze, Zhou Chang took out the 2 topographic images and placed them on the table. After recounting his side's findings, Zhou Chang made his request. The follow-up excavations are to be carried out in the middle of the mountainous terrain, and the existing engineering force is totally insufficient. For this reason, I am requesting that an additional 2,000 construction workers and corresponding machinery be deployed to the site at the current level to participate in the follow-up work. This number was the minimum number of people Zhou Chang had determined after discussing with the archaeologists and the person in charge of construction. Zhou Chang was certain that the top decision makers would agree. After all, the Yangjiagou site now presents a higher probability and is already worth investing greater leverage in. However, to Zhou Chang's surprise, the top decision maker did not directly agree, but fell into silence. Chapter 23. I'll take care of it. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The decision maker sat in quiet contemplation. A heart gradually sank in Zhou Chang. Perhaps, even if the probability of discovering more crucial clues there at the Yangjiagou ruins is elevated, the overall probability is still too low, and he didn't think such a tiny bit of possibility was worth the human world staking an even bigger chip. Just as Zhou Chang was trying to think of how to convince him, his thoughts seemed to have finally come to an answer. He slowly raised his head and looked fixedly at Zhou Chang. 2,000 people. Zhou Chang, don't you feel that the construction force is too small if there are only 2,000 people? Zhou Chang was stunned for a moment. The decision maker looked at him with a smile. How many people, at most, can work at the same time on the entire work surface there at the Yangjiagou site? Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and said, not quite sure. Between about 15 and 20,000 people. Then let's prepare for 20,000 men. Zhou Cheng said gruffly, we don't have that much engineering power. I'll take care of it. It's not enough to just have construction crews. We don't have enough archaeologists. Now there are only 20 or so archaeologists. And to ask them to command 10,000 to 20,000 people? They couldn't do it even if they were exhausted. The decision maker looked at Zhou Cheng and slowly said, I'll take care of it. One more question. The Yangjiagou site is not accessible by road. And the transportation of 20,000 engineers, the transfer of equipment, and the safeguarding of logistics, relying solely on helicopters, is far from enough. If we really want so many people, we still need to fix the roads to be able to do so. In this way, the total number of people needed is afraid to be more than 100,000 people. The implications of such a large-scale mobilization are too great, and the rest of the decision-makers are afraid they won't agree. The decision-maker calmly said, I'll take care of it. Zhou Cheng was silent. In making this decision, the decision-makers seemed to have considered all aspects and really made up their minds. He looked at Zhou Cheng with a smile. A truly rational decision is not to put in 1,000 people when there is a 1% probability of success and 2,000 people when there is a 10% probability. Truly rational decisions are not equiproportional in this way. Rather, in 100% of the time to put 1,000 people, 10% of the time, to put as many people as there are, to put as many people as they can, to do their best, not to make the slightest reservation. All the resources and manpower that can be invested, all invested in, and put their best efforts to win a future. Now, with the unearthing of these two paintings, I think the time has come to go all out at this moment. Zhou Cheng was still looking at this old man with some disbelief, his heart filled with inexplicable shock. The total number of human civilization's standing mobile engineering force was only a mere 100,000 people, and it was impossible for all of those 100,000 people to be drawn out. So where will he draw so much manpower and engineering power from? The answer was actually very simple and Zhou Cheng could think of it. The only solution is to recruit people from the community to join the project. Are already dying, no longer have any blood and passion in their hearts, have already accepted the situation of waiting for death, and have given up hope of the old people. Can they really burst out enough strength to carry out this project? That was a project on the scale of 100,000 people. Even in the peak era of mankind, when there were many young people, it was large enough to be called huge. At this stage, does our civilization really have enough power and enough passion to undertake such a project? Looking at Zhou Cheng who had fallen into silence, the decision-maker smiled. Have faith in our civilization. Go back and wait for the news. At 8 o'clock this evening, I will make a public speech and announce the matter to everyone in civilization. Yes. Zhou Cheng sighed softly and left the place. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Cheng sat down in front of the computer on time. The decision-maker's figure appears in the middle of the screen. He looked calm, unable to see any mood swings. Fellow citizens, I have gathered you all before the television because I have an important announcement to make. Today, in the 60th year of the Cataclysmic Chronicle, we have finally made the first progress ever on the road against the cataclysm. This progress is very small, but I believe that it must be a good start. The future holds more hope for our civilization. He recounted what Zhou Cheng had reported about the Yangjiagou ruins, as well as the progress made up to this point, and the subsequent goals. Yes, what happened to our human civilization is not an isolated case. Right here on Earth, in the midst of our homeland, there was once an ancient tribe that suffered the same fate as ours. That ancient tribe has already been annihilated in the river of history. However, we have reason to believe that in the course of their fight against the so-called moon god until their demise, there is a possibility that they may have left behind some clues that may be of great value to us in our fight against the calamity. The world government has decided to mobilize engineering forces to launch a full-scale excavation of the Yangjiagou site. Fellow travelers, the decision-maker sighed softly. Already in our twilight era, we do not have enough engineering power. Existing engineering forces are used to keep the cradle running and it is simply not possible to draw too much from it. Therefore, I am here to issue a call to arms. If you are in good physical condition, able to take on some physical labor, or have mechanical, electrical, engineering, medical, architectural, archaeological, driving, and other skills, I hope you will step forward and join this project that has the potential to change the fate of our human civilization. In the midst of this project, we may encounter great difficulties. After all, it has been too many years since our civilization has undertaken a new construction project, and our bodies are nowhere near as strong as they were in our youth. Our bodies have weakened, our brains are no longer sharp, and we have forgotten many of the skills of yesteryear. We may encounter all kinds of accidents. We may be injured or even sacrificed in the middle of the project. The harsh environment may induce diseases, and the logistic support may not be able to keep up for a while, so that we do not have enough to eat, wear warm clothes or sleep well. There will be many difficulties and obstacles. And, even if we overcome all of these obstacles and eventually complete a full excavation of the Yangjiagou site, there is a chance that we will not find any useful clues in it at all. In the end, we run the risk of paying a huge price for nothing. But I made the decision, along with the rest of civilization's decision makers, to issue a call to all of civilization to join the project. The reason is simple. My fellow countrymen, do not give up hope. Never give up hope. As long as there is a glimmer of hope left, you have to go all out and fight for it. Even if we ultimately fail, in the future, the intelligent civilizations that are likely to re-emerge on Earth will look at us with respect after discovering our remains and say that they did their best, that they fought to the very end, and that they did not give up hope until their ultimate demise. The words human civilization will always be a glorious and sublime name. My fellow countrymen, my words are finished. Thank you. Chapter 24, Dry Crush the Age. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The speech is over. In the middle of the scene, the top policymaker bends down and bows deeply to the camera. Zhou Cheng was silent for a long time before he stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the dark world outside. It was as if he once again felt the twilight and death aura that filled the entire planet. Everywhere, the speeches of the top policymakers did not seem to make any waves in this dead world. Buy a mountain. Buy a iron mine. Luo Jiangmo drove the mining truck and dumped the last load of ore into the crusher. The crusher rumbled on. He got out of the cab and old Chi yelled at him. Go go go. Luo Jiangmo took one last look at this mine car that he had driven for more than 10 years, and his eyes were filled with complex thoughts. He closed the driver's side door with a thud and walked on without looking back. At this moment, the Baya mining area, which covers an area of up to dozens of square kilometers, has been left with only pit no. one still having workers, and all the rest of the place has been abandoned. Including himself, there were only a few dozen people left. And, after completing the crushing of this last load of ore, it was time for his side to withdraw. In the dormitory, the mine manager Lao Wang brought white wine. The kitchen cooks brought hot dishes for drinking. A few large tables put together. The only remaining dozens of workers sat down around the table. Old Wang raised his glass and said boldly, all of us have been working together for more than 10 years, and we have persisted until now. Starting tomorrow, our iron mine will be gone, and everyone will have to go their separate ways. Here, I wish you all a bright future and happiness. Come on, cheers. The group heatedly picked up their glasses and finished them off in one gulp. Luo Jiangwo also took a sip of the wine in his cup. The atmosphere in the room was warm, but Luo Jiangwo always felt like a big stone was pressed in his chest, and even his breathing was a bit bad. The crowd joked and laughed, ate the food and drank the wine. Gradually, the sound of jokes and laughter gradually lowered. At the end, everyone began to be silent. Our Baja iron ore mine, or reserves so rich, high quality, mining conditions so good, just shut down? Yes, nearly 2 decades. The world consumed 1/3 of the steel from our iron ore mines, and now just shut down. Several of the workers mumbled. Luo Jiangmo said, it can't be helped. We human beings can't use so much steel, and we will never use it in the future. Old Chi sighed. It's kinda hard on the heart for a while. The workers laughed. Old Chi, you're still so sentimental at your age. Lao Chi did not say anything, but his eyes were slightly red. The laughter of the workers gradually lowered, and their eyes were also wet. The mine director Wang patted the table. Everyone will be free from now on. Can live in the cradle to enjoy the happiness. This is a good thing. A good thing. The whole so sad for what? Come on. Cheers. Cheers cheers. A break-up dinner. Eat. Luo Jiangwo do not know what to eat. The banquet ended hastily. He did not return to the dormitory to rest, but went out alone and climbed to a small hill next to him. Under the setting sun, the peaks rise and fall. Between the peaks, there are pits and roads, and abandoned machinery and vehicles parked everywhere. The rest of the place was empty except for his own place. Greeting the setting sun, Luo Jiangwo only felt a resentful gas filling his chest, making him unable to control the face of the distant yell. But all that responded to him was the squeaking of insects and the whimpering mountain wind. Hey! Luo Jiangwo sat on a rock and shook his head slightly with a bitter smile. It's time to go to the cradle to enjoy happiness. It's time to go to enjoy happiness. It seemed as if he had been drained of his essence, as if he had aged 10 years in the midst of this instant. He sat quietly and refused to leave until the sun set. Lao Luo! Lao Luo! A voice rang out. Luo Jiangwo turned his head, and saw old Chi climbing up from below with some difficulty, panting, hurry up. the decision maker made a speech, calling for us to go to the Yangjiagou project. What speech? What project? What does it have to do with us? He shook his head. It's time for us to get some rest. Old Chi pulled him up and down the hill without a second thought. The workers had gathered in the conference room. Is everyone here? Okay, I'll replay it again. Lao Wang operated it and the top decision maker reappeared on the screen. Compatriots. Accompanied by the highest decision maker's narration. Luo Jiangwo's waist, which had been hunched down, gradually straightened. The aura of senility that had enveloped his body gradually dissipated. His eyes brightened again, sharpened again. Hope, hope, he muttered. Old Wang looked at him. Lao Luo, the brothers have all decided to go for the Yangjiagou project. You're the only one left. Are you going or not? Go, of course. We'll all go as a group. All of us. Okay, all go. The conference room resounded with enthusiastic responses. The decadent atmosphere that lingered before disappeared completely at this moment. Danyang City, a street park. While the sun was shining today, an elderly man sat on a bench motionless in the sun, as if he had fallen asleep. The setting sun poured through the branches and leaves of the trees, illuminating his face like a knot of dead bark. Next to him stood a radio, from which came a babbling chant. Su San, left Hongdong County. The sound of the opera suddenly stopped. The old man opened his eyes in some confusion and looked at the radio. When he heard a low, strong voice coming out of the radio. Compatriots. Listening to the words in the middle of the radio, the old man's pair of half-open, half-closed eyes gradually opened completely. He picked up the radio and went back home. Honey, I have to go. Where to? Participate in the Young's Gap project. You're in bad shape. You're panicky and short of breath. What else can you do if you go but add to the chaos? All those problems come from idleness. If you go and have something to do, you'll get rid of all your problems. You don't know anything. What can you do there? Nothing. I still have this strength. You rest at home. I'm going to enroll. Old man. Wait. I'll go with you. What can you do? You're a mess. I can cook. Go on, I'll cook for the big guys. A bar in a young people's neighborhood. Amidst the dazzling lights and deafening music, a group of young people frantically shook their bodies on the dance floor, full of drunken pomp and circumstance. Watch this. I'm dry. Wang Mingyu raised a full bottle of beer, shouted out boldly, tilted his head and drank it down in one gulp, and thunderous applause and cheers immediately rang out beside him. I don't know how long it took. I don't know how much wine I drank, before Wang Mingyu was accompanied by a group of young people and staggered out of the bar. That's how to enjoy life while you're young. When is the best of times? Now is the best time. Back at home, Wang Mingyu lay on his bed and habitually touched his cell phone. There are many unread messages on it. After opening it and taking a look, Wang Mingyu was slightly stunned. Top decision maker speech? Yangjiagou project? After slowly looking through it, Wang Mingyu slowly got up and stood by the window. The cool night breeze blew, and Wang Mingyu steeply yelled, "Screw the best of times. I'm going to go to Yangjiagou and up this era." Chapter 25 right here in the mountains. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Early this morning, Zhou Chang got up and went to a nearby recruitment enrollment site. Since the first decision maker's public speech yesterday, enrollment points have been set up in every settlement and every cradle of humanity. If anyone wishes to participate in the Yangjiagou project, they can come here to enroll. Zhou Chang saw that there were already staff members there at the recruiting point who had moved out tables and set up computers. The sun had just risen above the eastern horizon. The cold winter sunlight reflected on the quiet and spacious roads. The early morning wind blew slightly, and the city was as quiet as if it had not yet awakened. Zhou Chang watched from the side for more than half an hour, and not a single person went to the recruitment point to enroll. Hey! With a soft sigh, a thought surfaced in Zhou Chang's heart. Maybe the first decision maker was wrong. People have long since given up hope and accepted reality. Strike that. Even if no one shows up to sign up, even if there are only 1,000 additions, the subsequent excavations can move forward. Just as Zhou Chang wanted to leave, an old man in a smart wheelchair slowly arrived at the enrollment point. I'm going to sign up for the Yankee Doodle project. The staff looked at it with some difficulty. How old are you, old man? 78 up. You are not very strong, or go back to get well. The old man slowly but firmly shook his head. I'm not there to do forceful work. I used to be an archaeologist, and I am very knowledgeable about bronze restoration. I can go do some research work on bronzes even if I can't walk. The two staff members looked at each other. Archaeologists, that's fine. What's your name? I'll register it. Registration completed. The old man staggered away in his smart wheelchair. The arrival of this old man was like flipping some kind of switch. After him, An older man with a healthier looking body and hair that was just gray instead of all white walked over. I'll sign up. I don't have much skill, but I have a lot of strength. I'll sign up too. I used to work as a rebar man and can rap rebar. I've worked as a road repairman and I can draw. The sun was rising and the whole world seemed to be waking up. There were more and more people coming here to the enrollment point. Zhou Cheng saw that in addition to the elderly, there were surprisingly some young people coming here as well. I'm a programmer who writes simulated baby anthropomorphic growth programs. That's that Blue Angel company. The project can't use programmers for the time being? It's fine. It's fine. Look at my body. I'm so strong. What kind of work can't I do? Old sister, why don't you stop signing up? You, too, don't have much skill. I have good eyes, can choose vegetables, and can cook. Buns, dumplings, steamed buns, rolling out noodles and making cold skin. Everything. The number of people who came to the enrollment point was even greater, to the point that the enrollment point had been surrounded. Those who came after them could only look anxiously inside from the periphery. The internal enrollment point, on the other hand, constantly erupts with arguments. Why don't you let me enroll? I have a heart condition, but it's under control with medication, so it's not a problem. You're looking down on people, aren't you? Don't look at me as skinny. I've got all the strength in the world. Just report it to me. It's fine. I'll count the deaths as my own, and absolutely no trouble from you. The heated arguments continued until the sun went down. Even after the staff repeatedly declared that they had already finished their work and would continue tomorrow morning, the people surrounding the place still refused to leave. Looking at this one old man with white hair or all white hair, a thought silently surfaced in Zhou Cheng's mind. It turns out that the first decision maker wasn't wrong. People haven't given up hope. Jingle bells. The cell phone rings. When he answered the phone, the voice of a staff member of the world government came out. Zhou Cheng, where are you? The decision maker has something for you. Hurriedly arriving at the world government building, Zhou Cheng perceived that the world government, which used to be twilight even during the day, now looked like it had regained its youth. The building was brightly lit, and the old people were all walking as fast as they could through the different rooms. A busy scene. When he came to the conference room, the first decision maker said, the number of enrollments has exceeded expectations. Today alone, more than 260,000 people have signed up, and even more are expected tomorrow. Zhou Cheng's pupils shrunk violently. It won't work if there are too many people. They're in Guangxi County. Even if you add in the buildings around the settlement that have been abandoned, it can only carry 100,000 people at most. It's going to be the best of the best. The first decision maker smiled. The selection, allocation, management, training, and deployment of supplies of personnel all take time. I am here to preside over the related preparations, and it is expected that the first group of people will be able to make their way to the county seat of Lightsey County at the beginning of next spring. When the time comes, a group of people can be dispatched to join the construction first, and material supplies can be transported by helicopter first. When the roads are repaired, they can all be put in. Now, can you go back to the ruins in peace? Zhou Cheng stood up and solemnly said, yes, go on, go on. The first decision maker waved his hand, a smile still on his face. Once again, people were abuzz after the announcement was made by helicopter arriving at the Youngs. The excavation of the site has not stopped in the midst of the winter cold and is still progressing with difficulty. Time is passing and before you know it, a special day is approaching. Chinese New Year is coming soon. Liu found Zhou Cheng with some worries. It's difficult to resupply now. The supplies sent are all compressed cookies and the like to carry hunger. The workers haven't eaten fresh meat and vegetables for a long time. Eating poorly affects your mood. And your body, too. Recently there are a lot more people getting sick. Now that it's almost Spring Festival again. Zhou Cheng, can you think of something? Liu Yu, who was once fine and fair-skinned, was now also full of frost and rough skin, with only a pair of eyes still shining. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. It's good enough to barely maintain supplies today. There's no capacity to ship more things. But, thinking carefully, he slowly said, if we can't count on the outside world, we can only count on ourselves. Zhou Cheng gathered the young people all together, greeting the somewhat restless, somewhat expectant eyes of the young people. Zhou Cheng said, now that the outside world is having difficulty with supplies, the level of food is very low. But I thought, it's almost New Year's Eve, so I have to eat something good. If the outside world can't deliver it, then we have to fight it ourselves. From where? Right here in the mountains. Wild boar, rabbits, pheasants, deer, goats, whatever it is that has meat in it. Everybody grab your guns. Follow me. Go into the mountains and look for meat. With Zhou Cheng's words, the crowd below instantly boiled as if a vat of hot oil had been poured into it. Go into the mountains and look for meat. Into the mountains, looking for meat. Chapter 26, Limits. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Dozens of young men and women gleefully shouldered their rifles and, splitting into teams, left the camp and set out into the mountains. Behind them, a group of old people watched this scene and couldn't help but have a smile emerge from the corners of their mouths. It's good to be young. Young people in today's day and age are basically trained in firearms shooting with some level of wilderness survival. The reason is simple. How can you go out in the wilderness without this training? It's the twilight of mankind, and there's enough pristine scenery in a random wild mountain. Wouldn't it be pointless not to be able to get out and play? Following the training they had received before, the 71 young men split into 7 hunting teams and went in different directions. The group Zhou Chang was in then set their sights on a group of wild boars. Big and small, there were a dozen boars. Following the footprints along the way, the group of wild boars was finally spotted in the middle of a depression. Everyone pick a target and shoot at the same time. Don't let them get away. Zhou Chang lowered his voice and issued an order. 3, 2, 1. Zhou Chang pulled the trigger. In an instant, 10 guns sprayed bullets together. 7 of the dozen boars instantly fell. Zhou Chang's eyes narrowed and he decisively turned his gun around. And with a few thuds, he killed the 3 boars that had missed the net. The remaining few boars were also killed by his teammates. Yes, Zhou Chang held up his gun and was the first to stand up, cheering loudly. Several students cheered along with him. The shouts resounded through this mountainous area. It took 5 trips before the people were able to transport the dozen or so large and small boars to the camp. The rest of the hunting party also brought back more or less prey. In a rough count, the gross weight of the prey that came back from this trip had actually reached more than 10,000 pounds. At least a few thousand pounds could be left after processing. The camp was as lively as New Year's Eve with the return of one prey after another. No, not as in, but this moment was supposed to be New Year's Eve. The cooks in the kitchen sharpened their knives, and the rest of the old people came to help, boiling water to remove the hair, gutting and breaking, and in less than a day they were finished. In the cauldron, large chunks of meat sinking up and down, meat grinder roaring meat into the filling, large pots of flour and dough, and then into a piece of dumpling skin. Dozens of people do their hands together, not a moment, a few thousand dumplings will be wrapped out. When it was time to eat, some people took out firecrackers from among the storehouse again and hung them on the trees to light them. A crackling sound. After eating and bustling until 12 o'clock midnight, someone else brought out the fireworks that had been prepared in advance. After lighting them, countless brilliant colors rushed into the sky, and I don't know how many birds and beasts fled from the wind. This night, the entire camp was gripped by a lively atmosphere. While looking at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, Zhou Chang remembered something else. I'm afraid that for hundreds of miles around, except for this camp, and the logistical staff at the foot of the mountain in Guangxi County settlement, no one else will come to feel the atmosphere of the new year. Stunned for a long time, Zhou Chang chanced to turn his head before seeing that Lu Yu beside him had been staring at himself, watching fireworks. Why are you looking at me? Lu Yu sat there with a pair of long legs wrapped around her. A stubborn face. Just have to look at you. You look better than fireworks. Touching his face, which was full of roughness and bearded, Zhou Chang smiled bitterly. What do I have to look at? It just looks good. Then I see you too. Zhou Chang also stopped looking at the fireworks and turned to stare straight at Lu Yu. This closer look revealed that the once fair-skinned woman was now also covered in frostbite, and there were even traces of frostbite on her face. The heart couldn't help but ache a little. This mountain is suffering you. Aren't you the same? And so is everyone else. What's so bitter about it? Lu Yu was a bit angry. Yeah, we're all the same. We've all come this far for the same goal. Zhou Chang slowly sighed and wrapped Lu Yu tightly in his arms. Winter is over and spring is in full bloom. The snow and ice are gradually melting, and a little green is creeping up between the yellowed branches and leaves. There are also more birds than before, twittering all day long. On this day, Zhou Chang received a message. The first group of 2,000 advance troops has already left and will be able to replenish the construction site in a few days. Subsequently, a total of 100,000 people will arrive in batches, and restoration work will officially begin on the roads and bridges leading from the settlement in Guangxi County to the construction site. At this moment the people stationed at the settlement in Guangxi County have begun their advance preparations. Like any long-abandoned town on Earth, the county seat of Liaozi County has been overrun by a variety of plants and animals. Except for the settlements, the rest of the county is desolate with weeds crawling over the roads and vines covering the buildings. At this moment, the weed whacker began to roar, sweeping away the carpet of weeds. The bulldozers roared, pushing the weeds and all sorts of garbage into a pile. Excavators and transport trucks roared down the long deserted roads, taking all this garbage that was preventing people from moving into the outskirts of the city. Lines began to be laid and water and electricity began to be connected. with the settlement as the core. The aura of civilization gradually spreads outward in the middle of this wilderness. When the first 2,000 people arrived, people set up cauldrons in various parts of the county. Truckloads of grain, oil, rice, flour and fresh vegetables were brought in, and hundreds of elderly people joined in the task of washing and choosing vegetables. A big pot of food, a pot of rice, noodles, steamed buns and buns came out hot. The 2,000 people had just gotten off the bus when they were greeted with warm hospitality. People gathered around a large pot and talked and laughed as they chowed down. If it wasn't for the white hair on people's heads, Zhou Chang would even feel like he had come to the peak era of human civilization. How could there be such a hot and angsty atmosphere if it wasn't the peak era? With the passage of time, more and more people and machinery converged on the county seat of Liaozi County. The helicopters began to roar, constantly traveling back and forth between the county seat of Guangxi and the ruins of Yangjiagou, sending the advance troops and supplies in. Various engineering teams then got to work, and dozens of construction sites scattered around the Yangjiagou site began to operate at the same time, repairing bridges and paving roads in an attempt to open up the roads that had been broken off once again. The number of on-site construction workers at the Yangjiagou site has also been boosted to around 3,000. It's not that the helicopters can't transport any more people here, but, after all, their capacity is limited. If there were more people here, there wouldn't be enough supplies. These 3,000 men, along with a multitude of large machines, then roared around the place all day long. Once the road is repaired, there will be no more bottlenecks in terms of supply, and it will be possible to raise the number of construction workers to the carrying limit of the operating surface. At that time, people will officially set off to the mountains to dig out the key clues that may exist hidden in the mountains. Chapter 27, The 100-Meter Bridge. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. At the moment, a total of up to 100,000 people were busy on the ground in Koshi County, making this small abandoned county, which had been turned into a no-man's land, busy once again. The project progresses by leaps and bounds, but along with the rapid progress of the project, some bad news gradually presented itself to Zhou Chang. In the peak era of mankind, when certain projects were carried out, even if only one person died due to an accident, what was ushered in was often a stoppage of work to rectify the situation, and those responsible would be penalized. But here yesterday alone, there were multiple deaths, as well as multiple injuries and hospitalizations. The reasons for this are many and varied. Most of the rest, except for those who had a sudden illness of their own, were due to construction accidents. It's actually quite normal. Facing a corpse in the morgue, the medical head said to Zhou Chang, "We are all old guys with bad heads, not so sharp hands, and not so fast reactions. Operational errors and improper coordination are common. You don't have to be pressured by this. Plus, everyone who signed up to come to this project was ready to leave their lives behind. Perhaps we can think of something to lower the casualty rate a bit." There's no way. The medical head looked at Zhou Chang fixedly and repeated, "There's no way around it. As long as the main body of construction is still elderly, there is no way to avoid this problem. The question is unanswerable at this point. In human society today, all people under the age of 60 who have grown up with frozen embryos are referred to as young people, but there are actually many among the young people who are already in their 50s. There are also a significant number of young people who are in school and have not yet reached adulthood. There are even some who are still learning by the skin of their teeth. The total number of young people who can be called strong laborers is only 10,000 people. Of these 10,000 people, a large proportion have taken up various key positions in the operation of the cradle, and it is simply impossible to withdraw them. I am afraid that there are less than 1,000 young people left who can be freely mobilized. Even if all these 1,000 young people were to be transferred here, they would not be able to bring about any change in the general situation. What's more, at the moment, a considerable number of young people were already involved in the project. Shaking his head, Zhou Chang left the morgue. In stark contrast to the coldness of the morgue is the heat of the outside. The old men were as if they had a second spring in their step, and busied themselves with all sorts of work with a passion, as if the deaths of their companions had not affected them in any way, much less had any fear arisen from them. Along the way by helicopter, along the route selected by the preliminary exploration, Zhou Chang saw dozens of construction sites. These are places where roads have been buried by landslides, where road bases have collapsed, where earthquakes have destroyed, where tunnels have collapsed, and various other situations. Concrete roads that seemed like they would last forever without human maintenance have now been abandoned after only a few decades of being sustained by the forces of nature. The small county town of Guangxi County has become a place where people gather. Supplies from all over the world are uniformly transported here, then processed and transshipped here, and then transported to each construction site. Dozens of construction sites, each with anywhere from hundreds to thousands of construction workers on top. The helicopters were constantly shuttling between the different construction sites, delivering personnel, supplies and building materials to each one. After some inspection, the helicopter Zhou Chang was traveling and eventually landed on the edge of a canyon. There was originally a steel bridge across the canyon here, bridging the two sides of the river. But now, along with the passage of time, the bridge has completely collapsed. Its remains fell at the bottom of the canyon at the moment, and it was already covered with moss and weeds. If one looked closely, one could even see it with the naked eye. Compared to the rest of the breaks in the road, this one was especially important, because Zhou Chang had already seen that the rest of the breakpoints might have a bit more engineering work, but they were actually without much technical difficulty. It's nothing more than piles of labor, piles of material, a little more time consuming, and it can always be repaired. This bridge is not quite the same. It's so technically demanding, but building this bridge was something people had to do. If you want to connect the county seat of Guangxi County and the Yangjiagou ruins, you have to cross this canyon. If the bridge is not repaired, this entire road will be like a python that has been strangled by 7 inches, unable to move and unable to exert any power. In order to repair the bridge, the world government issued a global call for all remaining bridge technicians, engineers, etc., and all of them were committed to the project. Yes, there is no bridge construction force at the disposal of the world government, and the need to build a bridge at this moment requires a temporary call-up from all over the world. The reason why this would be the case is also simple. There is no demand for it. The human world of the Twilight Era focuses on repairing and maintaining the engineering facilities left behind by the human world of the Peak Era, and basically doesn't embark on the construction of new projects, and this is certainly the case with bridges. So all the original bridge talent changed careers to do other things. Now that decades have passed, the talent is even more depleted. Even the skilled laborers and engineers that have been scavenged from all over the world with great difficulty are all aging and have not been in practice for decades, but there was no way around it. They were the only ones the human world could move at this stage. When the helicopter landed and arrived at the engineering command headquarters, Zhou Chang saw more than 20 gray-haired old men gathered in front of a huge set of construction drawings, discussing something with furrowed brows. Some of these elderly people are already confined to wheelchairs and cannot even speak clearly, but they are still doing their best to express their opinions through gestures, body movements, and then through the auxiliary staff. Mr. Liang, what's the situation now? The back has been a little stooped, but the spirit is still quite healthy. South Tushan Bridge project leader, Liang Changdong, chief engineer, said with a gloomy expression, the situation is not good, in which there are many technical details and difficulties for the time being has not yet been clarified. But please don't worry, Director Xiao Zhou, a bunch of us old guys, even if we put our lives on the line, we'll fix this bridge and we'll never drag the overall project down. Zhou Chang wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh and turn to say, if there are any logistical supplies and manpower needs, please find me immediately and I'll coordinate them. Good. Taking off in the helicopter, Zhou Chang's mind was filled with complex thoughts. At its peak, not to mention a 100-meter bridge, even a bridge across the sea was casually built. Now, the project that carries the hopes of the whole civilization and the attention of 1 billion people is stuck on top of this tiny 100-meter bridge. Really? Hey, the twilight years are what they are. There is no rest of the way. Chapter 28, The First Heart. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Zhou Chang had heard that except for aerospace, where the world government was still doing its best to maintain its talent replenishment and reserves, almost all other aspects were irreversibly in decline. Bridge construction and building is just a small microcosm of human decline in the twilight years. Even in aerospace, although the world government has been struggling to maintain it, it is now facing many problems. During these 60 years, it was not possible to even maintain parity, not to say to go further than the level of technology of the original peak era. The so-called struggle to maintain is just a way to make the decline of the technology and talent pool a little slower. The reason for maintaining the level of technology in aerospace-related fields is that it is believed that there is a relatively high likelihood that the hope of solving this catastrophe will rest on it. The reason for maintaining the level of technology in this field is that in the event that mankind needs to use it in the future, there will not be a lack of technology available. The Spring Thunder program, which froze millions of embryos to be thought out later, was also proposed and implemented based on this idea, also to leave enough young people as seeds for future human civilization, to leave the hope of solving the catastrophe, and to ensure that in case there is a breakthrough in the future, there will not be a lack of young people to use. It is a pity that in the twilight of the human world, where there is no hope of solving the catastrophe, and thus despair, The Spring Thunder project and the aerospace maintenance program have already had the meaning of doing for the sake of doing, and their original intention has been almost forgotten by the people. Shaking his head and withdrawing his slightly scattered thoughts, Zhou Cheng's attention was once again focused on the current bridge. These current engineers and skilled workers are already bridge specialists that have been scavenged with the efforts of the entire civilization. Apart from supplies and manpower, not even the world government can provide support to them anymore, let alone themselves. Specific technical difficulties can still only be relied upon. The helicopter gradually rose into the sky. Looking down from a high altitude, Zhou Cheng saw that on both sides of the canyon, under the protection of countless steel frames, the main body of the bridge was approaching the center from both sides. In this, there are countless gray-haired old men performing high-altitude work. Let's hope it all goes well. The helicopter flew deep into the mountains, to the site of the Yangjiagou ruins. However, before flying out far, Zhou Cheng, who was located high up in the sky, heard a dull rumbling sound, like thunder, and even the loud helicopter roar could not cover it up. Zhou Cheng instantly sat up straight and a heart instantly lifted. The next moment, the emergency communication system came out with a voice full of urgency, reporting to the commanding officer. A collapse occurred at the construction site of the South Tushan Bridge, and the loss is currently unknown, reporting to the commanding officer. Go back. Zhou Cheng let out a low gulp. The helicopter circled once and returned the way it came. Soon, that canyon reappeared in Zhou Cheng's field of vision. Zhou Cheng saw the dust-like mist swirl up in the huge and deep canyon, covering the interior of the canyon almost completely and making the interior seem completely invisible. Above the mists, on the edge of the canyon, the steel shelves that one had seen before, closing in from the sides of the canyon to the center, and the main body of the bridge within the steel shelves, had now disappeared. On both sides of the canyon, countless tiny figures were running back and forth, and there were even some people kneeling at the edge of the canyon, seemingly shouting loudly. Although we couldn't hear any sound coming from there, the sense of urgency and grief in it penetrated the barrier of space and pierced straight into Zhou Cheng's mind. In this instant, confirming the accident, Zhou Cheng's brain went blank for a moment. The helicopter roared to a landing, and Zhou Cheng and his team rushed straight over to join the first aid for the injured. Time passed slowly. The smoke and dust that had filled the entire canyon slowly dispersed. Standing on top of the canyon, Zhou Cheng finally got a clear look at the bottom of the canyon. Countless reinforced concrete creations crashed down to the bottom of the canyon, the steel twisting into twists and the concrete cracking into four large and countless smaller pieces, in which some twisted human limbs could be vaguely seen. Some searchers were searching below, but Zhou Cheng knew that it shouldn't mean anything. A fall from such a high place is hopeless. Above the canyon, the workers were pale and silent. South Tucson Project Construction Command. The engineers in charge of this construction sat frozen and withered. The last time our human civilization built a bridge was 39 years ago. After this, the last bridge building team was disbanded. Not only was the bridge building team disbanded, but the materials used to build the bridges, specialty steels, connectors, ties, specialty cements, steel girder structures, and so on, were gradually no longer being produced. Factories closed. Workers demobilized. Chief Engineer Liang Changdong muttered. His voice full of fatigue and sadness resounded in the middle of a dead silence in the command headquarters. On the surface it is just building a small bridge, but behind it, it is a multitude of industrial disciplines that involves almost the entire industrial system. 39 years, a full 39 years. Even the most outstanding bridge designers of that year have long forgotten how the bridge should be designed. The most outstanding welders, but also have long forgotten how the welding equipment should be operated. This current team of bridge builders was searched and cobbled together from throughout civilization. We recalled the knowledge that had not been used for 39 years, thought over and over again, verified again and again, and carefully started this bridge construction. But unfortunately, science does not tolerate flukes, and we ultimately failed. You may ask how it is possible that our civilization, no matter how declining it is, still has a population of 1 billion people today. So how can we not be able to build even a small bridge? As much as I hate to admit it, after this incident, I have to say that yes, we are no longer capable of building a bridge with even a mere 100-meter span, because our entire industrial system has pretty much disappeared. Forcing the outcome of bridges and ignoring their roots is like building a skyscraper without building the foundation. I didn't believe in this conclusion before either, but the results are there for all to see. I'm the one who killed them. Oh, I'm the one who killed them. Liang Chengdong covered his withered face and let out a suppressed whimper. There was silence in the command room. Zhou Cheng sighed softly and stood up. None of us would like to see such an accident happen. But, since it has happened, there is nothing we can do about it. The world government will take care of the aftercare and treatment. The question we need to be concerned about is, what next? This bridge, We must repair it. If we can't fix it, it's useless even if all the rest of the entire road is fixed. Chapter 29, The Wooden Bridge. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The significance of this bridge needs no elaboration and is very clear in the minds of everyone here. While there are some potential alternatives, such as building distribution centers on both sides of the canyon and using helicopters instead of bridges to transport the goods, or building cables to transfer the goods, all of these alternatives face one problem: too inefficient and too restrictive. No matter what the alternatives are, they are not as substantial as building a bridge that allows direct access. Without the bridge, the road, which has exhausted all the engineering capacity left in human civilization, will lose at least 80% of its significance, which in turn will impose serious limitations on the excavation of the Yangjiagou site. Liang Qingdong wiped away the cloudy tears from the corners of his eyes and remained silent for a long time before muttering, "There are so many places we need to make up for. Things like bridge work really do seem to be a matter of desire." Director Xiao Zhou. The only way to do this now is to use those materials left over from the peak era to cultivate a group of qualified skilled workers and engineers from scratch before it's too late. How long will it take? We're all getting old and can't learn things fast enough. Practical skills also need to be practiced over and over again, from design to construction, and it will take at least 3 years, no less, to get back to a level where we have the skills to build this bridge. 3 years is too long. Zhou Chang asked, "Can the process be simplified again? The requirements for this bridge are not high. It only needs to be able to support 5 years and carry a few hundred tons. Compared to those bridges built during the peak era of human civilization that could easily carry thousands of tons and tons of weight, and were used for decades and hundreds of years, Zhou Cheng's requirements could be said to be as low as the dust." But Liang Qingdong shook his head somewhat feebly. "What I'm talking about is after simplification." Zhou Chang was silent. Because of a tiny bridge that was not the slightest bit insignificant to the humans of the peak era, the excavation project of Yangjiagou was rigidly stuck for 3 years, which was something that no one could accept. Except, what happens if you don't accept it? With a somewhat heavy heart, Zhou Chang returned to the Yangjiagou excavation site, looking at the people who numbered up to more than 3,000, but were still sparsely scattered across the large construction site. Zhou Chang sighed softly. Without enough manpower, the ruins could not be excavated quickly enough, and could not produce enough information about the Yangjiagou tribes to know whether the moon god had really communicated with the ancestors after he had descended in the first place, much less what exactly they had communicated. 3 years' time. There's no telling what the human world will be like in 3 years' time. At dinner time, as usual, Zhou Chang joined Lu Yu, beat the meal, and found an empty table to sit down. Lu Yu ate a mouthful of rice and said with concern, "I heard that something happened there in the South Two Mountain Canyon? The bridge collapsed and many people died." Zhou Chang sighed and recounted what had happened. 3 years? Lu Yu was taken aback. "We can't afford to delay for so long." "Who says it isn't? But right now, there's no way." Lu Yu frowned slightly and put down her chopsticks. A moment later, she said tentatively, "If the reinforced concrete bridge doesn't work, can it be replaced with a wooden bridge?" "A wooden bridge?" Zhou Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Even reinforced concrete can't extend a 100-meter distance, let alone wood." Lu Yu retorted, "That's not necessarily true. In my hometown, there is an uncle who knows how to build wooden bridges, and he built the wooden bridge next to my hometown settlement, with a span of more than 20 meters. I still remember him saying that he could build it even if it was 100 meters, not to mention 20 meters. When I was a kid, I heard him say that this craft was also selected for the peak era of what what came. Yes, I think it is called the Intangible Cultural Heritage List." Zhou Chang also put down his chopsticks and his expression grew serious. "A wooden bridge spanning 100 meters? What's the load? Is it difficult?" "I don't know, but it shouldn't be too difficult, right? I heard from my mom that when that wooden bridge was built, it seemed like only the people who went to our settlement caused it. Load then. I used to play there when I was a kid and often saw trucks passing over it, so the load should be pretty high, right?" Zhou Chang thought for a moment, walked out of the cafeteria, fished out his cell phone, and dialed engineer Liang Qingdong's number. "Hello, Mr. Liang. I'm asking you for a little knowledge about bridges. They're in the South Tushan Canyon. The steel bridge can't be built. Can it be replaced with a wooden bridge?" "A wooden bridge?" Liang Qingdong's words were filled with shock. "How is this possible? How can a wooden bridge span 100 meters? What's more, we have to pass the truck. A car is dozens of hundreds of tons. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Hearing these words, Lu Yu immediately became unconvinced. "How is it impossible? There is a wooden bridge in my old settlement. The span is not 100 meters but it is more than 20 meters, and it often passes trucks." "Young man, The wooden bridge you're talking about is decorative, right? The kind where you use steel for the internal force structure and get some decorative wood on the outside. Although my old Liang is rusty in his craft and hasn't built a bridge in decades, some common sense is still clear. A wooden bridge? Absolutely impossible. Mr. Liang, it's not that I'm carrying on with you. This wooden bridge is near my old settlement. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. I'm sorry, this girl, I'm very busy at work. I'm afraid I don't have time to visit. Director Xiao Zhou, is there anything else you need? Zhou Chang did not reply, but pondered silently for a few seconds. If the steel bridge can be replaced with a wooden bridge, then the many difficulties currently faced by his side will be solved. In materials science, there will be absolutely no need to learn any new methods of steelmaking, no need to build factories, no need to train workers. The reason is simple. Human civilization in today's twilight era lacks everything but wood. Trees of all kinds, decades and centuries old, are almost everywhere. The craftsmanship also requires no further study by engineers and skilled laborers, because as a whole, wooden bridges are certainly less technical than steel bridges. If the wooden bridge really works, doesn't it mean that your side will be able to save several years and have the road open in a short period of time? Mr. Liang, you should put the work at hand aside for a while. Hearing is believing and seeing is believing. So let's go to the site and take a look. This, after hesitating for a moment, Liang Chengdong still said somewhat helplessly, alright, then go and take a look, and try to go and return quickly. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Chang looked at Lu Yu. Get ready, we'll leave as soon as possible. Yes, Lu Yu nodded her head vigorously. It's been a long time since I've been home to visit my mom and dad, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to visit them. And, her face began to blush a little, just so they can see you too. Chapter 30, Subtlety. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Early the next morning, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu came to the settlement in Guangxi County, and after meeting up with Liang Chengdong, the three of them each brought along their guns and bullets, as well as a variety of supplies, and once again drove the pickup truck that Zhang Chang had previously driven along the already slightly dilapidated highway toward the front. Lu Yu's old home, the original Wei County, was about 500 to 600 kilometers away from the Guangxi County at this moment, and could almost be reached in a day. Leaving Guangxi County, the original prosperity will quickly pass away. The roads were once again cold and clear, and not a single car could be seen for a long time. Abandoned buildings also appeared on both sides of the road. The car sped along, and in the evening it stopped at a bridge beyond the former Wei County settlement. This is it. When the three of them got out of the car, they saw a small river that was more than 10 meters wide leading into the distance like a jade belt. The river flowed quietly, with fish leaping out of the water from time to time. On both sides of the river, large patches of green grass and wildflowers of various colors swayed with the wind, and bursts of refreshing fragrance kept coming with the breeze. Above the river, a rustic wooden bridge bridges both sides of the creek. It is an arch bridge, the main structure of which is built entirely of wood, without any piles in the center, and it just crosses the whole river. The moment he saw this wooden bridge, Liang Chengdong's expression became serious. He carefully climbed down the river bank, padded over to the edge of the wooden bridge on either side, and took a closer look. After looking for a while, perhaps because he couldn't see it clearly, he also took some equipment out of the pickup truck and scrutinized it. While waiting for Liang Chengdong to observe, Liu said with some emotion, I heard my mom say that this wooden bridge was already built when I was not even born yet, and it has been at least 20 years by now. When I was little, my mom and dad used to bring me here to play, fish, and catch grasshopper bugs, but now that mom and dad are old, they usually don't leave the cradle anymore. Zhou Chang greasily remembered his parents. They are also old and will only stay within the settlements in Daly County, and will generally not leave. Zhou Chang knew that the reason why the world government did not take centralized parenting measures for these young people who had thought and developed into adults from embryos, but instead purposely wanted to assign them to the old people to raise them, the purpose of which was nothing more than to enhance the young people's sense of belonging to the human civilization. So far, this line of strategy of the world government has been successful, although there was no blood relationship, whether it was Lu Yu or himself, or the rest of the classmates, they all had extremely deep feelings for their parents. I should just go back and visit mom and dad when I have time. 2. Zhou Chang thought silently. Time passed by bit, and the sun gradually dipped in the west. But Liang Chengdong's observation was still not over. How was this bridge built in the first place? I heard from my mom that this bridge was built under the auspices of Uncle Fenglan. Uncle Feng's family seems to be a wooden arch bridge family. Since his grandfather's generation, he has built wooden bridges for many scenic spots. Uncle Feng also learned this craft from a young age. Mom said that her mother had seen the government give Uncle Feng's family medals and plaques, saying that it was an intangible cultural heritage to be protected. It was so lively at that time. But then, the calamity came, the twilight era came, the scenic spot didn't ela, and no one looked for Uncle Fong to build a wooden bridge, and Uncle Fong's character began to be eccentric. Uncle Fong has a weird personality? Yes, he has a bad temper, probably related to the fact that his lifelong learning is suddenly useless. When the settlement was first established and everyone moved in together, Uncle Fong often quarreled and fought with others, but he liked me a lot. When I was little, when he had something good to eat, he would save it for me, never scolded me or beat me, and would take me to play. Then this wooden bridge. I heard from my mom that there used to be a concrete bridge over the river in those days. Around disaster year 33 or 34, the bridge collapsed. The people of the settlement approached the government, but there was a delay in getting it repaired. Uncle Fong then said, "Why don't we build a wooden bridge?" He could build it if the guys would help get the wood. The guys thought that the government's bridge building team is afraid to wait. So many years have not heard of where the new bridge was built, so they listened to Uncle Feng's words. Then, under the direction of Uncle Fong, the people of our settlement built the bridge themselves, and then we didn't have to make a detour when we went to the city. Listen to my mom said, that period of time is Uncle Fong temperament best period of time. The whole person is not the same, even legs and feet are much sharper. But after this bridge was built, not long after, Uncle Fong became that look before again, all day quarrel with people, all day cursing. Not long after the body also began to not very good. Hey, Lu Yu shook his head and sighed softly. At this time, Liang Chengdong finally finished his examination. His lips quivered slightly and his eyes filled with a strange glow. Unbelievable, unthinkable Wooden bridge can be built like this. Before it was my well-bottomed frog. Director Zhou, I've looked at it carefully. The wooden bridge proposal might actually work. Where is that Master Fonglan? Let's go find him quickly. Lu Yu raised her head with some pride. I told you so. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, asked, the structure of this wooden bridge is exquisite? Is it difficult? Liang Chengdong said, in terms of technology alone, it's far worse than a regular steel bridge, but how to say it? This can probably be considered two different technical routes. Steel bridges are good, but they're pretty much kind of lost now. This wooden arch bridge is simple, but there are sets of techniques in place. Zhou Cheng was a bit puzzled. So is it simple or subtle? Liang Chengdong said, simplicity means the basic principle, which is nothing more than transferring the force to both sides of the bridge through the arch structure. Sophisticated means that its technical details are exquisite, which involves a deep understanding of materials like wood, and the steel concrete used in our steel bridges, is a different route. Zhou Cheng nodded. I probably get it. Then, let's go. The trio drove over the wooden bridge in their car to the gate of the former Wei County settlement. An old man with gray hair poked his head out of the steel gate watchtower. Lu Yu got out of the car and called out full of excitement. Uncle Lu, it's me. I'm back. The doubt on that old man's face instantly turned into excitement. It's Jade. Jade is back? Okay, wait. I'll open the door for you right away. Everyone come out. Jade is back. Our Jade is back. The steel gates open from the inside. The car pulls in, and the old folks from the former Wei County settlement gather. Two of the old men were full of excitement as they came before Lu Yu. Jade is back? Good. Dad. Mom. Lu Yu let out a cry and pounced over to hug the two, her voice already choking a bit. Chapter 31, Fortunes. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Good daughter. Why are you so thin and dark? The two old men were overwhelmed with emotion, and the look they gave Lu Yu in their arms was filled with love and heartache. After hugging for a long time, the three of them separated. Lu Yu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and broke into a smile. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Cheng, my boyfriend. Zhou Cheng stepped forward and politely said, Uncle and Auntie, how are you? Hey, good. Lu's father and mother looked at the tall, well-built Zhou Cheng and smiled. The gathered elderly people also brought smiles on their faces. The young man looks like a decent person. Our Xiaoyu is not aggrieved to be with him. That's right. I heard that young people nowadays are not the same as in our time. Not to mention marriage. They don't even talk about love. It's good that Xiaoyu can find such a good boyfriend. Zhou Cheng? Sounds a bit familiar. Some time ago the first decision maker is not what speech, said what Yangjiagou project. I vaguely remember. Yangjiagou there is a young man first discovered? It seems to be called Zhou Cheng as well? Lu Yu proudly said. Auntie son, you're right. Yangjiagou there is where Ah Chung discovered it first yet. He's now the chief director of the Yangjiagou project. Ooh, the elderly onlookers were filled with shock and awe. Jade's got a good one. That's right. I've read the report that said Zhou Cheng he stayed in the mountains by himself for several months, and it was not easy to dig out the first clue. In today's age, it's not often you see young people who are so capable and also so responsible. Jade is blessed. In the face of a voice of praise, Luyu was so happy that her face was slightly red, and her arm was even wrapped around Zhou Cheng's arm and refused to let go. Father Lu and Mother Lu also looked at Zhou Cheng, their sights filled with relief. Director Zhou, is there any progress there in Yangjiagou now? That is, did you dig up anything new? With all eyes on him, Zhou Cheng felt a great pressure, and could only maintain a slightly stiff smile on his face as he kept answering people's questions. It's not a big deal yet, but it should be soon. It's fine. No hard work, no hard work. Yes, Jade and I are both in Yangjiagou. Only after a long time did Luyu act as if she had remembered something, and busily let go of Zhou Cheng and said to her parents, I forgot to introduce you. This is Liang Chengdong Liang Laborer. Laborer Liang. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you just now. Liang Chengdong had a kind smile on his face. It's okay. Elder brother Lu, sister-in-law of the Lu family. Good for you. You have raised a good daughter. Thanks a lot, all of you. Don't stand around. Go to the house and get some rest. It was getting late at the moment. The group cafeteria at the former cradle of Health County has made dinner. Lu father and Lu mother fetched the rice from the cafeteria, and the two of them, Lu mother and Lu Yu, fetched the ingredients again and entered the kitchen to start getting busy. Father Lu, Zhou Cheng, and Liang Chengdong were chatting in the living room. Uncle Lu, let me ask you, how is Uncle Feng Lan Feng of our cradle doing these days? Old Vaughn? Lu's father sighed. Old Feng's health is not good. His legs are paralyzed. He can only sit in a wheelchair. Hey, Old Feng, this person is just too angry. All things have to fight with people before, and now the age is even younger than me, paralyzed. Really? Paralyzed? Zhou Cheng's heart sank. This is not good news. In this day and age, I am afraid that Feng Lan is the only one left in the world who knows the full set of wooden arch bridge construction techniques. You're looking for him for something? Liang Chengdong said. It's like this. He recounted what happened, and at the end, sighed, our human civilization now even such a small bridge cannot be built. Listening to Xiaoyu said we have a Feng Lan, once selected in the peak era of the what? The list of intangible cultural heritage bearers, have a hand to build a wooden arch bridge of the craft, thought to see if you can build a wooden bridge out. Lu's father looked a bit complicated. If you are a normal person, there is nothing to say. When it comes to this kind of big thing, you have to do it even if you put your life on the line. It's just that old Feng is a man with a strange temper, so I really don't know if he's willing to agree. Lu father's words cast a shadow over both Zhou Cheng and Liang Chengdong's hearts. Can an eccentric, extremely angry old man with paralyzed legs, himself really convince him to do his part to save civilization? The two of them, Mother Lu and Lu Yu, had finally finished their busy schedules, and a sumptuous dinner was set on the table. Zhou Cheng and Liang Chengdong, two hearts heavy, but Lu mother was smiling throughout, constantly to Zhou Cheng dishes. Even the bowler piled up refused to stop. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly, but Lu Yu was full of gloating and made a face at him. Zhou Cheng's stomach was almost bulging from a meal. It was hard to end this dinner, and under the leadership of Lu's father and mother, the three of them marched towards a room at the edge of the cradle. Is old Feng asleep yet? With a loud greeting, Father Lu directly pushed open the slightly rusted iron door. Zhou Cheng walked in, and at a glance, he saw models of wooden bridges all over the compound. Those models were extremely delicate, placed in bits and pieces in the middle of the courtyard, like a bridge pavilion. Old Feng, have you eaten yet? Lu father took the lead and walked into Feng Lan's room and greeted him. The next moment, a slightly gloomy voice came out. What's it to you if you eat or not? Expecting me to starve to death? You old Feng, how do you talk? As he spoke, Zhou Cheng's few people also entered the house. A strong musty and old man smell poured into his nose. Under the not-so-bright light, an old man with a withered and shady face and a thin body was sitting on a smart wheelchair, looking at his side full of mischief. What are you doing in my house? Get out, all of you. The old man scolded sternly, and Lu's father was slightly embarrassed. Lu Yu stood out. Uncle Feng, I came to see you. Are you going to let me go out as well? Feng Lan's face full of shades of gray suddenly loosened and eased. Little Jade is back? No wonder I heard so much commotion outside just now. Ahem. It's rare that you still remember my old man. Don't worry, I can't die yet. If you're fine, hurry up and leave. Lu Yu laughed. Of course there is something I came to find you. There's a big thing I need to ask for your help. Feng Lan said impatiently. If you have something to say, say it. Here's the thing. There's Young's Gulch. Lu Yu told the story once more. So, we would like to ask you to come out and build a wooden bridge out. Zhou Cheng's heart lifted slightly. This kind of eccentric and stubborn old man, if he was determined to refuse to agree, there was almost nothing his side could do. However, at this moment, the only hope of his side was pinned on him. If he won't say yes, then, accompanying Lu Yu's narration, Feng Lan's eyes, which were always slightly squinted, had widened at an unknown time. The body leaning on the wheelchair also sat up straight without realizing it. The gloom on his face had dissipated and was replaced by a face full of seriousness. A wooden bridge? Chapter 32, 3 months. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Facing Feng Lan's inquiry, Lu Yu nodded. Right. Hearing this answer, Feng Lan's eyes seemed to brighten a few points. He asked again. The span should be 100 meters? Right. His vision brightened. To cross a canyon that's over 100 meters high? Right. Feng Lan's body leaned forward slightly, and there seemed to be more than a little tremor in his voice. Is there enough wood? Zhou Cheng answered the question in Lu Yu's place. Sufficient. Whatever wood you need, the world government will harvest it over for you. Is it well staffed? Liang Chengdong answered the question. Don't worry about the manpower. Introducing myself, I am the person in charge of the construction of the Nanta Mountain Canyon Bridge, and right now there are about 500 people in manpower available at our site. If it's not enough, it can be replenished at any time. You're the head of construction? Even the person in charge? You should have already started building the bridge, right? Then what's the point of coming to me? Liang Chengdong was silent for a moment before he whispered. It collapsed. Feng Lan grunted. He leaned back in his wheelchair once more and closed his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, he said, Is there any meat left there in the cafeteria? Help me fetch some meat over. Lu's father's eyes were filled with surprise. Old Feng, don't you not eat meat? Feng Lan snorted coldly. Where will I get the strength if I don't eat meat? Yes, I'll go fight for you. Lu Yu picked up the bowl and hurried out and back, beating back a bowl full of meat. Feng Lan held the bowl and somewhat tremblingly brought a piece of meat into his mouth. After chewing a few times, muddy tears suddenly flowed from the corners of his eyes. More than 30 years, this craft of mine, finally have a use for it. He desperately stuffed large chunks of meat into his mouth, chewing desperately then swallowing hard. After finishing the bowl of meat, as if he had strength, he held onto the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up stiffly. His withered legs were still trembling, and the veins on his arms holding the handrail bloomed, but he still insisted on standing and refused to sit down. Old Feng, just sit down and rest. Feng Lan shook his head and said, It's fine. I can still eat meat. I can still stand up. And this bridge, I can also build it. Director Xiao Zhou, right? Let's go. Looking at this old man who was previously full of wither and seemed to have a short life, but at this moment was as if he was infused with vitality and spirit, Zhou Chang unconsciously gained more respect in his tone. It's too late today. We have to wait for tomorrow before we can set off. Tomorrow? He sighed and turned to Liang Chengdong. Mr. Liang, right? Let's discuss how to build this bridge tonight. Good. Liang Chengdong stayed behind, and Zhou Chang several people left. Lu's father was a bit emotional. This old Feng, once he heard that there was a bridge to build, the whole person seemed to come to life all of a sudden. Lu's mother also said, if it wasn't for this, I'm afraid this old Feng wouldn't have lasted more than a few months before he had to leave. After staying at the original Wei County cradle for the night, early the next morning, Zhou Cheng's trio came to Feng Lan's home and pushed Feng Lan's wheelchair out. Neighbors who had already heard about the incident came and talked about it. Old Feng finally has a use for this craft. I didn't expect Old Feng can also be involved with such a big event as the Yangjiagou project. Today's Feng Lan looked great, no longer had a bit of gloom on his face, and even began to smile and greet the crowd. Assisting Feng Lan into the car and welcoming her parents' gaze full of reluctance, Lu Yu waved her hand vigorously to her parents. Mom, Dad, Auntie and Uncle, I'll see you often. Until the car turned the intersection, disappeared from the crowd's field of vision. People are still standing at the gate of the cradle for a long time refused to disperse. The car sped along the empty road. Zhou Chang and Lu Yu both sat in the front row, while Liang Chengdong and Feng Lan both sat in the back seat. Feng Lan's interest seemed to be very high. Along the way the two of them kept chatting about some of the things that the bridge was built for, so that Zhou Chang and the two of them couldn't even insert their mouths. However, as they chatted, the topic turned to the specialized construction of wooden bridges, so Liang Chengdong also closed his mouth and could only listen to Feng Lan talk about it there. It didn't help that he didn't know anything about handling wood or building wooden bridges. In the late afternoon, the car arrived in Lightsey County, and here in Nantucket Canyon, Feng Lan, who was already out of his wheelchair and supported by people, looked at the canyon in front of him that spanned 100 meters, and his face was filled with a strange color. Zhou Chang knew that this place would be his stage next. After stopping at the canyon for a long time, Feng Lan came to the command room. A meeting involving all the bridge experts was held immediately. This is where people will finalize the detailed construction plans for the wooden bridge. By the next day, a report was submitted to Zhou Chang, spanning 100 meters. It is expected to last 3 years and has a maximum load capacity of 70 tons. These parameters are shabby compared to modern steel bridges. 3 years of use is enough, except that the maximum load capacity is only 70 tons, which is really less. Can we replace the wood with steel, but still build it the way a wooden bridge is built? Would that improve the load bearing some? Liang Chengdong shook his head. No way. Old foam will only build wooden bridges. If he switches to steel, the center of gravity of the bridge, tensile, compressive and whatnot, will all change. It won't work. Zhou Cheng thought for a moment and said, alright, a wooden bridge then. The load bearing is a bit lower, but it's better than nothing. With the subsequent addition of cables and whatnot, it can also share some of the transportation needs. It's enough. By the way, how long is the construction period? 3 months. 3 months? Zhou Chang was also taken aback, and then he was happy. In that case, there will be no delay in the opening of the traffic. Good, good. Construction of the South Tuscan Bridge began quickly. According to Fenglan's request, many logging teams dispersed in all directions, searching everywhere in the rolling mountains for trees that met the demand. In the past, at the peak of the era, if anyone dared to cut down the trees in the mountain, I'm afraid that they would have to sit in jail. Now it doesn't matter. Just cut it down. Even if it empties the mountain, it's fine. Once cut down, a helicopter was used to lift it directly to the construction site. Numerous wood processing equipment was also brought here at the construction site. According to Fenglan's request, a piece of wooden board, a log was quickly molded, and then like building blocks, it began to extend along the edge of the canyon. After 3 months of work, at the beginning, Fenglan was still a bit inconvenient to walk and had to rely on a wheelchair from time to time. However, after only 1 month, Fenglan, who has increased his food intake, has fully regained the ability to walk. At the end of 2 months, he even began to have some muscles on his body, and his entire mental state was as if he had been transformed. His voice was loud and his feet flew. 3 months passed quietly. On this day, under the watchful eyes of Zhou Chang, Lu Yu, Liang Chengdong and the others, a layer of steel plate was covered on top of the wooden bridge deck. This, the final step in the construction of a wooden bridge. Chapter 33, The Oracle. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. After laying the steel plates, a hopper without a front end, filled with rice, flour, grain, oil, and other supplies, with a total weight of 50 tons, towed by a tow rope on the opposite side, slowly came from the edge of the canyon on this side, and drove toward the wooden bridge that had just been built. At the edge of the canyon, countless people watched the scene together, and an atmosphere of tension and slight anticipation filled the air. The heavy bucket pressed against the steel plates. From this moment on, its weight, all of it, was supported by the tens of thousands of planks and logs below. The bridge made a slight creaking sound. Zhou Chang was slightly nervous in his heart, but his reasoning told him that this was a normal situation. It was nothing more than the sound made by the deformation of the wood. Next to them, Fenglan, Liang Changdong, and the others nervously gazed at a screen. There is a multitude of data changing above the screen, corresponding to the hundreds of sensors mounted on the bridge. The heavy bucket traveled slowly traveling from one side of the canyon to the other. Liang Chengdong slowly stood up and loudly announced, all sensor readings are normal. Wow! At this moment, countless people applauded at the same time. Zhou Chang also desperately clapped his hands. At this moment, it was as if he saw truck after truck driving over this wooden bridge, transporting countless food and vegetables, countless equipment and instruments, and countless personnel and supplies for the Yangjiagou base. One of the deadliest breaks in this entire path was connected. Greeting the applause and cheers of countless people, Fenglan slowly closed his eyes, and muddy tears crossed his rough face. He suddenly turned to the two of them, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu, and bent down with his hands together. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Chang and Lu Yu both rushed to assist at the same time. Uncle Feng, it's our turn to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long it would have dragged on at the Yangjiagou construction site. Fenglan had tears glistening in his old eyes, and his face was full of candor and comfort after his wish had been fulfilled. In the past, my father taught me the technique of building wooden arch bridges, and I just thought it was just a craft to make a living, and that any intangible cultural heritage was just a gimmick. It's all steel bridges now. This wooden bridge, it's no use for, except to be looked at in a scenic spot. His words were filled with emotion. But now, I feel that I was, before, wrong. This thing, was born when there was no steel bridge technology yet. In those days, Our ancestors relied on wooden bridges to cross rivers and bridge canyons. This thing is real. Our ancestors to adapt to the environment. Transformation of the environment. The courage and the natural struggle of heaven and earth embodiment is our human civilization wicker road, step by step, has come to today's testimony, is really the crystallization of wisdom. Smiling contentedly and sighing, Feng Lan gently patted Zhou Cheng's shoulder. Your Uncle Feng has no other skills and can only help you here. The road ahead will have to be traveled by you young people. However, I think that when our ancestors were faced with the obstruction of the river, they did not give up, but used their wisdom to build a wooden bridge to achieve the purpose of communication between the two sides of the river. And now, we can't have children, and the civilization looks like it is about to die out, so we can't give up, and we must use our wisdom to find a solution to the problem in the end. There must be a way ahead. Surely, facing this old man, Zhou Cheng bent down deeply. Yes, Uncle Feng, I've memorized everything you said. Well, come on, it's time to go back to retirement. Feng Lan wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes and turned around and walked backward with full bravado. Decades of pent-up energy seemed to radiate cleanly in this moment. Old Feng, you can't leave. Liang Chengdong quickly walked over and pulled him back. Oh, anything else? Old Feng, you've just understated one point. This technology of yours is not only the crystallization of the wisdom of our ancestors, but it is also the underpinning guarantee of our civilization. With this technology in place, when it comes to extreme situations like ours, if we can't build steel bridges, we can still build wooden bridges. If this technology is lost, we'll just stare in disbelief. Liang Chengdong sighed. Now there is a lot of demand for building bridges all over the world, but because steel bridges can't be built, they're all backlogged, but it's caused a lot of trouble for many cradles. Now that I have this wooden bridge technology, I'm thinking of trying to solve the backlog of bridge building needs. So you have to teach us in full, in detail, teach us all, and then we'll build wooden bridges together. Oh, that's true. Okay then, let's go. Old Feng, I promise I won't hide anything. Go! These remaining bridge experts of the human civilization gathered around Feng Lan in a feverish manner, like the stars arching over the moon. Along with the opening of the South Tuscan Canyon Bridge, the remaining breaks in this roadway were repaired one after another, so a large number of people, a large number of supplies, and a large number of machines were transported to the Yangjiagou site like a rolling river. In a short time, the excavation site reached about 20,000 people. The mountainous portion of the Yangjiagou site has also finally begun. An excavation has begun under the direction of archaeologists. In this gamble, the human civilization had finally delivered all of its chips, all of which were staked on the gambling table. Sometime during the third month of a full-scale excavation in the mountains, a new burial was discovered. After careful manual disposal, some white bones and some pottery, jade and other artifacts were unearthed. One of the things caught Prof. Wang Liyun's attention. It was a small piece of flaky stone with some lines that were obviously carved out by hand. Wang Liyun carefully picked it up and scrutinized it against the sunlight. The side break of the stone block is a half circle, and this circle seems to be somewhat similar to the image of the moon that the Yangjiagou tribes are accustomed to carve. After thoroughly cleaning out this burial pit, she found a dozen or so pieces of this rubble. After piecing them together, a complete image appeared. The moon hangs still. There were no longer images of kneeling figures under the moon, but something that looked like a picture and something that looked like words. Although she was unable to decipher its meaning for the time being, Wang Liyun could already confirm that this must be the original hieroglyphic writing of the Yangjiagou tribe. A meeting of archaeologists was quickly convened to accompany the discovery. Judging from the decoration, the owner of this tomb was likewise a clergyman. Skeletal analysis showed that he was approximately 45 to 55 years old. The style of the burial goods is similar to that of the priest before, and it's even possible that they were made from the same batch. It's highly likely that both were from the same era. If that priest before had seen the moon god with his own eyes, then this priest should have seen it as well. That priest's tablet was images, showing the descent of the moon god. On the tablets of this priest were words. Then, people looked at each other cautiously, each seeing a touch of gravity and delight in the other's eyes. It had already been surmised that the moon god had most likely communicated with the priests after his descent, and that these exchanges had most likely been recorded. At this moment, stone tablets engraved with ancient hieroglyphics have been discovered from the tombs of contemporaneous priests. So the answer to the question of what these words describe is not to be asked. It is very likely that it is the content of the communication between the moon god and the priests. What is written on it is the oracle sent down by the moon god. Chapter 34. Human Pause. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Thinking about this, the atmosphere in the middle of the conference room was steeply uplifted. After all this hustle and dedication, Is the first major clue directly related to this calamity finally going to surface? It is a pity that although some of the original hieroglyphics of the Yangjiagou tribe have been unearthed before, the writing system has not been completely deciphered for the time being. People have grasped the meaning of just a handful of words. How long will it take you to decipher? Lao Lu? People's eyes converged on Prof. L.V. Zhengyi, who is most specialized in the interpretation and deciphering of primitive characters. Lu Zhengyi said solemnly, "I'll do it as soon as possible." He teamed up with several archaeologists who were also more specialized in the matter and immediately threw themselves into it. Although his heart itched and couldn't wait to know the meaning of these primitive words, Zhou Chang still had no choice but to wait. Time passed quietly in this difficult wait, and in the blink of an eye 5 days passed. Zhou Chang, who came to see if there was any progress almost every day, finally waited for a result on this day. Prof. L.V. Zhengyi came to the conference room somewhat haggardly. "Professor Louis, is there still no progress in deciphering?" Greeting Zhou Chang's slightly hopeful gaze, Prof. Lu Zhengyi shook his head decisively. "Ancient script deciphering is a systematic endeavor. The more I delve into these texts, the more I feel a bit clueless. What's the hard part? They're so primitive." Prof. Zhengyi Lu sighed. "They have not yet formed a complete set of system. It is very unstandardized, and some places are too arbitrary. Can't you decipher the meaning?" "No, on the contrary, it's that there are so many meanings that can be deciphered. So many that it's impossible to know which meaning is the correct one. Judging from what I've seen so far, I'm afraid it won't be decipherable without a few years, and more samples of the text. Looking at the few dozen or so crooked characters on the topos, as well as the total of more than 200 characters of the same style unearthed before, people fell into silence together. Originally, I thought that obtaining this stone tablet was close to the appearance of the first important clue. However, it did not occur to me that there was an abyss stretched out between this stone's reach. If these words could not be deciphered, what was the point of digging up as many stone slabs as your side could? Do we really have to wait years and years and years? Can today's human civilization afford to wait? Even with an entire civilization behind them, it seemed that at the moment they were unable to provide even the slightest bit of assistance in this matter. In a moment of silence, Lu Yu suddenly stood up. "Professor Louis, we might want to try another approach." "Well, artificial intelligence." She struggled to think as she organized her words. "We have a number of intact AI programs left over from the peak era. A slight modification of them and some training with archaeological data might be of some use." Artificial intelligence? The professors were a bit bewildered. Artificial intelligence technology. Zhou Chang also had some understanding, but not much. Professors are even more clueless about AI. That's it. Since Lu Yu proposed this idea, a certain degree of feasibility should exist. As long as it's feasible, even if it ends up being wrong, you won't lose anything anyway. After quickly reaching an agreement and deciding to take this approach to try it out, Lu Yu thought about it and added, "It's just that the arithmetic power this requires should be huge. At this stage, there should only be one level of supercomputing base within our civilization that can meet the demand. Tier 1 supercomputing bases, totaling 26 in the world at this moment. Each supercomputer base is responsible for a very important task, such as government management system, global communication system, weather forecasting system, hydroelectric power system and so on. If the computing power of the supercomputing base is taken up, then work in the corresponding fields worldwide will have to be suspended. Its impact is as great as can be imagined. You go work out the details of the plan, and I'll report back to the first decision maker about the supercomputer." "Good." Zhou Chang dialed the number of the first policymaker's office. After waiting for a few minutes, the call was connected. After reporting the situation at this moment, the slightly low voice of the first decision maker came through. "Is just one supercomputer enough?" "Enough. No, not enough," the first decision maker slowly said. "In addition to the 6 supercomputer bases that are vital and cannot be moved, I will leave all the remaining 20 first-class supercomputer bases to you, and at the same time go and run the AI program, and at the same time go and start the deciphering and interpreting of these ancient scripts, in order to avoid the possibility of errors in interpreting the individual programs." Zhou Chang's pupils suddenly shrunk. It would certainly be better to have more results available, and more helpful in accurately interpreting the meaning of these ancient texts. Just how would the human world function without these supercomputing bases? The low, powerful voice of the first decision maker continued to reach Zhou Chang's ears. "For the sake of this matter, letting the human world press the pause button, it is worth it." World Government Announcement. In order to make every effort to decipher the meaning of the ancient writing at the Yangjiagou site, the world government is scheduled to suspend the external services of the 20 Tier 1 supercomputing bases in 3 days, which are expected to resume in 2 days. At that time, television broadcasting systems, network transmission, bank settlement, intelligent vehicles, food distribution, urban transportation and other systems will be temporarily unavailable. Residents are urged to stock up on needed supplies in advance and to stay home as much as possible. In the event of a real emergency, please contact the respective cradle emergency response teams. 3 days later, the entire planet seemed to fall silent at that moment. In the past, although the city was not very lively, it was never cold. At this moment, the busy road is empty. There is no longer a smart car shuttle, and there is no longer a smart wheelchair moving forward slowly. People who can't get around and don't have access to computers or TVs are forced to converge on various settlements. Have you heard? The stone slab dug up at the Yangjiagou ruins contains the so-called oracle sent down by that moon god. After deciphering those words, we'll be able to find out what the plague is all about. Hey, the earth is buried up to the neck, and in the end, I don't even know what's going on, so I'm really not happy to die like this. That's right, is not just 2 days do not go out? It's nothing, if we can really decipher the reason. It doesn't matter if we don't go out for a month. So many supercomputers should be able to decipher it, right? That's for sure. In one settlement, in a residential area, old, gray-haired people chatted enthusiastically about the matter, speculating about what exactly could be deciphered. On the other hand, under Lu Yu's command, the AI program that had been compiled and modified by thousands of programmers, as well as the training data that had been compiled by the archaeological experts, had been prepared. Chapter 35 Deciphering. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Under the gaze of countless gazes full of eagerness. In front of the console, Lu Yu solemnly pressed the button, and the data, which had cost countless manpower and effort, was uploaded to the various supercomputing bases. Press the button again and the program starts to run. Endless power was sent out from various power plants and channeled into the supercomputer base, driving the chips to start operating. In a world made up of only zeros and ones, countless data mingled and changed. From the peak era, up to hundreds of years, generation after generation of archaeologists diligently researched to obtain about the ancient text, ancient images of the information, became this set of artificial intelligence program learning nourishment. From this data, they begin to organize, generalize, and learn about the styles, techniques, and overall architecture of the first people to create words. Even in ancient times, there is an extremely high degree of similarity in the physical construction of human beings. The brain structure is the same, the body structure is the same, and the way of thinking, although there may be some differences based on environmental and accidental factors, is likewise extremely similar at the level of the underlying logic of the creation of primitive writing. At this moment, the artificial intelligence program was trying to use its own powerful arithmetic power, as well as the vast amount of learning materials, to learn and simulate this underlying logic, and then apply this underlying logic to the deciphering of the current ancient text. This is a program uniquely suited to artificial intelligence, which the human brain simply cannot do. Endless amounts of data are independently learned, independently evolved, and independently analyzed by each of the 20 supercomputers. Previously, he had been continuously busy for several days, but at this moment, Lu Yu was not the least bit tired. She knew exactly what she was carrying. She stared intently at the supercomputer control panel, monitoring the program to see if it was running properly, not daring to slack off for a moment. Behind her, the only remaining computer specialists of human civilization as well as artificial intelligence experts stood at attention. The sun rises and sets and rises. The Earth spent 45 hours in a silence unparalleled since the birth of human civilization. After this, Supercomputer Base 6 was the first to complete the data computation, bringing the final results to light. After that, it was Supercomputer No. 8, Supercomputer No. 14, Supercomputer No. 15, and so on, until the 20 supercomputer bases running the deciphering program independently had all finished their calculations and produced all the results. Arithmetic power was released and took over the data processing tasks that had been performed before. The human world, which had been pressed to pause, began to function again at this moment. Network signals reappeared. Pictures appeared on TVs again. Bank clearing systems resumed functioning, and smart cars and transportation systems returned to normal. Amidst the common expectation of 1 billion people around the world, these 20 data were handed over to Prof. Zheng Lu for final confirmation and interpretation by his team. The meeting lasted for a period of 3 hours. After 3 hours, the professors each left the conference room with different expressions on their faces. Some faces were filled with shock and disbelief, others with deep contemplation, some with bewilderment, and some with anger, greeting the gazes of the people who had been waiting for a long time. Prof. Lu Jingyi placed a document on the table and sighed softly. comprehensively analyzing the decipherment data of the 20 supercomputers, combined with our previous guesses, we agreed that the decipherment of ancient texts has been completed, and the decipherment data has a high degree of credibility. On that tablet, the dozen or so ancient characters express the message that should be revered, exalted, holy, great moon god, why do you want to deprive us of our fertility? The moon god replied, you live and we die. In this, we cannot confirm whether the meaning of this ancient text is I as an individual or we as a collective, but the rest of the text is deciphered with a high degree of certainty. Zhou Cheng's eyes instantly widened. He had envisioned many possibilities, even if it was merely a prank by some super alien civilized being, or a random act for no reason at all. He had pondered them all. He could not have imagined in any way that the answer deciphered from within the stone tablets would be like this. You live and I die? Why? On what basis do you make this judgment? Are we going to destroy you in the future? Are you so sure? What makes you so sure of the future conduct of our civilization? Why should we be destroyed in advance of this moment, on the grounds that we may destroy you in the future? Zhou Cheng's heart was instantly filled with thoughts of disbelief, shock, bewilderment, and anger. The rest of the people who heard this answer were likewise filled with complicated looks. After a long time, Zhou Cheng said, is this answer credible? Prof. Lu Jingyi said in a low voice, you are the initiator of this project, and you have participated in the entire process of the project. I can assure you that this answer is highly plausible from a technical standpoint. As to whether this is plausible from an overall perspective, I'm sure you can make your own judgment. Technically plausible means that the writing on the tablet is basically certain to mean just that. As for whether the tablet is plausible or not, Zhou Cheng pondered over each and every process of how the project was carried out. From the confirmation that those pregnant women's skeletons came from the outside, to the confirmation that the Yangjiagou tribe lost their fertility, to the sacrifices of the priests and the moon god's appearance, the step-by-step progression to the present, the tablet is equally credible. For this reason, does not know whether some super alien civilization, or some kind of individual, or some strange type of moon god, has attacked human civilization and deprived it of its fertility. The reason why human civilization has suffered this calamity is clear. This, most likely, is the common ground that exists between human civilization and the original Yangjiagou tribe. The moon god believed that if the Yangjiagou tribe lived, their side would die, so they deprived the Yangjiagou tribe of their ability to procreate, and destroyed the Yangjiagou tribe. Now, it is very likely that the moon god also thinks that human civilization is continuing and that they will also die. Therefore, they also deprived human civilization of the ability to procreate, with the intention of destroying it. Zhou Cheng knew that it was necessary for him to make a trip to the World Government Building to make an in-person report to the first decision-maker. It was a simple sentence only, not even a few words, but the information that could be deciphered from it was just too amazing and too important. It hints at so many things, and these things are directly related to the fate of human civilization. In Conference Room 1, the first decision-maker and the rest of the decision-makers and other top civilization executives were all present. Zhou Cheng took out the document and reported the results of his side's research in detail. A long silence fell over the conference room. It was a long time before the first decision-maker sighed slowly. Why is this so? Why is this so? Chapter 36, Inferiority? 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The people present in the conference room at the moment were all the top echelons of human civilization. Those who were able to reach this position, even if they were already in their twilight years, were definitely the elite of the elite. Immediately after hearing this message, one realizes that it points to the future, not the present. You live, I die. It's about to die, not already dead. Death is something that happens in the future, an anticipation of the future. Luna believes that the continuation of human civilization will lead to their demise in the future. An obvious reality is that judgments about the future can only be based on current and past information. So what is the basis for Luna's judgment that if you humans live, we will die in the future? Obviously, it is based on certain manifestations or qualities of human civilization in the present and past stages. Then, what's not to talk about? What's not to talk about? Our human civilization is not so peace-loving. But, we have always been cautious about such things as war. War is just a way to accomplish a certain claim. No one but a madman would do something to invade another person without a reason. Besides, as more powerful people, do you really have to exterminate the entire human civilization in order to remove just a possible threat to you? Who are you to judge us now by deeds we have not yet done? How dare you do this? How dare you? Why don't you talk to us first? Without talking to us, how do you know that we won't agree to your terms and remove the traits that could pose a threat to you? It's still the same thing. Why is it so bad? Why is it so bad? There was silence in the conference room. People's faces were filled with complex thoughts, silently pondering. The first decision-maker said in a deep voice, "If the lunar god is attacking us because he thinks we are a threat, this seems to mean that it is possible for the lunar god to lift the fertility blockade against us and allow our civilization to continue if we can lift that threat." One of the decision-makers whispered, "The Yangjiagou tribe has finally become extinct." Obviously, the priests of the Yangjiagou tribe at the time could not have failed to take the initiative to pray to the moon god after the moon god had descended and gained the opportunity to communicate with the moon god, and receive the truth about the loss of fertility on their side. Faced with a critical moment of life and death, even if the Yangjiagou tribe, or the human civilization today, were made to pay a significant, core interest at stake, it would all be acceptable. Still, the Yangjiagou tribe became extinct. From this aspect, it seemed that Luna's decision would not be changed by her side's plea for peace. The first decision-maker said, "The eventual extinction of the Yangjiagou tribe is not necessarily because the moon god refuses to change her decision, but it is also possible that it is because the only ones left in the Yangjiagou tribe are too old, and they themselves have lost the ability to procreate a population and continue the tribe. In this respect, human civilization is different, not to mention the approximately 20,000 existing young people who still have, or will soon have, the ability to procreate. Once the moon god lifts the restriction, the human race will be able to breed up to tens of millions or hundreds of millions of human babies in a short period of time with the sperm and egg banks alone. Human civilization is indeed different from the Yangjiagou tribe. There is a real hope that mankind can renew its civilization if external constraints are lifted. There is, then, an extremely critical issue before policymakers. If the human side can take the initiative to remove this threat and dispel the lunar god's doubts in exchange for the continuation of civilization, should the human side do so? Before making this decision, policymakers need to know the answer to one question. What is this threat, or trait of human civilization that makes Luna think that humans will destroy them in the future? The answer to this seems obvious. In a split second, these answers came to the minds of several participants. Murderous, cruel, tyrannical, deceitful. Looking back at the entire history of the development of human civilization, and taking into account the situation at this moment, it seems that the answer could only be this. Even more, according to the normal development, if one waited for the future, human civilization had developed to a higher technological level and possessed a more powerful force, with the ability to exterminate the moon god. And if there was a conflict between the lunar gods and human civilization, or if there wasn't even a conflict, just the possibility that the lunar gods could threaten humanity, then, will humans take the initiative to attack the moon god and destroy him? Ask yourself, and the answer is that people will. People may fool others but not themselves on this issue. Since this was the case, then the moon god's choice of preemptive action at this moment was completely logical and could be fully explained. This, it seems, is the truth of the whole matter. Does the Yangjiagou tribe also have certain characteristics of warlike killing and cruelty? The first decision-maker looked to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang nodded his head silently. From what I've seen so far, yes, and, compared to the rest of the clans of the same period, this characteristic of the Yangjiagou clan is especially obvious. This is evident from the fact that they do not hesitate to bring pregnant women as sacrifices. Well, another query answered. What do human civilization and the Yangjiagou tribes have in common? That is, the same. Warlike, murderous, and cruel? Another word came to the minds of multiple participants at the same time. Inferiority. The inferiority of human civilization. Zhou Chang sighed and stood up. I actually don't agree with the so-called inferiority argument. Much less do I think that we humans are despicable and lowly in our own right. It seems to me that the first priority of any form of life must be to sustain itself. And the fact that the environment is limited in terms of life support materials means that competition with the rest of life is inevitable in order to maintain its own survival. Are there species in the universe whose first priority is not to sustain themselves? I think it might exist. But I am certain that the species must have gone extinct long ago. The mechanism of species evolution dictates that species that survive must have their own survival as their first priority, which means that competition will inevitably arise. This so-called inferiority must also exist in the rest of the species if they exist in the universe, because without these bad qualities, they simply don't continue. So the speculation that Moon God decided to exterminate us because of our own human inferiority is not valid. Imo. In the midst of the current problems, we can ignore the moral dimension. Chapter 37, The Only Way. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, Bibj 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Zhou Chang was still elaborating on his speculations. Instead of thinking of it as so-called inferiority, let's raise the altitude a little higher. A more likely guess is that the competition for survival. Zhou Chang looked at the decision-makers and senior officials present. as well as the scientists who acted as the world government's scientific advisors and think tank team, and slowly said, based on the information we have received so far, if we make reasonable assumptions, we have reason to believe that the so-called moon god is actually in our neighborhood. They may be in galaxies not far from our solar system, and they may think that in the future, when our human civilization is more technologically advanced and can make interstellar voyages and obtain supplies from different star systems, they will come into contact with them and compete for survival. In order to remove this hidden danger, they are now laying their hands on us in advance in an attempt to eliminate future hidden dangers. After a moment's pause, Zhou Chang continued, I cannot ensure that my guess is the truth of the matter. In fact, I myself am very skeptical about this guess. But, given the current intelligence premise, this conjecture is the most reasonable. The gray-haired old men either thought silently or exchanged whispers. A moment later, an old man asked, did the Yangjiagou tribe show a greater potential for development among the ancient tribes of the same period? If the reason for the moon god's action was indeed as Zhou Chang had guessed, then the Yangjiagou tribe should have even greater development potential compared to the tribes of the same period. Otherwise, why did the moon god destroy the Yangjiagou tribe alone and not the rest of the tribes? Zhou Chang nodded his head silently, at least from our perspective at this moment. Yes, the Yangjiagou tribe was even more warlike, and excavations at the site have found numerous remnants of war. And war is the best catalyst to catalyze the improvement of science and technology. This is also supported by the more advanced and exquisite bronzes unearthed from the Yangjiagou tribe compared to their contemporaries. If the Yangjiagou tribe hadn't been exterminated, there might have been a real possibility that they would have established the first slave state in human history, evolving from the tribal age to the national age. It is also possible that the humans existing today are no longer us, but descendants of the Yangjiagou tribes, with technology that may be even more advanced than ours is now. This was solid archaeological evidence, with physical objects as supporting evidence, and this evidence also supported Zhou Chang's previous conjecture. An overall silence was maintained in the middle of the meeting, and no one came forward to refute it. Apparently, they also recognized Zhou Chang's conjecture. Then, based on this conjecture, that which led the moon god to lay hands on us, the kind of trait that our human civilization itself possesses, I think that is not some kind of human inferiority, but, rather, it's something that every species, every civilization possesses, the development of its own level of technology, the pursuit of greater strength, more peaceful environment, the instinct of development. Participants looked even more grave. The problems facing human civilization are becoming clearer. The instinct for development leads to the possibility of an existential competition with the moon god in the future. In order to eliminate the hidden danger of an existential competition, the lunar god took action in advance and wanted to exterminate the human race. Then, there seems to be only one way left for human civilization to survive. The only one. Take the initiative to lock up the possibility of development on your side. Take the initiative to give up future development. Take the initiative to eliminate the threat that may be posed to the moon god in the future. In order to seek for the moon god to lift the limitations of human civilization's procreation at this moment, and to seek for the continuation of civilization. To develop, go extinct. To live, don't develop. These are two options that can only go either way and can never coexist. And, outside of those two options, there are no other options. Even the peak era of human civilization was unable to find out the truth of the plague. Unable to know by which means the moon god had blocked the union of sperm and egg. And it was even more unlikely that mankind would be able to do so at this moment when it was already in its twilight years. Even if it could be done, then, wouldn't the lunar god who could use such a tactic have the rest of the more drastic, and also more effective and faster tactics? At this moment, Zhou Chang could not help but begin to think about the same question as all the participants at this moment. If all this conjecture is true, and this multiple choice question that can only go either way is true, then which way would one choose? Is it a choice for human civilization to wither and eventually die of old age altogether under the wash of time? Or, is it a choice for new life to be born, but for human civilization to lose hope of continuing forever? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Chang finally let out a dark sigh. He didn't know what to choose, and he knew that it shouldn't be up to him to make the choice. The voice of the first decision maker resounded again. This multiple choice question is not good. He smiled bitterly. I don't think that not only I, but even all of us combined, are qualified to make that choice. Who exactly is qualified to do it? For now, we can probably do something else before we do this title. He paused and looked to the world government's scientific advisors. I need to know one thing first. With our technological prowess and engineering capabilities at this moment, can we lock ourselves out of development and ensure that technology cannot advance? The gray-haired scientists conferred in low voices for a long time before an older man responded. It may exist. But whether it is feasible in a realistic environment and whether it can achieve results requires further examination and research. Then let's research and confirm it first. We always need to confirm if we have the ability first, so this multiple choice question will make sense. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? And this multiple choice question need not be done at all. If we were to work half a day and decide which one or the other to choose, only to realize that it is impossible to theoretically eliminate the possibility of our own development on our own. After a pause, the first decision maker continued. I propose that a scientific expedition project team be established to take full responsibility for searching for and examining and verifying these potential options. Do you agree? The participants were silent, each putting their hands up. The meeting ended, and the participants each left the venue with complicated thoughts. Zhou Chang also slowly walked out and stopped under the World Government Building. It was night time when this long and important meeting ended. The city of Daikyo was lit up with slightly sparse lights, reflecting off the nearly empty streets. The vastness of the Milky Way is still visible when you look up. Zhou Chang knew that every star he could see, except for those few planets, was very far away from him. At this moment after this meeting, Zhou Chang felt that they were a little farther away from himself, so far that even in fantasy, even in the dream world, they were so out of reach and unreachable. Chapter 38, We Can't Do It. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The project team for the scientific expedition was formally established a few days later. The project team was headed by a decision maker. During the preparatory process, the project team sent out invitations to every existing scientist in the world, as long as they were related to the natural sciences, to become part of the project team. Being a doctor of physics, Zhou Chang, Lu Yu, and Wang Zhe were among the few. Many accepted the invitation to be part of the program team, but many declined the offer. There were even people who openly claimed that even if they were to die, they would never use their intelligence on something like trying to lock down the technological development of human civilization. In response, the decision maker in charge of the project team only smiled bitterly and shook his head for a moment, then dismissed the matter. This is the kind of thing that can't be forced. At the same time as the scientific research project team was established, the results of the deciphering of the Yangjiagou tribal texts and the discussion results of the follow-up meeting were also released to the society, and then as expected, caused a great uproar in the society. I don't know how many people joined in the discussion of this multiple choice question. The internet, which had been growing cold because of the scarcity of young people, was once again buzzing with activity. An unknown number of older people joined in this discussion, firmly and vehemently voicing their opinions and countering those of their opponents. Some insisted that they could never self-castrate or give in, even if they were to die outright. Even if self-castration and submission can be exchanged for the continuation of civilization, what is the point of continuing such a civilization without the slightest hope or dignity? Such a civilization should simply be allowed to perish. Others argue that it is better to die than to live. Why choose to go extinct if you can keep civilization alive? The so-called morality, the so-called dignity, from a macro point of view, is really only born to ensure that civilization can continue better. The continuation of civilization is fundamental, while morality and dignity are minor details. On such a major issue, which is related to the survival of civilization, we should not abandon the fundamentals. If there was no hope and no point in living without dignity, then the ancient underclass civilians should have committed suicide a long time ago. The two opinions were constantly and fiercely exchanged. The world government, for its part, remained silent in the midst of an argument that involved almost everyone. In the midst of all this excitement, the first plenary meeting of the Scientific Expedition Project Team was held, with all 3,000 members in total arriving. After that, there were several days of group discussions to summarize the preliminary views, and the participants each put forward some preliminary, potentially feasible options, followed by procedures such as cross-checking and so on, and it was only on the sixth day that a preliminary consensus was reached. The decision-maker in charge of the project team sits atop the podium, and below, thousands of members are seated. First of all, the first principle that needs to be made clear is that all programs that start with mankind itself are rejected in their entirety. This includes vigorously developing deity worship, using the deity worship system to eliminate scientific and technological development, establishing a strict governmental censorship mechanism to prohibit scientific and technological development by administrative force, guiding social winds to change the civilization's ethos, lowering the IQ of human beings by technological means to ensure that scientific and technological development is not possible, and so on and so forth and so on. All of these options are rejected. Humanity itself is the biggest variable. No matter how unbreakable a restriction may seem now, as long as the starting point is humanity itself, it is bound to be broken in the future. These types of programs are not something that even we ourselves believe can be implemented for long, let alone convince Luna. Second, Only programs based on the science itself can pass the first round of review. The only thing that can convince Luna that we really aren't a threat is we can't do it. We're not going to do it. The only way to truly convince the moon god that we have disarmed the threat is to actually reach we can't do it, on a scientific level. Based on this principle, a total of 17 programs passed the first round of review and are now being publicized. Looking at the electronic screen in front of him showed 17 kinds of preliminary feasibility, at least in the existing theoretical level can reach make human civilization science and technology cannot develop program. Zhou Chang heart mixed feelings. Among these 17 programs, there was one that he and Lu Yu both contributed to. Zhou Chang didn't know if, after subsequent verification, it was confirmed that there really existed a certain scenario that could truly prevent human civilization's technological development from advancing again, then whether or not he would support the implementation of it. To develop, or to live. This is a choice question. Zhou Chang until this moment do not know which one he should choose. He just thinks that, in any case, first let human civilization have the qualification to go for this multiple choice question. As for which one to choose after qualifying, let's talk about it later. Failing to find a program that meets the criteria, humans are not even qualified to do this multiple choice question. After roughly reviewing these proposals, the decision maker who chaired the meeting continued. The project team will give the proponents of these 17 proposals the authority, resources and manpower support to further study and refine the details of these proposals and further demonstrate their feasibility. Okay, meeting adjourned. 3 days later, a helicopter and a pilot, as well as 3 security and liaison personnel were allocated to Zhou Chang and Lu Yu. Director Xiao Zhou. Director Xiao Lu. Hello, I'm Sun Lin. I'm the pilot and security team leader of this helicopter, and I'll be at your disposal for the next period of time. He was a middle-aged or older man in his late 60s who appeared to be still fit and healthy. So were the remaining 3. He looked at Zhou Chang and Lu Yu with a smile. You can look for me if you have any orders. If we can't solve it, I can contact any of the nearby cradles and allocate supplies or manpower from among the cradles. Hello Uncle Sun. I'm going to trouble you for the next while. Zhou Chang stepped forward and shook his hand. Then said, we don't need a helicopter for the time being. An SUV will do. Let's take a look around Dejing City first. Good. A group totaling 6 people got into 2 off-road vehicles, carrying numerous equipment and supplies, and left the city of Dying, traveling towards the mountains beyond the city. Next to Zhou Chang, Lu Yu's thoughts seemed to have drifted to a faraway place. Zhou Chang, we're not in Yangjiagou anymore. What about the little monkey? During this period of time, the little monkey was pretty much always taken care of by Lu Yu. Zhou Chang shook his head. Don't worry, it's fine. Many people there in Yangjiagou have long been familiar with the little monkey and won't let anything happen to it. Besides, it's the little monkey's home there in Yangjiagou. The car sped along and soon came before a scenic spot that had been abandoned. Chapter 39, Coal Mines. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. At the entrance of the scenic area is an extensive parking lot. This parking lot was huge, and vaguely allowed Zhou Chang to see the prosperity of this place in the past. In those days, there must have been a lot of vehicles going back and forth on this highway. People in their leisure time would drive their cars, carry their family and friends here, and then park their cars in the middle of the parking lot and enter the scenic spot to enjoy the scenery and have fun. But at the moment, this parking lot is long overrun with weeds. The tallest of those weeds can be more than 1 person high. And there are also trees among the weeds, and some of the trees have grown to the point where a person can't even hold them. The tiles of the parking lot were topped by tree roots, like a graveyard. Between the weeds and the trees, all kinds of small furry animals and birds jumped around, only pulling away a little bit from Zhou Chang and his party, and then stopped there full of curiosity and surveyed, not seeing the slightest fear. Having not seen a human for decades, they feared they had forgotten the horrors of mankind. Sun Lin raised his gun, took aim, and pulled the trigger, and after a slight click, a bird with colorful fur, like a pheasant, fell down in response. Sun Lin joyfully ran over. The pheasant picked up. He laughs, this thing I have eaten a few times. Fresh ruthless. Meat is not fishy, not firewood and chewy. We have a mouthful of luck at noon. Another security officer called out. Old Sun, only one is enough for whoever eats it. Hit a few more. Besides, this thing is too skinny. You hit some fat ones and mix them with the stew to make it delicious. Gotta go. See it and hit it. Several middle-aged and older people were full of excitement. Zhou Chang smiled and didn't say anything, instead casting his eyes over the scenic gate that had weathered decades of wind and rain and was still standing. On it, the words Shishan Coal Culture Park are still clearly visible. Go. Cutting the chain that locked the door, the car roared in. Most of the interior of the scenic spot had been covered by weeds, and only the shadow of the road could be vaguely seen. Other than that, There were some buildings that had already fallen into disrepair standing amongst the weeds and trees. Following the information they had inquired about earlier, the group arrived at the No. 1 mining cave. Putting on their strong flashlights and protective suits, a group of bats fluttered out as soon as the group entered. Sun Lin took a few steps ahead and observed the structure of the mine, confirming that the decades-old reinforced concrete structure still had enough support before turning around and beckoning. Go! A few steps forward, Zhou Chang saw a mural. The mural is composed of tiles glued to the wall, several of which have fallen off. After wiping away the stains and pasting back the tiles that had fallen off, Zhou Chang saw the mural's description of this mine. Mine Cave No. 1 is one of the largest mines in the West Mountain coal mine, with a length of up to 1,000 meters from the entrance to the end of the cave, and with a total of hundreds of bifurcations in between. Hundreds of years ago, miners, in such an environment, adopted a hand-pulling and shoulder-carrying approach, using simple tools such as backbaskets and pickaxes, to dig out the buried coal and supply it to the residents of the capital. Their means of illumination usually consisted of a single oil lamp, and the mine support tools usually consisted of a few simple wooden structures. The rudimentary tools and severe lack of protective facilities have led to extremely poor working conditions, high mortality rates and low efficiency among miners. In the middle of the mine, water penetration accidents, gas explosion accidents and asphyxiation accidents are frequent. Statistically, the average mortality cycle of a miner is just under 10 years. After advancing a distance of more than 100 meters along the damp, gloomy, and full of unknown creatures in the mine, Sun Lin firmly refused to continue. The interior is just too dangerous. Zhou Chang didn't insist, so the few people left the No. 1 mining cave. After that, several people went to the second and third mine, etc., and ventured into the pavilion building to see for themselves the coal mining tools used by the ancients displayed therein, and familiarize themselves with the mining process before calling it a day. This way through, Sun Lin finally shot a few more pheasants. Just as it is also time to eat, several people will set up a hot iron pot, will be slaughtered and plucked pheasants, put a variety of seasonings, stewed a fragrant pot, returning to Dying City for a night of rest and recuperation. The next day time, several people set off once again, heading for a modern coal mine hundreds of kilometers away. This mine is still being dug to this day and produces an average of thousands of tons of high-quality coal per day. At its peak, this mine had more than 10,000 workers and produced an average of tens of thousands of tons of coal per day. Of course, in the twilight years, like all the rest of the mines, it fell out of favor and production was greatly reduced. It's not that the resources are running out, it's that people can't use as much as they should. The person in charge of receiving Zhou Cheng's group was then filled with regret. Here are all high-quality anthracite coal, full power production. The output can also be doubled several times. It's just a shame. Hey, he sighed. I'm afraid that in a few years, we'll have to shut down here too. Zhou Cheng asked, how many more years can the coal mine here be mined? With full production, at least a couple decades. Will we run out of coal on Earth? Run out? Are you kidding me? The person in charge shook his head and said, this thing, it can't be used up. The more you use it, the more you use it. I remember during the peak era, some people were alarmist, saying that the Earth's coal would be depleted in another 50 years at most. Pure nonsense. This stuff won't last 500 years. There's plenty of it on Earth. Why? Our mining technology is getting more and more advanced. The coal that couldn't be dug in the past can be dug with the advancement of technology. So the more we use it, the more we use it. I see. Zhou Chang nodded gently. Can I take a look at the mining site? Okay, go. A few people advanced in the car for a while, and then they saw a huge pit. In the middle of the pit, a huge unknown machine was roaring there, and along with its roar, from the transportation channel, a steady stream of coal flowed out like a river. Nowadays it's all automated mining. First use the road header to cut the roadway, then do the support, then use the integrated coal miner to dig directly. It doesn't use much manpower at all. Zhou Chang nodded slightly. Here in our coal mine, how deep has the coal seam been dug? Zhou Chang asked about the depth of the top and bottom. The person in charge said, a few hundred meters. It's a small thing. We can dig thousands of meters deep. A few hundred meters? Comparing the Shishan coal mine, which has become a scenic spot, with this place, Zhou Chang asked, if, without using machinery, simply using manpower can dig coal from here? The person in charge looked at Zhou Chang in surprise. Manpower? Are you kidding me? You can't dig it even if you're exhausted. Let's not talk about how to dig a mine hole. How can manpower be transported up to a depth of several hundred meters? Is there no possibility at all? The person in charge shook his head like a rattle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 40, The Wisdom of the Ancients. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. After getting a definite answer from the person in charge of the coal mine, Zhou Chang did not end his inspection of the coal mine, but came to another coal mine that was in operation. This mine is much the same as the previous one in that it is highly automated and uses a lot of machinery. After inquiring, Zhou Chang once again received a similar answer. Without the use of machinery, and with the mere use of manpower and simple tools, it would be impossible to extract coal from this place, even though it is a famous and high-quality coal mine. Zhou Chang also asked him another question. Are there any unexplored, more easily mined coal mines on our planet today? If you want to say unexplored, then there must be. There may be mega coal mines with reserves of hundreds of billions of tons buried deep underground somewhere. After all, with tens and hundreds of millions of years of bioaccumulation and plate movement, this stuff is really hard to say. But you'd have to say it's again unexplored and easier to mine. That's not there. Coal mines that are easy to mine would have been cleaned up long ago. If coal mines were that easy to mine, why would we develop so many complicated machines? Zhou Chang nodded. After ending the mining of the coal mine, Zhou Chang and his group turned to another place, similar to the Xishan Coal Culture Park. This is also a tourist attraction. The difference is that its theme is oil. He was followed by a history expert. Based on his own interests, this expert has a deeper understanding of the history of oil exploitation and utilization by ancient mankind, and focuses on issues related to the impact of oil exploitation and utilization on the development of human society. The group of people in the already dilapidated petroleum culture park proceeded cautiously. Nah, this is it. Entering a pavilion building, the history expert pointed with some emotion to some of the items on display in front of him. These are the tools used by the ancient forefathers to extract oil. Zhou Chang saw some long-handled ladles, backpacks, iron pots, ropes and other tools. It is possible that in some places where oil reserves are abundant, the oil may naturally seep out of the ground and collect on its own to form oil lakes. If there is water, the oil will float and flow with the rivers. After the ancient people discovered the property that oil can be burned, they would collect them with these long-handled ladles and then go through some simple processing, steaming, precipitation and so on, which can enhance the quality of the oil. After a brief introduction to the place, the group moved on to another location. There's a well there. It's an oil well, the history expert said. Again, in places where oil reserves are abundant and the underground oil is under pressure, the ancient people would dig an oil well as if they were digging a water well, and then the oil would seep out like water, and then they would just fish it out when the time came. This was an eye-opener for Zhou Chang. The ancients could dig oil wells too? If you can dig a water well, you can dig an oil well. This thing is nothing technical. Completely rely on the oil seep out by itself. And underground oil reserves cannot compare to groundwater. Digging oil wells is very picky place. The ancients and no modern means of exploration. The failure rate is very high. Lu Yu asked, whether it's surface oil or oil wells, it relies on the oil seeping out on its own. So, did the ancients have a more technical oil extraction technique? There are physical objects in this cultural garden. The history experts seemed to be familiar with the place and led Zhou Chang and his group straight to another exhibition hall. The showroom had likewise long since fallen into disrepair. The floor tiles had long since crumbled, and weeds had grown up along the cracks. There was originally a glass cabinet in the center of the showroom, but the glass has also broken. Some remnants of a wooden shelf are vaguely visible in the glass case. Slightly emotional, he picked up the already decayed wood on the ground and assembled it on the already cracked wooden frame. And the history expert looked up and down before saying, "This is the drilling equipment of the ancients. Using this equipment, the ancients were able to drill up to 300 meters deep, which is much deeper than digging a well by human labor." Lu Yu was a bit surprised. The ancients could also drill wells? That's for sure. The history expert looked a bit proud. You should not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. This kind of technology is called dung drilling, and it first appeared more than 1,000 years ago. You see, it's a suspension, pulled by oxen and horses or by human power, to which is attached a drill rod, made of bamboo or wood. There is usually an iron or steel drill bit installed at the bottom of the drill pipe, and the upper suspension rotates to drive the drill pipe to hit the rock at the bottom, breaking it up and then digging out the debris with a bamboo basket, so that the oil well is dug deeper and deeper. Dig down to a certain depth and the oil will seep out on its own, and then it will be like hitting water. At this moment, Zhou Chang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome, really awesome. It was really hard for him to imagine that the ancients of more than 1,000 years ago would be able to do this. The history expert chuckled. And there's more. You should all know that some oil or salt wells are accompanied by large amounts of natural gas. The thing about natural gas is that it's a fuel when utilized well and an explosive when utilized poorly. The ancients discovered this property of natural gas and made a device specifically for it. So come here, you guys. Zhou Chang followed the footsteps of the history expert to another pavilion. There was a vague remnant of a cylinder made of bamboo, with a lower opening, connected to a well, and a pipe made of bamboo attached to it. The pipe was a few dozen meters long with a gas lamp attached to the end. This thing is called a drench basin, and after the gas comes out of the well, it completes the separation of water and gas in the drench basin. And then the gas is transported down a bamboo pipe and used for lighting, fires, and so on. Lu Yu was shocked. Isn't this a natural gas pipeline? Right. The history expert laughed. More than 1,000 years ago, the ancients had a natural gas pipeline yet. According to the evidence, how long was the longest natural gas pipeline at that time, do you know? He waved his arms and said in a slightly exaggerated tone, over 200 kilometers. There are also switches at the pipe outlets, safety valves, basically just like our modern times. Truly, the wisdom of the ancients. Lu Yu sighed repeatedly. After visiting the Petroleum Culture Park, the group did not leave until it was dark. After a night's rest, the group traveled to a modern oil field and continued the tour to learn more about the work. Now it's all mechanized and intelligent oil extraction. Above the vast fields of the oil field, there are numerous beam pumping machines working one above the other as if they were kowtowing. Between this up and down, the oil buried deep in the ground was extracted. However, Zhou Chang noticed that outside of this pumping machine that was working, there were more pumping machines that were not moving and seemed to have been left idle. Chapter 41 Extreme Cold in Heaven and Earth. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The person in charge sounded a bit depressed, just like elsewhere. We have limited production here, and we can't use up all the oil. Zhou Chang asked. Here in our oil field, how deep do oil wells usually have to be drilled? The person in charge said. We're kind of shallow here. 600 meters or so. Lu Yu said. Shallower? 600 meters? 600 meters isn't shallow, is it? Some of the oil wells in the peak era could be dug several thousand meters deep, but now those oil wells are too uneconomical and have long been abandoned. What do you need those thousands of meters deep for when you can't use up all the oil in the hundreds of meters deep wells? Is this oil well dug to 600 meters and it just seeps out on its own, and then just pump it out and use it? Where's the easy part? The person in charge pointed to a huge piece of machinery in the distance and said, that's a high-pressure water injection device. Nowadays, oil wells, in general, have been exploited for so many years, where there is still so much pressure under the ground that the crude oil cannot flow out at all. Pressure is not enough. How to do? To the formation of water injected water. The pressure is high. The crude oil can be squeezed out. You can't recover oil if you don't use water injection equipment. It can't be extracted. In this day and age, you can't necessarily harvest it even with water injection equipment. You still have to use that. The man in charge pointed to a huge piece of equipment in the distance again. That's a heat injection device, used to pump steam into the ground. There are also microbial methods, chemical polymer methods, and the like. Water injection is secondary extraction. And when it's done, it's these tertiary extraction methods that can barely scavenge the underground for crude oil. Those artesian wells you mentioned. Sheesh, the world had them dozens and dozens of years ago. Where do they exist now? Zhou Chang and Lu Yu looked at each other and each nodded silently. The answers from the coal mines and oil fields are similar to what we had envisioned when we conceived the human self-castration program. Just in case of omission, Zhou Chang and his team visited a few more oil fields and once again got a similar answer. And so, with a few days left in the 1-month deadline, the two returned to Dying City. This one squad was thus disbanded. Using the remaining days, the two men combined their efforts and wrote out a detailed and complete version of their side's program, which added a large amount of information and data that was not available before, and completely combed through the logic once again, and then turned it in. The 1-month deadline was reached, and the various teams that had left for various parts of the world returned to Daikyo City one after another. As a result, a meeting was once again held in the World Government Building. Of the original 17 proposals, 9 were self-defeated and abandoned without consideration after this month of self-improvement and examination. The remaining 8 programs went through another round of deliberations. The decision-maker chairing this meeting announced, the next phase will be the public cross-consideration phase. Each participant may organize their own team to examine these 8 options and raise questions and challenges during the final deliberation stage 1 month later. In a month's time, the Scientific Expedition Project team will complete its final conclusions and make an official report to the world government. Lu Yu looked at Zhou Chang. Let's go take a look as well. Good. The two then set off to a place where a giant volcano is allegedly going to erupt. Looking at the hot springs emanating heat in front of him, and at the distant hot air that continued to gush out of the ground, the details of option number 3 slowly flowed through his mind. Option number 3, extreme cold in heaven and earth. Scenario overview: by changing the inclination of the Earth's rotation axis, the Earth's access to the Sun's energy will be reduced, lowering the average global temperature by more than 10 degrees Celsius. As a result, the Earth will enter an era of extreme cold. A climate that is too cold can greatly limit human activity and alter the human body physiologically, consistently limiting the size of the population to a low level. The combination of a harsh climate, a human body at a constant low energy expenditure to adapt to the extreme cold, and a low population size will ensure that human civilization will ideally only be able to maintain and pass on its current level of technology, permanently losing the possibility of further technological development. 1. How to change the Earth's inclination. One thing that needs to be made clear is that even peak-era human civilization is far from having the ability to change the tilt of the Earth. The only feasible means to accomplish this is through indirect influence. The Blue Rock Volcano is a giant volcano with great eruptive potential. Once it erupts, it will spew out huge amounts of ash, steam, gas, etc., which can even reach beyond the atmosphere. An eruption of this magnitude would be able to change the inclination of the Earth's rotation axis to the desired angle, reducing the amount of solar heat received by the Earth. At the same time, huge amounts of ash reflect sunlight, effectively lowering the temperature of the Earth at the beginning of the eruption. The oceans will then be covered by ice caps, plunging the world into extreme cold. The ocean ice caps, with their higher albedo, will be able to take on the task of reducing the sun's energy even as the volcanic dust clears. A change in the Earth's inclination, coupled with ice cap reflection, would plunge the planet into extremely low temperatures for up to 1,000,000 years, if not more. 2. How to make a controlled eruption of a bluestone volcano. We have done a lot of investigations on the geological environment around the Bluestone volcano, combined with the peak-era investigation data, used supercomputers to conduct simulations, and finally confirmed that we can use the multipoint directional detonation method, using a large-yield hydrogen bomb to detonate at the same time at the corresponding geological point, which will induce the Bluestone volcano to erupt at a controlled time and place to achieve the effect we hope for, the desired effect. 3. The explosive equivalent required to induce a controlled eruption of Bluestone volcano. The model calculates that to reach this point, the explosive yield would be at least not less than 23.5 billion tons of TNT equivalent. We have comprehensively examined the nuclear arsenals left over from the peak era, investigated on-site the preservation and maintenance of the major hydrogen bombs, and, taking into account the opinions of experts, have finally concluded that the total yield of hydrogen bombs available to us at this moment is more than 30 billion tons of TNT, which is fully sufficient to meet our needs. To sum up, we believe that the extreme cold of heaven and earth scenario has a very high probability of achieving the possibility of preventing our civilization from developing technology, preventing it from posing a threat to the moon god, and eliminating future competition for survival with the power of the moon god. Go! Zhou Chang greeted Liu Yu, and the two of them simultaneously traveled towards several geological points in the Bluestone volcano park. There are corresponding geological exploration equipment at work there. Zhou Chang, together with Liu Yu and other members of the public cross-consideration panel, will personally carry out the survey and conduct computer simulations to confirm the feasibility of the proposal. Entering the halls of the institute, a group of members of the deliberative panel had arrived early. There was a screen in the hall with a number of different colored clumps in motion, with all sorts of complex data constantly changing, while people were constantly talking in low voices. Chapter 42, The Starry Sky Barrier. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The final simulation results were as expected. After a complex computer simulation, the presenter finally announced the conclusion. At least under the current theoretical conditions and the current level of simulation, it is believed that the expected effect can be achieved if the corresponding hydrogen bomb is detonated at the corresponding location according to this program. The people dispersed with mixed thoughts and once again came to another place, Daikyo City Weather Center. This is where people will simulate the effects that huge amounts of ash can have on the Earth's climate after the eruption of Bluestone volcano, when it enters the atmosphere, and after the Earth's tilt changes. Zhou Chang saw that in the simulation animation. Along with the drastic decrease in temperature, the ice caps at the Earth's poles began to spread rapidly, even to the temperate zone region. The year the volcano erupted, there was no summer on the globe for the entire year. Even in the tropics, summer highs were only in the teens. The sky was gray and cloudy, and even in the twilight era of mankind's extreme decline, the stars would be so far away from mankind that they could no longer be seen with the naked eye. With the movement of the atmosphere, the ash gradually dissipated and the clear night sky came back into view. Originally, with the ash dispersing and the sun's rays reaching the surface again, the Earth's temperature was supposed to slowly rise, returning once again to pre-eruption levels. Although the ice cap can reflect the sunlight, it can't stop the overall increase of the sun's energy, and it will eventually melt little by little. But at the moment, a change in the Earth's inclination reduces the amount of energy the sun reaches the Earth. So the ice caps, which stretched for thousands of miles, did not melt. By not melting, the ice caps continue to reduce more and more the amount of energy reaching the Earth from the sun. So it's a vicious circle. Earth became a frozen planet. This data simulation, once again, yielded the expected answers. After that, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu once again came to another place. This used to be the most highly classified place of human civilization in the peak era, but at this moment in the twilight era, there is no longer much need for secrecy here. After all, older people are usually quiet and don't have as much energy to get into things. You can rest assured about the upkeep and maintenance of our nuclear arsenal. Even after decades of time, we can still guarantee a single blast. The head of the nuclear arsenal is likewise an elderly man. When confronted with questions, his tone was categorical. Back when the twilight era had just begun, the world government gave us an order law. His tone began to be a bit emotional. Like the Cradle program, the Spring Thunder program, and the Spaceflight Maintenance program, our nuclear arsenal maintenance and repair program is also a top priority. After all, this thing is the most powerful weapon that we humans have at our disposal, so we might be able to use it at some point. Look, it's being used now, isn't it? Our decades of persistence have not been in vain after all. The members of the mission scrutinized the maintenance records of the nuclear bombs, inspected their condition in the field, and finally agreed that the hydrogen bombs were in a very high level of integrity and that their successful detonation would not be a problem. In this way, the entire chain of the extreme cold of heaven and earth program has been connected to a very large part. Only the last part remains to be filled in. The integrity of nuclear arsenals can be inspected in the field. The possibility of triggering an eruption of the bluestone volcano can be explored and simulated in the field. Whether a bluestone eruption could trigger extremely cold weather can also be simulated through theory and information. So can extreme cold weather really reach results that would make human civilization undevelopable? Unlike the rest of the steps, no empirical evidence can be found for this step. Then, it will have to be put to the final stage and the combined wisdom of the people will make the final judgment. After finishing the consideration of the extreme cold of heaven and earth plan, Zhou Cheng's attention was put on another plan, the Star Barrier program. A group of members of the review panel arrived at one of the only space launch sites in the current phase of human civilization. Early in the twilight era, human civilization was engaged in large-scale, high-frequency space launches for some time. Its purpose is also very simple, is only to take advantage of the human civilization still has the strength, as much as possible to launch some satellites into space, in order to back up. To prevent the plague cannot be resolved, the human race into a complete decline. The inability to launch into space and lead to the situation of no satellite available. After this peak period, when enough satellites were stocked up in space, specially developed to be used for long periods of time, human civilization hasn't carried out any space launch activities for a long time. Not even a single satellite has been launched, not to mention human spaceflight. However, like nuclear arsenals, space launch sites are always under a high level of maintenance. Rockets, airships, satellites, manned spaceships, etc. The people of the peak era had left behind enough spare parts. If there was a need, people could always put them together and use them. The personnel here have not actually launched a rocket in decades, but do a simulated launch every once in a while, always maintaining a space launch capability. This is the Spaceflight Sustainment Program. At this moment, people came and took a comprehensive look at all the details of the Spaceflight Sustainment Program. From the maintenance of spare parts to the training of personnel, from the equipment at the launch site to the care of the rocket bodies, nothing was spared. Zhou Cheng's heart was slightly emotional. I didn't realize that today, in the 61st year of the cataclysmic era, we still retain a significant level of space launch capability. In this way, it seems that the Star Barrier program really has feasibility. The details of this plan slowly flowed past Zhou Cheng's mind. At this stage, the total near and far Earth space launch payloads available to us range from about 11 to 13,000 tons. I plan to take this approximately 12,000 ton payload, taking the median, and transport all of it with an average mass of 1 gram of projectile into space and detonate it in the middle of space. In this way, the Earth's near-Earth space sphere would have up to 12 billion projectiles, each following different orbits and at different altitudes, orbiting the Earth at an average speed of about 8.5 kilometers per second. According to the kinetic energy formula, a projectile with a mass of 1 gram and a speed of 8.5 kilometers per second will release about 36,000 joules of energy if it collides with an object, which is far more than the kinetic energy of even a large-caliber sniper bullet. This total of about 12 billion projectiles with kinetic energy exceeding that of a large-caliber sniper bullet, will form a barrier in the near-Earth space of the Earth. No human creation can pass through this barrier. From this, human civilization will be firmly locked above the Earth, forever losing the ability to develop space technology. Without the development of aerospace technology, all other technologies will be seriously affected, leading to stagnation of the overall technological level. Humans will never have the ability to leave the planet. Rainbow realized that it seems to have omitted to write a little content before, resulting in you readers' old masters may have misunderstood the logic of the whole thing, then went back and revised the 37th chapter to add a little content. My lord readers who have already caught up here don't need to go back and read it. I'll put the little bit I added into the writer's words and just read it. Chapter 43, The Last Ice Age. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Made a little revision and added a little content at the end of the last chapter. Mainly because I realized that I had missed a little bit of content before, which caused a little logical misunderstanding. Interested parties can return to read it. Zhou Chang knew that the technological development of human civilization today was almost bound to space technology. There are too many extremely important basic physical theories that need to be verified in the space environment. Too many important experimental facilities directly related to the level of science and technology that need to be constructed in space. And too many theories of cosmic evolution that need to be investigated through the observation of the deep layers of the universe. With the implementation of the Star Barrier program, the space environment will be locked down directly to humanity. Even some space telescopes built on the surface of the Earth would be severely affected. The performance gap between the original telescopes built on the surface and the space telescopes built in space is enormous because of the atmospheric disturbances. But even if mankind can solve the problem of atmospheric disturbance in the future, these telescopes built on the surface of the Earth will completely lose the ability to observe space because of the effects of the projectiles that are constantly flying around in space. Imagine that a space telescope built on the surface of the Earth was pointed at some distant extragalactic star system and was making a long exposure observation. But in the middle of the process, a projectile flies through the field of view, leaving a trail of interference, and then another, and another. Numerous projectiles flying through the observation field of view, like a child holding a brush in its hand and scribbling all over a famous painting, will completely ruin the observation and eventually fail to generate even a single valuable observation data. How can technology advance in this way? After releasing up to 12 billion high-powered projectiles into space, they would set off a chain reaction. According to preliminary statistics, at the present stage, there are a total of about 165,000 spacecraft of various kinds launched during the peak era in the space surrounding the Earth, with a total mass of up to about 1.4 million tons. It is the mass of this stock of about 1.4 million tons that is first affected by the projectile. Under projectile impact, these man-made spacecraft would break up, releasing more high-speed shrapnel. The more high-speed fragments there are, the more frequently the space debris is hit, and more high-speed fragments are released, and so on. Eventually, the number of breakers available in space around the Earth will far exceed the initial 12 billion. Model predictions suggest that the final number of high-speed breakers could be as high as about 2 to 3 trillion. At that time, space will be truly and completely blocked. At the same time, the state-of-the-art, at this stage, is completely incapable of clearing these pieces of debris. It is predicted that the level of technology required to fully clear these high-speed breakers is at least 200 years beyond the human civilization of our peak era, 200 years at the normal rate of development. And human technological development is highly tied to space. If you want to develop technology, you need to go into space first. Trying to get into space again requires clearing the broken pieces first. This will then form a dead end, completely locking out the possibility of human civilization's technological development. The proponents of the Star Barrier program wrote the plan with extreme calm and extremely tight logic. At the same time, humans have the spaceflight capability to carry out this program. Zhou Chang also knew that compared to the previous Heaven and Earth Extreme Cold program, the Starry Sky Barrier program was more appropriate and more friendly to humans in comparison. After all, there is no need to change the Earth's environment, and humans can still live safely and comfortably on the Earth's surface. Even as the quality of life and the level of technology they enjoy need not decline much, the Earth will flourish again. Other than not being able to go back into space and not being able to develop technology any further, everything would be no different from the human civilization of the peak era. This, perhaps, is the best ending for human civilization. After the two plans of the extreme cold of Heaven and Earth and the Star Barrier, Zhou Chang followed the members of the review panel and reviewed the remaining 6 plans one by one, including the resource depletion plan that he and Lu Yu had jointly proposed, and a month had passed quietly. Once again, people are converging in the middle of the World Government Conference Hall. These 8 plans, in total, will be considered for the last time by all to confirm their effectiveness and validity, and whether human civilization is really capable of self-castration under the existing conditions. The first to be considered is the Ocean Pollution Program. This program intends to release numerous radionuclides into the oceans, spreading them throughout the oceans by means of ocean currents, in order to make the oceans extinct for mankind. If the oceans are fully polluted, mankind will be confined to land, and production and living efficiency will be greatly reduced, thus losing the ability to mobilize the human and material resources needed to support scientific and technological development. For this program, people can submit their questions and queries. Many hands were raised. With a gesture from the presiding officer, a team of secretaries collected the queries from the crowd and organized them into categories. The doubts are centered on the following levels. 1. Whether we have the capability to mine radionuclides of that quality. 2. Which radionuclide to choose to ensure enough damage while having a long enough half-life. Thirdly, can a blockade of the oceans really have the effect of limiting the scientific and technological development of mankind? Fourth, have the plan proponents considered the problem of radionuclide enrichment, which leads to uneven dispersion? The challenged plan proponent took the stage and began to respond to these questions from the people. At first, he was confident and answered fluently, but as the questions got tougher, he hesitated. The questioning was closed and the House voted. Only a few dozen people endorsed the program, standing at less than 10% of all attendees. Most people do not believe that marine pollution programs can achieve self-castration. The presiding officer of the meeting announced, Ocean Pollution Program, ruled out. The second program is next. Plan after plan was put forward, and one after another was rejected by the people. Next is the sixth program, the Heaven and Earth Extreme Cold Program. This program is prepared to. After a brief introduction, the questioning session began again. Most people have no doubt about the nuclear arsenal yield, the geological model of controlled explosions that detonate and control the eruption of the Blue Rock volcano, and the extreme cold weather brought about by the change in the Earth's tilt and the effects of the ice caps. The questions center on one point: can extreme cold weather really limit human technological development? We believe that extreme cold weather brings not just harsh conditions, but also a transformation of humanity itself, both physically and psychologically. We are affected by extreme cold weather. Based on evolutionary models, we believe that it will only take a few generations before human social patterns change significantly. The specific model is as follows. The plan proponent articulates his program. An old man with gray hair raised his hand. With permission, he stood up. If extreme cold weather can block human technological development, then how can the last ice age be explained? Chapter 44, The Toughness of Life. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. In the face of the old man's inquiry, the plan proposer was silent for a moment before saying, "We have established a perfect model for this. According to the model simulation." The old man interrupted. "I don't want to see the results of the model simulations. I'm just asking you what to make of the last ice age." The plan proponent shook his head. Different points in time have different possibilities for development. The situation during the last ice age is not necessarily equivalent to the modern situation. After all, modern humans are not the same as ancient humans in terms of their body structure, the environment they live in, etc. The conference moderator asked, "What was the last ice age?" The old man said slowly, "It's a geological term. About 19,000 to 27,000 years ago, when mankind was in the transition from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic, the Earth experienced a global period of extreme cold. At that stage, the average temperature of the Earth is about 7 degrees Celsius cooler than at the present stage. The extreme cold has spread the North and South Poles ice caps so far that large amounts of water are locked up in the ice caps, causing sea levels to be more than 120 meters lower than they are now. This phase is called the last ice age. Coincidentally, the last ice age, despite its harsh climate, coincided with the transition of human communities from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic. Although mankind did not enter the Neolithic age at this stage, it accomplished most of the pre-existing technological accumulation required for the Neolithic age. To put it another way, can we argue that instead of causing technological stagnation, a harsh climate promotes technological progress? The crowd was silent and thoughtful. The old man looked to the plan's proposer. No matter how elaborate the model simulation is, it can't fully equate to reality. The bottom line is that computers cannot understand the toughness of life. It will always find a way out for itself. The old man sighed. I think that if we really execute the extreme cold of heaven and earth plan, then I'm afraid that not only will the lunar god not think that we're locking up our own technology, but instead, he'll have to think that we're trying to press out our potentials and fight them to the death. The presiding officer said, "Now, please vote." In the end, only 45 people agreed with the extreme cold of heaven and earth program. The vast majority of the remaining people were against it. Extreme cold in heaven and earth program ruled out. The conference moderator said, "Next, the star barrier program." After a brief introduction, the questioning session began. Unlike all previous programs, there have been very few challenges to the star barrier program. After all, this one plan is almost impeccable in terms of theory, feasibility, and consequences of execution. However, in the end, the original proposer of the plan took the initiative to say, "Your Excellency the decision maker, in our follow-up research, we discovered a fatal loophole in the plan. From this, we believe that the plan is not actually feasible." His words caused an uproar. A plan that seemed so perfect and most acceptable, ended up being unfeasible? He sighed. "We underestimated the effects of the interaction between the sun and the Earth's upper atmosphere." The decision-maker chairing the meeting said, "Please elaborate." "Okay, here are the specifics. Previously, we only considered the effect of the Earth's upper atmosphere, and through model simulation, we concluded that although the Earth's upper atmosphere also has a thin atmosphere, which will cause a deceleration effect on the projectile, but, because the Earth's upper atmosphere is so thin, its effect will be very, very low, and can be disregarded. However, after the introduction of solar influence, we find that the situation has changed a bit. The projectile orbits at high altitude and is exposed to direct sunlight. On average, the projectile orbits the Earth once an hour and a half, i.e., it undergoes the process of being heated up and then cooled down by the sun about once an hour and a half. The maximum temperature of the projectile will be raised to about 150 degrees Celsius, and running into the Earth's shadow, the temperature will be lowered to about minus 130 degrees Celsius. Every hour and a half, a temperature difference totaling 280 degrees Celsius will be experienced. If you use special materials, you may not have much effect in a short period of time, but when the length of time is stretched to 10 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years stage, then, no matter what material the projectile was made of, it was bound to have only one outcome: disintegration into even smaller pieces. At the same time, violent solar wind radiation, bombardment by high-energy cosmic rays, will lead to further fragmentation of the debris. By this stage, the effects of the Earth's upper atmosphere will be impossible to ignore. It is highly likely that they will be continually decelerated and eventually fall into the Earth's atmosphere, disappearing in the form of micrometeorites. They may even be stripped directly by the solar wind, thus leaving circular Earth orbit. Either ending will mean the same result. In no more than 1,000 years at the latest, the trillions of tiny pieces of debris and projectiles scattered around the Earth will be cleared of at least 99% of them by a combination of the sun, cosmic rays, the moon's gravity and the Earth itself. The only remaining pieces of debris would be so tiny that they would lose their destructive power against man-made spacecraft. This seemingly impenetrable, let us helpless star barrier, actually do not need to deal with us at all. It will disappear by itself. It simply cannot serve the purpose of blocking the technological development of civilization. The plan proponent bowed gently to the many attendees and left the front desk. Zhou Chang sighed slightly in his heart. Even he himself had to admit that the star barrier plan was even better than the resource depletion plan he had proposed. It's just a shame that it's been discredited as well. At this moment, then, only the last of the 8 plans, which had mobilized the entire scientific community of human civilization and had taken months and countless manpower and resources to come up with, remained. If even the resource depletion plan proposed by himself was rejected, it would mean that people at this stage did not have the potential to self-castrate their technological development, and were unable to disarm and eliminate the threat to the moon god on their own. It does not matter which option is chosen for that multiple-choice question, because at that point, mankind will be disqualified from even doing that multiple-choice question. Under the convergence of gazes, Zhou Chang walked up to the front stage of the conference hall. "I am the author of the resource depletion program. Here, I will be questioned by all of you. My initial thought process for coming up with this plan was actually quite simple. Our planet has survived since its birth more than 4 billion years ago until now, and all the biological resources accumulated during these billions of years are actually only enough for our human civilization to develop once. Now we have used this only opportunity for development. If our civilization were to die out from this point on, and a species no less intelligent than us humans were to appear in the future, they would no longer be able to reach the heights we humans once reached." Chapter 45, Startup Funds. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Facing the thousands of participants sitting silently in the conference hall, Zhou Chang quietly narrated. Throughout the history of the development of human civilization, if we want to delineate some key nodes, I think that we should start from the energy aspect. Early in human civilization, Learning to use fire was the first big breakthrough. In the early days of fire, the pioneers usually used wood as an energy source. After that, it's coal. The large-scale application of coal initiated the Industrial Revolution, which ushered in the ensuing industrial age and gave civilization a takeoff. And then, after that, there is oil. Oil is not only a high-quality fuel, but also the basis of the chemical industry. The large-scale application of petroleum once again started the Industrial Revolution, allowing human civilization to take off once again and making great progress in science and technology. Coal and oil have played an irreplaceable role throughout the history of civilization. Even today, as we are moving into the nuclear age, they are still of paramount importance. I would even go so far as to make the judgment that without sufficiently abundant and easily accessible coal and oil, our human civilization could not have developed to the stage it is at today, but would have remained in the feudal age. Note that there are two key points in this, one of which cannot be avoided. 1. Enough. 2. Easy access. During this time, together with my companion Luyu, I visited many coal mines and oil fields, both those of our ancestors hundreds and thousands of years ago, as well as modern ones. In those ruins, I witnessed the wisdom of the ancestors. They could dig up thousands of tons of coal, enough to supply an entire city, with just their hands and shoulders, with very simple tools. They could obtain enough oil with extremely simple tools, and even made the so-called fierce fire oil based on it, which was used on a large scale in the military. They even built a gas pipeline more than 200 kilometers long thousands of years ago. And their wisdom made me, a modern man, marvel. Their wisdom amazes me as a modern person. However, I can also see that modern coal and oil fields have made extensive use of intelligent machinery. Our mining of coal and oil usually extends hundreds or even thousands of meters into the ground, and we have extremely sophisticated and sensitive exploration equipment that can accurately detect underground reserves if a single extraction is not enough. We even have methods such as water and gas injection to complete secondary and tertiary extraction of the oil, so that we can scavenge all the oil even thousands of meters below the surface. Compared to modern mining methods, the wisdom of the ancestors, even if it amazes me, makes me realize one reality: even if the ancestors were smart and intelligent, if they were put into today's environment, without the aid of modern mining equipment, it would be impossible for them to extract a single piece of coal or a drop of oil, because all the easily extractable fossil energy sources have already been extracted from us. Of the two elements, the first, sufficient quantity, is still present. The second element, easy access, has been permanently lost. So, I think that if we destroy all the already dug pits and mines, destroy all the modern mining equipment, destroy all the modern scientific and technological information, and forcibly reduce the scientific and technological level of the human civilization to the level prior to the first industrial revolution, then our children and grandchildren will never be able to develop again to our present scientific and technological level. They will forever remain only at the level before the Industrial Revolution, at the time when agricultural cultivation depended on the weather, transportation depended on oxen and horses, medical treatment relied on all kinds of herbs, and communication depended on the fast horse stagecoach. Productive forces determine the relations of production. Productive forces that are backward enough will inevitably reshape the entire world. The feudal system will make a comeback. There will be a resurgence of hereditary systems and emperors, and ordinary people will revert to a time when they might not leave their county borders once in their lives. Ideas and cultures may still iterate, and there may still be ideological trends, but due to the world's lack of enough easily accessible fossil energy, they will no longer have a large enough impact on the fabric of society. They will lose the opportunity for widespread dissemination and remain a niche, eventually becoming the toys of a few and fading into obscurity as time washes away. Future generations of our human civilization will continue in this environment forever, if some sort of natural catastrophe that ripples across the globe does not occur. Zhou Cheng calmly narrated, summarizing his plan. In the final analysis, there has been only one share of the startup capital provided for intelligence, for the development of civilization, in the billions of years since the birth of the planet, and that one share of the startup capital has already been used up by us. Without startup capital, there is no use for future generations, no matter how smart or rich in wisdom they may be. Now, everyone can make questions about my and Luyu's plans. There was silence in the middle of the meeting. Countless complex thoughts come to mind. With only one share of startup capital, regress to feudal times and perpetuate civilization in the midst of a low-tech era. Zhou Cheng waited for a long time before an old man finally raised his hand up. The presiding officer said, "Go ahead." That old man stood up tremblingly. I have to admit that based on the existing theoretical system, it is indeed extremely likely that our civilization's technological development system will be locked up after retracting back to the feudal era. It's just that, with regard to your statement that there is only one share of the startup capital, I'm not sure I agree. Coal and oil were primarily formed within the last 100 million years. Give the planet another 100 million years, and if, and I mean if, our children and grandchildren can carry on until then, it may not be impossible for another starter to come along. Zhou Chang shook his head. No more, never again. The reason why coal was formed in large quantities was because the microorganisms that could break down lignin didn't exist on Earth at that time. And now, it's only been a couple of decades and the wood has rotted to what you have seen. There's no chance of turning wood into coal in the modern world. The same is true for oil. Oil can form without the microbial environment of the time. And the Earth today, it doesn't have that environment anymore. Not by a long shot. Another man raised his hand. Even if there is no coal or oil, energy sources such as hydro and wind are ever present. Zhou Chang spread his hands. History has proven that water and wind power failed to promote the technological development of civilization. The development of civilization requires controllable energy sources that are stable enough and in sufficient quantities that there are no alternatives to fossil energy sources. To have stable access to the remaining types of energy other than fossil energy, a sufficient level of science and technology must be the basis. A sufficient level of technology, in turn, requires a sufficient amount of fossil energy as a base. The two are interlocked. It's another dead end. One that even modern deists can't unravel. Chapter 46, that's all. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. As Zhou Chang's words fell, silence once again fell in the conference hall. People pondered over every detail of this plan, which Zhou Chang named resource depletion, and thought deeply about it. It was a long time longer before another man raised his hand. Is it really a good thing for our civilization to continue civilization at the level of the feudal age? That old man trembled and said, I'm already over 90 years old this year. When the Calamity era opened, I was already in my 30s. When I was a kid, there were still places in the world that were poor, even though it was the peak of the human age. I grew up in a very, very poor place. When I was small, I didn't even have shoes to wear and had to run around barefoot every day. Every winter time, my siblings and I had to cower in bed every day. Every day. They ate nothing but rice crackers, and eggs were available only on their birthdays. When I got sick, I had to fight it off or take a little medicine with a lot of side effects prescribed by the village doctor. When the weather gets warmer, you have to work in the fields every day because the machinery can't get in. Exhausted. You can't change much money in a year. My mom was working in the field and died of heatstroke. I watched her die and there was nothing I could do. My family didn't have the money to go to the hospital, and even if I had health insurance, I couldn't afford to pay for that outside of health insurance. Besides, even if we had the money, the mountains would be too difficult to get to. The old man's tone was full of trembling. I have to admit that the development of technology and civilization has also blessed families like mine, the lowest class. If civilization hadn't developed and become stronger, my family's situation would have been even worse. But, even with the blessings of technological and civilizational development, the situation of the lowest class of families like my family is still so difficult. If our civilization regresses to the feudal era, the situation of families at the bottom of the social ladder, such as my family, will only become more difficult. After all, even if my family was poor, there were no harsh taxes and no one bullied us. And during the feudal era, it was inevitably these commoner families at the bottom of the heap that made up the vast majority of the entire world. Emperors and kings, talented men and women, suave and flamboyant, will always be just the right of the top handful of people. To have the vast majority of the people in this world living a life that is even more difficult than the one I had in my childhood home, and never being able to turn over a new leaf, never seeing hope, does it really make sense for such a civilization to continue, even if it can? None of the people present in the conference hall had experienced the old man's situation, but through the old man's narration, people could still feel the profound despair and misery. I grew up studying hard and against all odds so that the vast majority of the world would never again have to live the kind of life I did as a child. I have fought all my life for our civilization, and now, we are going to personally push everyone in the world into a more miserable day than when I was a child? Zhou Chang was also silent. After a long time, he looked up and whispered, the decision of whether or not to live this life is not in my hands, or in your hands, or in the hands of each of us. Our task is just to come up with a program that has feasibility. That's all. The old man wiped his eyes and sat down trembling. The presiding officer gently tapped the table and said in a deep voice, next. We have 3 days to point out challenges to the resource depletion program. If no valid challenges arise, I will make a formal report to the world government on behalf of the Scientific Expedition Program team. Now, the meeting is adjourned. 3 days passed in a flash, and no one raised any questions with sufficient validity. The resource depletion plan jointly proposed by Zhou Chang and Lu Yu was officially passed in the first round. On this day, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu followed that decision-maker and came to the first decision-maker's office together. It had been a while, and there seemed to be a little more blood in the eyes of the first decision-maker. After listening to the report, he looked at Zhou Chang with slight emotion. Resource depletion? Resource depletion? He tapped the desk gently for a long moment before asking, how long would it take if we were to execute this plan? At this moment, it was uncertain whether or not this plan would actually be carried out. Whether or not this plan could be exchanged for the unlocking of the moon god was equally unknown. But at the moment it is possible to leave aside for the moment which factors are to be taken into account and just assume that it is really going to be implemented. Regarding this matter, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu already had a draft in their hearts. Lu Yu made a reply. Your Excellency, first-time policymakers, according to our research, there are now, in the world, a total of 19,000 modern coal mines and oil fields that need to be destroyed one by one. Destroying these minerals does not require a high level of technology, conventional explosives will suffice. It is only the planning and execution of the demolition tasks that may be a little more cumbersome. After blasting, all existing facilities, and already dug pits and holes, etc., will collapse. Even with our technological prowess today, we can't afford to rebuild it again, let alone the people who have lost the support of a modern technological system, based on existing industrial capacity. This could take 3 to 5 years. Secondly, there is the task of destruction of scientific and technical information. Most of the existing scientific and technological information is stored in electronic equipment, and it is much simpler to destroy it. Initial statistics indicate that it will take at most 1 year to complete. The most cumbersome of all is the task of scientific and technological isolation. There is still a multitude of technological information stored in our brains, and there is no way we can destroy this part of the information by killing people. The only thing we can do is to wait for all the people of this generation to die of old age. At the same time, in order to prevent the old people from teaching technology to the new generation of young people, we need to build a quarantine zone in which all the young people will be isolated, and they won't be able to come out until all the people of our generation are dead. The engineering and resource integration involved is more enormous and cumbersome, and is initially expected to take at least 20 years to complete. 20 years. The first decision maker repeats the number in a low voice. In 20 years, the global population is expected to be reduced to just under 50 million and everyone but a few of you young people are already 81 years old or older. He lamented a bit, so it seems that time is still running out. If we're going to execute this plan, then we have to start preparing for it from now on. Lu Yu nodded silently. The first decision maker pondered silently for a long time before finally making a decision. The final decision on whether or not to carry out this plan is also not in my hands. However, we can do without having to confront our civilization with this choice for the time being. Yangjiagou is still digging there, right? Then let's dig for a while longer and see if there's anything new to be found. Chapter 47, The Last Catacomb. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The resource depletion program is simply a last resort. It would naturally be better if the Yangjiagou ruins could unearth more intelligence and clues, so that his side wouldn't have to go through this multiple choice question. The two of them, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu, got up and bowed slightly to the first decision maker before turning to leave. After spending a day or two in the young people's settlement, gathering with the students who still remained here, and purchasing some supplies, the two of them set off once again, heading towards the Yangjiagou ruins. The two didn't have to travel by helicopter this time because the road had been repaired, and there were supply points along the way, allowing the two to safely recuperate. It took several days. Yangjiagou site of the huge excavation site once again presented in front of the two. Seeing the two figures, the little monkey jumped over with unusual delight, first lying on Zhou Chang's shoulder and squeaking, then drilling into Lu Yu's arms and refusing to come out, gently stroking the little monkey's increasingly glossy and silky golden-colored fur. Lu Yu laughed. Haven't seen you for a while, you're getting fatter and fatter. Didn't eat less good food, did you? The temporary person in charge of the construction site also laughed. Every time a meal is served this little guy will come over. None of the big guys have ever fed it properly, and one person just gives it some and it's enough to keep it going. How's the site progressing in the meantime? All is well on the engineering front. Prof. Wang Liyun, who came along with him, sighed. Many details about various aspects of this Yangjiagou tribe have also been discovered, but the ones that are related to the current calamity have not been discovered for now. No more records of the oracle were found? No. Dig around some more. The two of them then stayed on top of the construction site and got back to work on this project. The world government did not hide the resource depletion program, but intentionally spread it to the cyber world, where almost everyone knew about it. In Zhou Cheng's view, this should be regarded as a warm-up. If you have any opinions, just take this time to express them. so that we can fully discuss and communicate with each other, so that we will not be caught off guard when we finally need to make a decision. The impact of this event also rippled from the outside world to the Yangjiagou site excavation. In the midst of his daily work, Zhou Chang also began to frequently hear the workers on the site discussing this matter. Going back to the feudal era again? Then what's the point of living? Just die. You can't say that. Better to die than to live. Hey, without hope, it's better to die. You just think too much. When it really comes down to it, who has the energy to think about dying and living? The discussion on top of the internet is getting more heated by the day. In his spare moments, Zhou Chang would also log onto the internet and observe people's discussions, but he never just watched, never commented. Opinions on the internet are also divided into two distinct camps, one for and one against. There is a long-running debate on the internet around this topic. People are looking for arguments in favor of their own side, looking for loopholes in the other side's arguments, and the debate goes on and on. Time passed quietly under such circumstances. Gradually, the summer of the 61st year of the catastrophe passed quietly. The leaves and weeds gradually withered, and all kinds of wild fruits began to plump up and gradually ripen. One morning, when Zhou Chang pushed open the door to his room and saw a thick layer of white frost on top of the weeds, Zhou Chang knew that autumn had really come. At the moment, the large Yangjiagou site project site compared to the previous has been a little cold. After tens of thousands of people took on logistical supplies, tens of thousands of people took on on-site excavation tasks, and the project had been underway for so long. A significant portion of the excavation work at the Yangjiagou site had already been completed. The remaining excavation tasks are no longer too many. So, about half of the workers have been evacuated ahead of time. At this moment, the total number of workers working on the site is already just over 10,000 people. Below the ruins, there in the county town of Guangxi County, the number of people who were responsible for logistical supplies and material transshipment had also been reduced from more than 50,000 at its peak to just over 1,000 at the moment. The short-lived bustle has quietly dissipated, and the tiny county, where no one has ventured for decades, is rapidly chilling out again. On this day, Prof. Wang Liyun found Zhou Chang. At the current rate of progress of the project, we should be able to complete the excavation of the entire site before the average temperature drops below zero. When Zhou Chang looked at the weather forecast, he realized that there were still about 2 months left. Prof. Wang Liyun's tone was a bit heavy. After all, the entire Yangjiagou ruins of the main project has been dug almost. Now the task carried out knowledge of some of the edges and corners, and until this moment, his side has not found any updated information and clues. Well, keep digging then. Hopefully we'll find new clues in what's left of this. The weather is getting colder by the day. Half a month later, another group of construction workers, numbering about 2,000, withdrew. They had accomplished all their tasks, and for the next project, they could not be used. 10 more days later, another group of 3,000 men withdrew. Then, sporadically, people withdrew almost every day. As few as a few dozen or as many as a few hundred. Until that day a month and a half later, the total number of people left on the huge construction site, including the archaeologists, was only 1,000. This is the last of the engineering forces. The only task left at the moment was the excavation of the tomb of a tribal chief. Between the roaring of the machines, Professor Wang Liyun's complexion was slightly pale. If you can't dig up anything here either, then, we'll never dig up anything again. Slightly frozen dirt was violently dug up by machinery, and huge boulders were forcibly removed by machinery. A group of workers braved the late fall cold, leveling the work surface, carefully searching the excavated rocks and dirt, and carefully cleaning up this last burial where there might be clues. Everything about this ancestral tomb, which had been dusty for thousands of years, was finally exposed to the sunlight. All the funerary objects, pottery, jade, murals, stone slabs, etc., present within it began to undergo the most rigorous scrutiny by Prof. Wang Liyun's team. Workers began to gradually withdraw according to the plan. The large construction site more and more cold. After waiting here for 3 days, the archaeological team's testing of this last batch of artifacts was finally finished. Prof. Wang Liyun and a group of archaeologists arrived at the temporary conference room. I'm sorry, Zhou Chang, we weren't able to find any clues about this plague amongst this chief's tomb. Nothing. She shook her head in slight dismay. The entire Yangjiagou site has been completely excavated. From this moment on, it no longer has any value for further examination. Zhou Chang nodded. Okay, I know. Chapter 48, Staying in the Present. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The expected miracle did not occur. But Zhou Chang also knew in his heart that the reason why miracles were called miracles was because the probability of them occurring was too low. To find that oracle in the Yangjiagou ruins is already a rare miracle. The moon god, based on unknown reasons, even in the Yangjiagou tribe, is about to perish when personally descended, but also happened to be Yangjiagou tribal forefathers recorded. The record of the information of the stone plate even after thousands of years of time, but also happened to be found by their own side, but also happened to be interpreted by their own side so as to obtain the information. This is how low the probability of. To call it a miracle would not be an exaggeration. Trying to find any more clues here would be a bit too greedy. Zhou Chang had already prepared himself mentally for the fact that this last tune would also yield nothing. Facing only about 100 people left on the construction site at the moment, Zhou Chang stood up. Well then, I announced that the Yangjiagou project has come to an end. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication during this time. Thank you. Zhou Chang bent down deeply, and sparse applause rang out in the middle of the conference room. The people each carried complex thoughts, not the least bit exhilarated by the conclusion of a major project. Tomorrow a car will come to take you away, and then you will be able to spend the winter in a well-warmed cradle, and no longer have to freeze here all day long and work hard every day. Old Wang, see what else is good to eat and drink in the warehouse. Take it all out. Let's have a good get-together tonight. Everyone let loose and eat. Let loose and drink. Don't get drunk and don't go home. Zhou Chang tried his best to liven up the atmosphere, and people looked as if they were finally happy, barely squeezing smiles on their faces. Good. The only remaining dormitory core still inhabited by people was lit up on this autumn night. The sound of pots and pans crashing continuously came from the kitchen, and the tantalizing aroma kept drifting in amidst the stinging sound of ingredients colliding with hot oil. The large cafeteria was a joyous gathering. After a lively meal, the old people went back to their rooms to rest. Zhou Chang and Lu Yu, however, were somewhat unable to sleep, so they wrapped up their clothes tightly and strolled around the already desolate construction site under the light brought by the searchlights. The little monkey jumped from side to side around the two of them, constantly squeaking and squealing in a very playful manner. Zhou Chang greasily remembered the days when he came here alone, one man and one spade, and started digging in the company of the little monkey. Less than 2 years had passed, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Slightly away from the dormitory area, the roar of an unknown beast was heard in the night sky. It's been less than a month since the mass evacuation of the workers, and there is a tendency for the area to be reclaimed by nature. Lu Yu pulled Zhou Chang's sleeve. Don't go any further. It's not safe. Okay, here it is. The two found a random seat and sat down next to each other. Nothing new has been dug up here at the Yangjiagou site, so the next step will be to start voting on whether or not to implement the resource depletion program. Right? Yeah. Zhou Chang, do you think the vote will pass? I don't know. Besides, even if it's voted on, it's not necessarily going to be implemented. According to the three-step plan determined by mankind after the meeting a few months ago, after the resource depletion plan proposed by our side was passed and recognized as having a very high possibility of locking up mankind's own development potential, the first step has already been completed, and the next step is to enter the second step. In the second step, if the human beings vote to confirm that eliminating their own potential will lead to the unlocking of the lunar god, then they eliminate their own potential for development and unify their internal opinions, and the second step will be completed. And then there is a third step. It would take a little more to actually get Luna's approval before the plan would actually be executed. If any of these three steps is not adopted, the resource depletion plan will not be implemented. Then, Zhou Chang, if the vote passes our proposal, and the moon god really agrees, will you support it? Facing Lu Yu's inquiry, Zhou Chang did not make a reply for a long time. The night breeze blew gently and the little monkey squeaked. Only after a long time did Zhou Chang shake his head. I don't know. What about you? Lu Yu bit her lip and hugged a pair of long legs, shrinking herself into a ball. Me? I should be supportive. Why? I kinda want a kid. She seemed a little shy, but then she opened up. Don't you think babies are cute? Especially when I gave birth to them myself. Both of us. I will protect him and raise him well. I will make him little clothes with my own hands. Feed him, put him to bed, and when he's a little older and can walk, I'll take him out. Teach him to talk. Teach him to play games. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with longing. Even if there's a lot of stress out there and life is hard, just seeing a child makes you feel better. When you see a child, you see hope. Zhou Chang was oilily reminded of how crazy people in the Twilight era would be to have a chance to raise their children by hand and grow up. Each year the world government will thaw only a few hundred embryos, and hundreds of babies will be born. And there will be hundreds of millions of families enrolled who want to raise children. Every year, the qualification process touches the hearts of everyone in the entire world. Every family that is chosen by luck is ecstatic to be the envy of everyone in the world. Every baby, no matter which cradle it comes to, becomes an angel to all the old people in the whole cradle, and collects all the favor, because babies were so rare. It even made companies like Blue Angel, which made simulated babies, rise to the top of the human world rankings in the Twilight era. It would be nice to have a child with Luyu, a child for both of us. When you see a child, you see hope. But, even if the resource depletion program is implemented and Luna restores our fertility, our children have no future. Luyu whispered, if there is no future, then stop at the present. The world and civilization, too, can be irrelevant to each individual, as long as the family, the husband, the wife, the children, this family can live out their lives in peace and prosperity, even if this life will be poor and tiring, with ups and downs, as long as the family stays together and walks through this life, it's good. The world, civilization, these concepts are too big, our families, too small. If there is no hope for the world and civilization, then let's focus all our attention on our small families and live our own lives. Zhou Chang didn't say anything, but just tightly wrapped Luyu in his arms. Chapter 49 67%. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the bus that would pick up this last group of people to leave arrived. Packing up his luggage, Zhou Chang looked at the little monkey quietly squatting to the side. As if talking to someone, Zhou Chang squatted down in front of the little monkey and said earnestly, We're leaving this place. Leaving the forest. Going back to the cradle. Little monkey, are you going to stay here? Or are you coming with us? The little monkey looked at Zhou Chang full of curiosity, squeaked twice, and nimbly jumped onto Zhou Chang's shoulder, then refused to leave anymore. Zhou Chang stood up and took Luyu's hand. Good then, we'll go back together. In front of the bus, the only people left were feverishly carrying their luggage. After putting their things away, people took their respective seats. Zhou Chang was the last one to get on the bus. He held one hand on the car door, then turned to look at the place he had worked with so many others for almost 2 years, and couldn't help but be in a trance mentally. It's still morning at the moment. The weather in late fall was full of depression. The mountains and jungles are covered with a layer of light mist, like a veil for the mountains and the earth. The site that was once filled with the roar of machinery is now only left with some pits, and some abandoned tools scattered there in bits and pieces. The front dormitory area, warehouse area, etc., had been chained and completely closed off. This lock, I don't know when it will be opened again. If there are no accidents, it is possible that until they are completely rusted, fused with the mountains and the earth, and disappeared from this world, no one will open them again. Director Cho, let's go. Someone in the car called out. Zhou Chang agreed and climbed into the car. The doors closed and the car roared to life, slowly passing outward. As he drove across that wooden bridge, Zhou Chang heard it make a creaking sound that seemed overwhelming. It was designed to last for 3 years. However, Zhou Chang knew that under normal circumstances, it should work properly for at least 5 years, but whether it's 3 years or 5, it really doesn't make much difference, because after driving over this car on its own, no car should ever drive over it again. It was destined to share the fate of its predecessor, the modern bridge from the peak of the human era, to collapse one unnoticed day or night and become a pile of broken walls at the bottom of the canyon. When the car came to the cradle of Light West County, Zhou Chang saw that the once crowded cradle was also empty at the moment. Chains once again locked the gates to the cradle, and weeds once again grew on the empty road, with abandoned trash and debris discarded haphazardly on it. It's the twilight years and there's nothing environmentally friendly about it, so of course no one is going to clean them up. The car traveled along, passing numerous supply points that had played an important role on this route. Of course, these supply points were equally empty among them. However, their facilities were still usable, and some supplies were left behind. Thus, after resting and resupplying several times among the different supply points, and after spending several days, the bus finally arrived at the great capital city. Zhou Chang did not go to the World Government Building again. This was because the matter concerning the Yangjiagou ruins had already been reported before. After arriving at their house and taking a short break, they both went to their computers at the same time. It is now 8 p.m. The time when the first decision-maker delivers an important resolution. Outside the window the street was empty. The doors of the various entertainment centers for young people to relax were also closed. It was late fall night at the moment, but the young people's ghetto would not normally be this quiet. Obviously, everyone realized the importance of the first decision-maker's resolution at this moment, and they all waited in front of their TVs or computers. The first decision-maker figures as promised. His appearance hadn't changed much compared to the last time they met, except that the fatigue in the corners of his eyes was becoming more pronounced. Compatriots, today I have come to inform you of an important decision. As we all know, In the excavation of the Yangjiagou site, we deciphered an extremely important text, and thus gained an extremely important piece of information. That is, it is highly likely that the moon god is doing this in advance because we in the future may compete with it for survival, and it has striven ahead of time to deprive us of our fertility and single-handedly pushed our civilization to the brink of extinction. As a result, under reasonable analysis and speculation, we have the knowledge that, assuming we can eliminate our own development potential and ensure that we can never pose a threat to the moon god, it is possible that the moon god will allow our civilization to continue. A few months ago, the world government set up a scientific research project team to conduct a comprehensive study to find ways to dissipate our development potential. In the end, a group led by the two of them, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu, found a program called resource depletion, which was considered by a number of scientists, and was deemed to be able to achieve this purpose. The details of the resource depletion program should already be known to you and will not be repeated here. The world government believes that before attempting to communicate with the moon god, our human civilization should first unify our internal opinions. That is, assuming that the program could actually be agreed to by the moon god so that our civilization could continue. Should the program be implemented, the world government is not in a position to make decisions on implementation or non-implementation. After careful discussion, the decision makers in the world government have agreed that the only people who are qualified to make the decision are you, who are sitting in front of the television sets, computers, and other various media at this moment. This decision will be made by all of us existing human beings. The voting channel will be officially open starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and will be presented through all media together, including computers and cell phones. Every existing human being is entitled to cast his or her vote to ultimately decide the future fate of human civilization. If one opinion receives more than 67% of the votes, it is considered to have been adopted. If no opinion receives more than 67% of the votes, the result of this vote is nullified. After a 3-day settling-in period, a second ballot will be opened and will remain open until one side's opinion receives more than 67% of the vote. It should be noted that once one side's opinion has been adopted, the world government will regard it as the common opinion of all mankind, and the world government will unshakably and firmly implement it, and no one will be able to block it any longer. My fellow citizens, from this moment on, in a sense, the future of civilization is in each of our hands. The first decision maker slowly stood up. Bless our civilization. He bent deeply. My words are finished. Thank you. Chapter 50 Voting. 1 second to remember. Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Since the excavation from the Yangjiagou site of the sentence you live, I'm going to die of the ancient Chinese characters were deciphered, and thus generated subsequent speculation and analysis. These results were published. These results for several months. The network world has been a heated discussion on this. The two parts of the population that hold opposing views, each with a great deal of vocal power, argue vehemently in almost every place where a debate can be opened. At the moment, the heat of the debate on the matter has been taken to another level with the announcement by the first decision maker that a vote will be held. In terms of heat, the number of people holding both opinions seems to be comparable. Zhou Chang knew that this vote was bound to be very sticky and difficult to separate. Shutting down the computer. Zhou Chang didn't think about those things anymore, but took out a newly purchased baby cradle and laid a soft cushion in it. Little monkey, from now on, this will be your home. The little monkey jumped into the cradle very happily, and lay down on it very nicely and stretched out, seeming to be very satisfied with the place. After settling the little monkey, the two of them cuddled up together. The next day, it was time to vote. Lu Yu looked at Zhou Chang with her cell phone. You're really not going to vote? Zhou Chang shook his head. I won't vote. All right. Lu Yu clicked on the voting interface, selected the support option, and after a series of verification procedures, the vote was successful. At this moment, somewhere in a hospital in Dying City, above a hospital bed, an old man with age spots on his face, thinning hair and tubes was lying in bed. His eyes were greatly open, and his breathing was extremely rapid and laborious. Between each breath, a coarse and hoarse sound of airflow emanated from the middle of his throat. His body was trembling slightly at all times, as if he was suffering great pain. The gray-haired doctor sighed softly as he looked at the indicators about his body on the instruments. Is it time? He looked behind him to the aide. The aide looked at the time. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes later, a cell phone was brought over. The eyes of the old man in the hospital bed widened once again, and his withered hands propped up the bed as if he wanted to sit up. But even though he was using all his strength, his hands still only looked like they were gently caressing the surface of the bed, not providing enough support at all. Old Wang, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to sit up. You can vote even if you lie down. The old man gave up exerting himself and his body soothed slightly. The voting interface is opened and the biometric verification process begins. A series of procedures are completed and the doctor gently lifts the elderly man's arm and hovers it in front of the voting screen. This button can only be pressed by him or it will be considered invalid. The old man tried his best to lift a finger slowly. Then, like a clumsy baby, he carefully and intently maneuvered this finger and finally stopped on the no button. The gray-haired doctor's mind was filled with complex thoughts. The patient in front of me should have actually died 10 days ago. But he never died. He always did his best, endured the pain before his death, and held on hard until this moment. The old man's thin fingers finally pressed on the objection. The vote was successful. The old man's body suddenly relaxed, and under his breathing mask, the corners of his mouth tugged slightly, as if he were smiling. His lips quirked a few times as if he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. No sound was heard, but the doctor knew what he wanted to say, for these words had been repeated countless times before the old man entered his dying state. I would rather civilization die than see our children and grandchildren go back to a life that was worse than even when I was a child. I won't die until I cast this vote against it. I'm just going to tough it out until the day of the vote. Now he did. The smile faded from the corners of his mouth. His eyes drifted closed, and his chest slowly stopped rising and falling. The doctor stood up and picked up his communicator. Morgue, cradle of Lambeth County. An old woman with a slightly hunched back rises from her bed and the first thing she does is to check on the simulated baby sleeping next to her. Seeing that the baby was still asleep and showed no signs of waking up, she slowly got up. After a busy breakfast, the simulated baby slowly yawned and opened her eyes. Baby, awake from your nap? Come on, mommy will take you out. The old woman walked out of the house full of kindness, holding her baby. The sun is just right at the moment. It's not too cold or too hot, so it's a great time to be outdoors. A group of elderly men, each holding a simulated baby, converged in the middle of a small park next to a field. The babies were crying, laughing, crawling around on the floor, and playing seriously. In the old days, old people would always pass the time by babysitting babies and chatting animatedly. But today, the old people were silent for a long time. Occasionally someone spoke, and those who answered seemed distracted. The sun shone silently on the earth below. It was a long time before an old man looked at the babies inside. You say, it would be so nice if all these dolls were real. She shuddered and took out her cell phone, muttering, I don't understand so many things, and I can't think straight. All I know is that I want a child. I want a real child. Even if I'm old and won't live long enough to see a child, even if I have one, I still want a child. She opened the voting screen, and after a series of bio-verifications, she shakily pressed the support button. The voting period totaled 3 days. 3 days later, the polls closed. The voting screen, every one of them saw the final result of this vote. The total number of people who have made the choice is 760 million, or 36% of the total population of civilization at this moment. Of that 36% of the voting population, those who chose to support the program made up 76%. Those who chose to oppose the program made up 24%. Opposition to the program prevailed. But, the vote share did not exceed the original 67%. The result of this round of balloting is thus null and void. A second round of balloting will be open 3 days later. Discussions in the online world continue to be heated, with each side looking for loopholes in the opponent's arguments and trying to convince the other to support their point of view. In the midst of this heated exchange, the 3-day settling period slipped by and a new round of voting began. This time, the vote shares of the two options not only did not widen the gap, but became closer, at 86% and 14% respectively. Meanwhile, the total voting population continues to climb. By the third round of balloting, the total number of people alive in the world had reached 880 million, of whom 850 million had voted. This means that almost 99% of the population voted, except for those who had fallen into a coma and were completely incapable of voting. But this vote remains undecided. The fourth ballot will open soon. Chapter 51 Double Standard. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows, compared to before the start of voting. After 3 rounds of no contests until now, when the fourth round of voting is about to start, the noise in the online world has diminished a lot. Most people have once again resumed their silence and stopped voicing their opinions in the middle of the internet. The reason is simple. People have realized that there is no point in debating with their opponents. The opponent is unlikely to convince himself, and he is unlikely to convince his opponent. This people with opposing views then remain silent, planning to continue to follow the path of their own choices from previous times and cast their votes once again when the fourth ballot opened. This time, however, things seem to have taken a somewhat different turn. Above the cyber world. A post that first appeared in a forum suddenly had an extremely high level of heat. The post popped up in front of Zhou Chang's eyes when he opened his computer one time. If hope is more important than life, then why don't you go and die now? The title of this post can be extremely poignant. Zhou Chang was stunned for a moment and flipped through the thread. You always say that if you are going to cut off the hope for the future of civilization with your own hands, then you would rather the whole civilization just perish and simply not continue. You also say that even if you die, you will never give in to the invaders. I would rather die with my head held high than live without hope. Then, once the resource depletion proposal is not passed, our civilization will completely lose the possibility of obtaining the moon god's unbinding, and the civilization will be left with the only way out, waiting for the last human to die of old age and ushering in extinction. But this situation originally belongs to the category of no hope. Since you believe that hope is more important than life, since you have actively chosen to be without hope at this moment, why are you still alive at this moment? How is it that at this moment, you who are hopeless can live in peace and enjoy the resources left behind by human civilization at its peak, while in the future, our children and grandchildren, who are also hopeless, will not even have the qualifications to be born into this world? Does it really feel right for you guys to double standard to this extent? And what makes you think that living without hope is better than dying? Have you asked those who live without hope? Who are you to stand at this moment and decide the fate of another group of people? If it is better to live without hope than to die, then if you had a chance to travel back hundreds of years to the feudal era, to go in front of a poor peasant living at the bottom of the heap with no hope of turning over a new leaf in his life, and tell him not to live, but simply to go and die, do you think he would scold you or beat you up? Without hope, does one not deserve to live, to be in this world? Do they really care about what you call hope? Does it really matter to them? Don't forget that the dawn of civilization and technology has just been born in this world for only a few hundred years. Our civilization, on the other hand, has lasted for more than 1,000,000 years. From the Paleolithic Age to the Neolithic Age, to the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, from the Slave Age to the Feudal Age, no one could have imagined that the dawn of technology would appear in the future. And no one could have imagined that technology would be able to make even one of the most ordinary people at the bottom of the ladder suffer greatly from overnutrition. The people in the midst of those times didn't even know what hope really was. But our civilization has still continued for more than 1,000,000 years. So what if there is no hope? People in the midst of those times were just as likely to be surprised by a small flower on the side of the road, and excited to have shot a prey. They will be equally thrilled to have found a partner for life on their wedding night. They too have their joys and sorrows, their love and hate. They also have their own lives, and they will enjoy their lives too. Now, you are on the high ground, and with the phrase, they have no hope, you have simply eliminated the possibility of them having a life, and you think you are doing them a favor by being compassionate. Where did you get your faces? Zhou Chang read the post carefully. Zhou Chang did not agree or disagree with the tendency of this post. He just knew one thing. This fourth round of voting, he was afraid that it was going to have a different result than before. Just as Zhou Chang expected. This post, since the birth of this post, the heat immediately high, against the resource depletion program of people's voices instantly reduced a lot. After this, the fourth round of voting opened. The supporters of the resource depletion proposal had shown a very different posture at the beginning of this round of voting. 3 days later, the polls closed. Once again, the results were presented to all. The percentage of votes for supporters, at 69.55%, exceeded the original 67% cutoff. The dust has settled. Above the cyber world. I don't know how many people were ecstatic and celebrating with each other. I also don't know how many people were cursing loudly and angrily, as if they had lost their lives. But everyone knows that since the result has already appeared, it is impossible to change it. This is the common wish, the common will of the vast majority of people in this world. Then, according to the previous deployment, at this moment when the human civilization had already unified its internal opinions, the third step of the entire plan was about to open. World Government Building, Office of the First Policymaker. Looking at the results in front of him, the taller first decision-maker's face was ancient, joyless and devoid of any emotion. At 8 o'clock this evening, I will speak again. Yes, the secretary promised and began to arrange the relevant matters. At 8 o'clock, the first decision-maker's figure reappeared in the screen. Fellow citizens, the results of the vote have appeared, and there is a majority in favor of the resource depletion option. I will open the third step of the program and try to communicate with the moon god. Based on the findings of the peak era, we know that what causes us to be infertile, the inability of the human sperm and egg to unite, is a certain state of affairs that we do not yet understand, and this state is persistent. There is good reason to think that if the moon god is some individual or group of individuals with intelligence, then there is a great probability that they have been watching us. It is highly likely that they can hear us, including what I'm saying at the moment. Then, on behalf of the entire human civilization, I, the leader of the human civilization, tell the following message to the moon god. Just a short time ago, our entire civilization has made a common decision. This decision is irrevocable and enforceable. We, the human civilization, are willing to give up the potential for future development of our civilization and completely eliminate the possibility that we may pose a threat to your side, leading to competition for survival, in exchange for the continuation of our civilization. Chapter 52 Why? 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, Bibj 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. We don't want our existence to cause any distress for any of the remaining intelligent life in this universe. We just want to live. We just want civilization to continue. We need very few resources, and a small planet is enough to supply them all. Even if it's not enough, we don't have the ability to transmit any influence beyond the planet. We just want to continue civilization, nothing more. Dear Lunar God, if you can hear these words that I have spoken on behalf of the entire human civilization and give a definite response to them, I will lead the entire civilization to begin implementing the resource depletion plan that has been previously confirmed. If you can, please respond to us civilly. Thank you. The words of the first decision maker were spoken, but the broadcast did not end. He waited quietly, as did all the people who were sitting before the various media outlets watching the live broadcast at the moment. At this moment, the radio signal carrying this live broadcast is being transmitted in the form of a broadcast through all frequency bands to the entire universe. Countless people stared intently at the live broadcast screen, afraid of missing any information. In this moment, old and young, in the wild and in the cradle, hundreds of millions of human beings around the globe, in full silence, waited for what might be a reply from the moon god. In the young people's ghetto, Zhou Chang sat cuddling with Lu Yu, while the little monkey sat on his shoulder. As if sensing that their masters were focusing on an extremely important matter, the little monkeys were unusually quiet at the moment. Looking at the screen, the first decision maker's increasingly tired face, Zhou Chang is also silently waiting. If Luna responds to this, what form would that take? Zhou Chang didn't know. What the Yangjiagou tribe portrayed, the image of the moon coming to the surface of the earth, was more of just a symbolic depiction of the moon god coming down, not that the image of the moon god was really the same as the moon. Even the reason why that unknown being has the name moon god is purely because the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe believe that the moon is in charge of fertility and reproduction. In fact, it is highly likely that Luna has nothing to do with the moon at all. So, would be a ball of light? Will it be a spaceship descending from the sky? Will it be a strange-looking alien descending in a spacesuit? It's all possible. Minutes slipped by in silent waiting. With his eyes staring at the screen, Zhou Chang's thoughts unconsciously drifted to a faraway place. He once again recalled the scene 2 years ago when he came alone to the Yangjiagou ruins to start excavation, and the pile of things that happened afterward. One thing after another. From the digging up of the skeletons, to the confirmation that the ancestors of the Yangjiagou tribe had likewise lost their ability to procreate, to the world government's dispatching of engineering forces in to confirm that the moon god had once descended, to the discovery of that oracle tablet, to the deciphering of. Zhou Chang can confirm that according to conventional logic, to analyze and speculate, survival competition is the most likely reason. If it's not a competition for survival, then what else is there for us in the future that can threaten you? At the same time, Zhou Chang could also confirm that the resource depletion plan jointly proposed by himself and Lu Yu, at least under the current technological level of the human civilization, did have the ability to lock up the development potential of human beings. Since even people today can't find a solution, people whose technology has degraded to feudal times can find a solution and thus bypass this limitation? It's not possible. Besides, even if this plan is not feasible on a practical level due to some reasons unknown to us, since our human civilization has already shown such great sincerity and determination, and since you, Luna, have technological strength that exceeds ours, you should have a more reliable and superior plan than the resource depletion plan. You should have a more reliable and better program than resource depletion. If you want us to do something, just say so. Would we object? At the same time, this has led to a state where human civilization is unable to procreate and is something that needs to be maintained on a continuous basis. This being the case, it implies a certain level of commitment. If we humans ourselves voluntarily eliminate the potential for development, wouldn't that mean that we could save you these inputs? In this way, the best of both worlds. Based on these logics, rational judgment, Zhou Chang believed that the human side had a greater likelihood of getting a response from the moon god in lifting the fertility blockade. But at the moment 10 minutes had passed. All the human beings of the entire planet also waited in silence for 10 minutes. The first decision maker slowly raised his head and stared straight up at the ceiling. There, the lights were still bright. As before, he said again, as far as I know, all the observatories, signaling stations, etc. around the globe have not received any reports of unusual information. Of course, that doesn't mean that Luna didn't respond to us. Maybe they've already responded and we just don't know. Then, we will have an active trial. I will order that 1,000 sperm and eggs be taken from each of the sperm and egg banks, each with the best genetics and the highest quality, and the highest viability, as we understand it, to be tested for sperm-egg binding. If even just one of these 1,000 spermatozoa succeeds in combining and giving birth to an embryo, we will be able to know what answer the moon god has given us. Now, the test begins. We've done all the prep work, so you don't have to wait long. Based on the latest equipment left over from the peak era, it will only take just 2 hours for the results to appear. The camera pans to a lab with a predominantly white color scheme. In the laboratory, 1,000 mechanical arms were neatly arranged in several columns. Under each arm, there was a thawed sperm and egg. The sperm-egg binding test then begins. 2 hours passed at a leisurely pace amidst the anxious waiting. The results of the experiment appear. A secretary walked quickly behind the first decision-maker and handed him a report document. Looking at the document, the first decision-maker's ancient face finally had some expression. His hand holding the report document was trembling ever so slightly. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said into the microphone, and also to the hundreds of millions of compatriots who are always concerned about this matter. As with the millions of tests in the previous decades, this time the sperm and egg binding test once again fails altogether. He raised his head, and a look of bewilderment unexpectedly appeared on his face, full of determination at this moment. He looked at the ceiling as if he was looking at some invisible existence. His voice was full of trembling. We just want to live. Just to live is enough. For that, we can pay any price. Even the severance of the potential for civilization is acceptable. What do you want? Say it, say it. Why won't you tell us? Why? Why? Chapter 53, 5 Conditions. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The first decision-maker's words sounded like a heavy hammer, pounding on people's hearts hammer by hammer. Zhou Chang knew that although it had only been more than 2 hours since he had publicly made his decision and commitment, which seemed to be a short period of time, the probability of getting a reply in the next 2 hours without a reply was very, very low. There is no doubt that human civilization's attempt to perpetuate civilization has once again met with failure. And that is on the premise that the human side has decided to pay a price in terms of significant core benefits. At this moment, not only the first decision maker, but almost every person sitting in front of the screen watching this live broadcast couldn't help but have this question floating in their mind at the same time. What do you want? Why won't you tell us? Do really need us all to die out before your demands can be met? Is there really no second choice? Lu Yu slowly stood up and turned off the computer. The whole person looked a bit lost. Well, it looks hopeless. It's getting late. Go to sleep. But she did not get a response. She turned around with some surprise, and saw Zhou Chang still sitting fixedly on the sofa, staring fixedly at the computer screen in front of her. But at the moment the computer screen was dark and there was no image. Lu Yu wanted to shout again, but hesitated and didn't. She then stood quietly by, trying not to make any movement or sound, and waited in silence. Only after a long time did Zhou Chang slowly turn his head to look at Lu Yu. This attempt failed, but it proved one thing side by side, that this matter of the lunar god blocking our fertility has nothing to do with our level of technology. It doesn't matter if we're in the interstellar age or the agrarian age. As long as we are alive, there is a very high probability that we can pose a threat to the moon god. The key point, not in the degree of technology, but in ourselves. So, what existences might we, ourselves, pose a lethal threat to? Lu Yu was slightly confused. I don't know. As if he hadn't heard her words, Zhou Chang continued to speak at an unchanged pace. There is another qualification, and that is, the so-called moon god is most likely also on Earth, at least within the atmosphere. Originally I thought Luna might be in the rest of the galaxies or planets near Earth, but now it looks like I might be wrong. The reason for this is simple. The resource depletion program can block our technological development, making it impossible for us to exert influence on the rest of the universe. If that is the case, and the moon god is still subject to our influence, then the only possibility is that it is also on Earth. If Luna is also on Earth and, regardless of the level of technology, is under mortal threat from us, then what is it? Lu Yu's expression was steeply grave. At this moment, she also followed Zhou Chang's train of thought. Indeed, based on the previous inference, when our side made up its mind to lose the development potential of civilization in exchange for the continuation of civilization, if the moon god is an existence that exists in the vicinity of the solar system, as our side speculated earlier, and took the initiative to block the fertility of human civilization because of the fear of being threatened by the competition for survival, it has a greater likelihood of lifting such a blockade. Of course, it's only a greater likelihood, not a certainty. There are still too many variables involved, after all. On the other hand, since the moon god has not agreed to our program and has not lifted our fertility blockade, is it more likely that it is not the kind of existence that our side speculated about earlier? Coupled with the fact that once the technological blockade is realized, the influence of the human side will be limited to Earth. Further speculation can be drawn, the moon god is also on Earth. As well, the threat from humans is always there, regardless of the level of technology, and that leads to another inference, the threat comes from humans themselves. In this way, a temporarily unknown being like the moon god has a total of 3 descriptions at this moment. 1. Luna is under threat from human civilization. 2. The threat has nothing to do with the level of technology, it comes from humans themselves. 3. Luna is on Earth. Luyu quickly figured these things out as well. She could not confirm that these 3 descriptions of the moon god were 100% correct. After all, there were many other possibilities in the deduction process that led to these conclusions. For example, one of the simplest possibilities, what caused human civilization to lose its ability to procreate was simply a prank by some super alien civilized being. There was no reason, no cause, just a prank like a child's game. It wasn't even a prank, simply a passing alien being looking at humans and doing something random. This possibility cannot then be ruled out, but at least, the 3 descriptions proposed by our side based on this failure have a greater likelihood compared to the others, and as long as there is a certain possibility, it is enough to be called a huge breakthrough. Following Zhou Cheng's train of thought, on top of these 3 descriptions that were already clear, Luyu thought carefully for a moment and quickly came up with another description. There is also a 4th point. The lunar god is not in existence in the conventional sense as we understand it. Zhou Cheng's eyes looked like they were flickering with some kind of light, and when he heard Luyu's words, he nodded his head in agreement after only a few seconds of thinking. Right, if it's an existence in the conventional sense, then there's no reason why we can't discover it. Since countless scientific research seniors have gone forth and back over the past few decades, trying everything they can to study this calamity, we must have discovered it long ago if the moon god was a regular existence. Perhaps one more must be added, that the unconventional being possesses a certain degree of autonomy, even a certain degree of intelligence. Zhou Cheng nodded again after a moment's thought. Right, to be able to persistently inflict on human beings the state that causes human civilization to be unable to procreate, and to be unable to identify the source and type of this state despite the exhaustion of human research means, in itself implies an extremely high degree of difficulty. There's no reason why a being capable of such a thing should turn out to be surprisingly unintelligent. The clues that the moon god had once descended in some form, as once recorded by the Yangjiagou tribe, corroborated this. Existing on Earth, threatened by us, threat model not related to technology, unconventional mode of existence, possesses some intelligence of its own. At the moment, this total of 5 conditions has been listed in full. If we can find an existence that meets these 5 conditions, then there is a high probability that our side will find the black hand behind the trouble that has plagued the human civilization for decades, directly forcing the human civilization from the peak era to the verge of extinction at this moment. There had never been such a moment that made Zhou Cheng feel so close to the truth. But, Luyu muttered these 5 conditions and looked at Zhou Cheng full of bewilderment. Does this kind of thing really exist on our planet? Chapter 54, Born Allies. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Facing Luyu's inquiry, Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment and slowly said, since it is an unconventional type of existence, then the moon god's form of existence must be very special and very difficult to imagine. Luyu nodded his head silently and once again fell into thought. At this moment, it was already late at night, the whole city was silent, as if it had just ended, an attempt that concerned everyone's vital interests and destiny, and involved the survival of an entire civilization, without bringing any impact to this world. Or, even those who supported the implementation of this plan actually did not hold much hope that Luna could agree. After all, people have been disappointed too many times over the past few decades and have long since gotten used to failure. Little by little the time passed. The little monkey, who couldn't seem to stand the fatigue, stretched anthropomorphically and climbed into the cradle on his own, curling up comfortably. After a long time, Luyu suddenly brightened his eyes and quickly said, you say, could it be that our Earth has a consciousness? Well, some sci-fi works in the past have described it before, being called something like Gaia consciousness or something like that, although it's really hard to imagine that a planet would have a consciousness, and there's no scientific basis for this kind of thing, but we can leave the principle and type of this for the time being, and not think about if there really exists the so-called Gaia consciousness. and how it manages to make us human beings unable to procreate. And from the motivation alone, the Gaia does possess the motivation to make us infertile. Lu Yu slowed down his speech, thinking while slowly saying, "You see, as an intelligent race unprecedented in the history of the Earth, we humans, even if it was only in the feudal era, or even a little bit earlier in the slave era, have the ability to transform the environment that is incomparable to any of the rest of the species. As early as the slave era, there were primitive dams that cut off rivers, as well as mines and metal smelting activities. We can also cut down trees on a massive scale, slash and burn. We can even change the elemental composition of the atmosphere, and we are changing, or destroying, the Earth's environment as never before. This kind of thing has never happened in the billions of years since the birth of the Earth. Even the dinosaurs, which were once the most powerful species other than human beings, have never done it. Assuming that there really is a so-called Gaia consciousness on Earth, it is highly likely that it is not accustomed to such changes, or destruction. Based on this, it would have every incentive to destroy us pesky parasites or germs in order to restore its own state to what it was in the past. At the same time, the Gaia consciousness is fully compatible with the 5 conditions that we have previously proposed. It's right here on Earth, because it's the Earth itself. It is threatened by us because we have changed it as never before. The threat has nothing to do with the degree of technology, because long before technology was at all budding, we had the ability to remodel far beyond any of the rest of the species. It exists in an unconventional way. So unconventional even that it used to exist only in science fiction. As well, if the Gaia consciousness does exist, then it is highly likely that it will have an intelligence. After all, if there is no intelligence, what makes us think it exists? After speaking this last point, Lu Yu looked at Zhou Cheng with hope. Do you think it's possible? When Lu Yu had just proposed the so-called Gaia consciousness, Zhou Cheng had felt an almost overwhelming sense of absurdity. This was somewhat unimaginable to him, who had undergone complete and rigorous scientific training. Only, along with one item of Lu Yu's narration, Zhou Cheng had to suppress those absurdities in his heart, and began to scrutinize this possibility with an extremely serious and earnest attitude. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Cheng shook his head. No, even if we put aside for a moment the type of existence of the Gaia consciousness and how it managed to make our human civilization infertile, even if the Gaia consciousness does exist and it does have this ability, it is very unlikely, nay, almost impossible, that it is the one behind the scenes. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. Why? First of all, what stage in the development of human civilization was the one that caused the most serious damage to the Earth's environment? It was hardly necessary to think about it, and Lu Yu immediately responded. Early stage of industrial development. Right. It was only in the early stages of industrial development that we human beings caused great damage to the environment. Discharging sewage, opening up mountains for mining, cutting down trees and destroying the ecology. Once past the early stages of development, as we were in the peak era, humans will instead begin to emphasize environmental protection. You can also see these developments. We have even set up a specialized environmental protection department to implement environmental protection policies with mandatory administrative force. The rivers of the Earth began to clear again. The mountains were covered with green trees again. Desertification was curbed. Animal populations began to recover, and so on and so forth. From this, we can conclude that the higher the level of technology, the better the environmental protection. It is even reasonable to assume that once mankind has truly evolved into an interstellar civilization, the entire planet will be the most strictly protected as a most special planet. At the end of the day, we humans ourselves have developed and evolved from the Earth's environment. No one likes the stench of sewage and garbage, and no one can tolerate their own home being like this. This is something that is engraved in our genes. It is our nature and can never be changed. Based on this, it is our instinct to protect the Earth. Something we are bound to do once we are free from the crisis of survival. In a way, it is in the interest of the Gaia consciousness, if it really exists, that humanity grows and becomes strong. Lu Yu retorted. If there were no humans, the Gaia consciousness would have originally not had to endure even this one calamity in the early stages of human industrial development. Besides, how can it ensure that once human civilization is technologically advanced enough to notice its existence, it won't use it to do certain terrible things? Stifling human civilization in the early stages of development suits its needs. Still not right. Zhou Cheng shook his head once again. If even the so-called Gaia consciousness can exist, then, based on the Earth mediocrity principle, there are bound to be more types of rare and strange existences in the universe. How can Earth's Gaia consciousness ensure that in the future it will not be victimized by the rest of the malefactors in the universe? Even if we don't talk about these intelligent malefactors, even if it's some asteroid or some other celestial body barreling through the universe, who can Earth's Gaia consciousness count on to save it once it's threatened with an impact? That's the kind of thing that's not uncommon in the history of the planet. In the final analysis, the Earth is the home of our human civilization. No matter how advanced mankind has developed, as long as there are options, mankind will not allow the Earth to be threatened. In the final analysis, if the Earth really has consciousness, then we human beings are natural allies with it. And we can even say that there is a blood relationship of allies, born with the basis of mutual trust. How can it possibly step in to exterminate us humans? Chapter 55 Collective. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The so-called Earth mediocrity principle has another name, the Earth divergence hypothesis. It is mainly used to answer the question, namely, why is it that human civilization, which has reached the present stage of technological development and has a high capacity to probe the deep space of the universe, still fails to find any traces of alien life? The Earth-specific hypothesis suggests that the Earth is special, which is why it is the only planet that has produced life. The rest of the universe, which does not have this specificity, cannot harbor life, and that is why mankind has not been able to discover the rest of the planet's statements. But the reality does not fit well with the Earth specificity hypothesis. The most important point is that one can't find out where the Earth's specificity lies. No matter how harsh the conditions and low the probability of harboring life, there should be a significant number of planets that qualify in the face of a huge base. A galaxy has hundreds of billions of stars and trillions of planets. With such a large base, what demanding conditions could not be met? As a result, people have begun to think that the Earth is actually mediocre. If the Earth can harbor life, so can the rest of the planets. The reason why it has not been discovered is because of the rest, not because the Earth is special. This principle has not yet been proved conclusively, but a great deal of data has been available to provide more solid corroboration. To put it in the context of this discussion, since the Earth is mediocre, there's no reason why the rest of the planet can't give birth to Gaia consciousness if the mediocre Earth can give birth to Gaia consciousness. That being the case, with the possibility of an external threat, the Gaia consciousness of Earth has chosen to exterminate the intelligent civilization that it has spawned? You can't even trust a human civilization with which you have blood and deep emotional ties, as well as great common interests, to go out and exterminate it, but you go and choose to believe that the rest of existence can shelter you? It doesn't make sense. It's a stupid choice to make, emotionally and rationally. Based on this, Zhou Cheng believed that even if the so-called Gaia consciousness of the Earth really existed, it was unlikely to be the culprit of the catastrophic event. Since the existence of the Gaia consciousness is irrelevant to the situation, there is no reason for your side to assume that it exists. From this conjecture can be ruled out for now. Facing Zhou Cheng's words, Lu Yu had to fall into deep thought. After a long time, she slowly nodded. You're right. It's unlikely to be a Gaia consciousness. So, besides it, what else exists that meets these 5 conditions deduced by your side? The two racked their brains and tried to think. Lu Yu suddenly raised her head and looked straight into Zhou Cheng's eyes. Is it possible that microbes? Zhou Cheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. This possibility was already ruled out back when the Calamity Era first opened. This matter of sperm and egg not being able to combine does not involve any bacterial or viral infection. Lu Yu said. No, I don't mean microbial infection in the conventional sense. I'm just thinking that microbes, as a cluster, are motivated. Let's ignore for the moment how they do it and whether they have the ability to do it, and just consider the motivation. And that they have the motivation to do so if they have the intelligence to do so, if they exist. As long as we humans survive and continue, we are exterminating a great number of microorganisms at all times. A single boil of water in the district can kill hundreds of millions of microorganisms. The body's immune system is constantly eliminating countless bacteria and viruses. We also make a lot of sanitizers, even to the point of arguably uncontrolled use. Compared to the rest of the life forms, be it animals or plants, we, with our intelligence, are the most efficient in killing microorganisms, and, regardless of our technological level, the war with microorganisms will continue forever, and the confrontation between the two is not affected by the level of human technology. The difference is only that a higher level of technology is more efficient at killing, and a lower level of technology is less efficient at killing, but the essence of the confrontation is unaffected. In addition to the possessing intelligence bit, it also meets those conditions we listed earlier. They are on Earth. They are threatened by us and have little to do with the degree of technology and the mode of existence. While conventional, would necessarily be unconventional for such intelligences if they were somehow endowed with intelligence. Zhou Cheng's brows furrowed slightly as he too began to think carefully and seriously and solemnly. At this stage, any possibility that seems absurd must be taken seriously enough to merit a bit of deep thinking. Wisdom, unconventional. Wisdom, unconventional. Lu Yu muttered these two conditions and suddenly brightened up. Is it possible that collective wisdom? Zhou Chang was stunned for a moment. Lu Yu's tone was a little sharp. Hypothetically. What about looking at the cluster of microorganisms on Earth as a collective? If the collection of all the Earth's mountains, rivers, etc., plus the Earth itself, can be regarded as that collective intelligence called Gaia, can it not be assumed that microbes, as a cluster, can also give birth to a collective intelligence? Its mode of existence, well, mode if you will, is similar to the relationship between a cell and a human body. A single cell does not possess intelligence, but a myriad of cells that do not possess intelligence combined and connected together in some form become intelligent. In a way, each of us, barely, can be called the collective consciousness of the cell, assuming that there are also channels for microbes to communicate and connect with each other. No, not assuming. It has been experimentally demonstrated that different microbes can in fact communicate with each other in a simple way, and that a simple exchange of information, in sufficiently large quantities, can likewise give rise to complex communication. It is like the communication between computers, which is based on zeros and ones, which, when combined, can realize incredibly complex exchanges, or the communication between human nerve cells and nerve cells, the basis of which is also extremely simple, but in combination, it can realize extremely complex and abstract thinking. Could this be the case with microbes? They have combined through simple, basic communication, by virtue of their sheer numbers, to form a collective intelligence in the macro sense, and again, because they are threatened by mankind, they have decided to wipe it out. Lu Yu did not present a discussion of specific means of rendering humans infertile. At this stage, it is only necessary to discuss which existence is motivated, not the specific means. That's for the next stage. Zhou Chang once again began to think. Time passed little by little in the silence. After a long time, Zhou Chang slowly shook his head. No, it won't. I have no evidence to disprove the possibility that a microbial collective consciousness exists, but I can be sure that even if it did, it would have no motive to do anything to us. Chapter 56, The Giant. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, Bibs 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. In the face of Zhou Chang's judgment with such certainty, Lu Yu was somewhat unable to think straight. Why? The war between us and microorganisms has never stopped, and even in a way, the history of human medicine is a history of war with microorganisms. The microbes have inflicted great casualties on us, and we have inflicted great casualties on the microbes, and there is a blood feud between the two existences. Zhou Chang continued to slowly shake his head. Wrong. To draw an analogy, our human body can be regarded as an ancient tomb with many treasures buried in it. Various microorganisms can be regarded as grave robbers. Our body's immune system is the various organs and traps in this tomb. The purpose of microorganisms invading the human body is to take advantage of the resources and nutrients in the human body to realize their own proliferation. To draw an analogy, it is like a grave robber who digs up an ancient tomb in order to obtain the burial goods in the tomb. Microorganisms that invade the body are blocked and killed by the body's immune system. Grave robbers digging ancient tombs are equally threatened by mechanisms and traps. Microorganisms are killed and maimed in large numbers by the human immune system. Grave robbers have died just as many deaths by mechanisms and traps. But one common principle remains constant: the human body and ancient tombs are valuable to microbes and grave robbers alike. A grave robber cannot wish that ancient tombs did not exist in the world just because they contain traps and mechanisms and have killed and maimed themselves in large numbers. Microbes likewise don't wish that humans didn't exist in this world just because they've been killed and maimed in large numbers by humans. They will instead want as many people as possible. That being the case, even if microorganisms, through various complex mechanisms, possessed collective intelligence, how could they possibly exterminate us humans? No, they don't have that motive. Lu Yu thought for a moment, sighed, and gently nodded. She had to admit that Zhou Chang's speculation was right. Since the collective consciousness of microorganisms could not be motivated by such motives even if they existed, there is no need for further speculation about their specific forms and possible means of existence. This one option can be excluded as well. So what other unconventional beings exist on Earth that meet those conditions set forth by your side? Lu Yu thought seriously, and in a moment once again had an idea. If it's a collective intelligence, not microbes, then is it possible that it's the collective consciousness of the animals, of the plants, or even of the biosphere? Her eyes gradually brightened, but before Zhou Chang could speak, the light dimmed on its own. She then shook her head herself. No, it can't be. Zhou Chang nodded silently. Both of them understand that if the Earth's Gaia consciousness does not have the possibility of becoming the mastermind behind this calamity, the collective consciousness of animals, plants, and even the entire Earth's biosphere also does not have the possibility. For the same reason, the more we develop technologically, the more we emphasize environmental protection. In this regard, the two have a common interest that originates at the genetic level and is irrevocable. Again, based on the principle of Earth mediocrity, if collective consciousness could exist on Earth, there would be no telling how many rarities in the universe. In the face of external threats, human civilization, which possesses intelligence and technology that can continue to evolve, is the only existence that can provide them with shelter. Based on their self-interest, not only would they not hinder humanity, but they would want humanity to develop. In this way, the possibility of these types of collective consciousness can also be ruled out. But after ruling out these possibilities, it seems that within the confines of the Earth, there really can't be found an existence that has the potential to become the mastermind behind the scenes. The reasoning proceeds to this point, and an insurmountable cliff seems to appear ahead. In the midst of this long contemplation, the darkness of the night had gradually passed. Outside the window, a faint, hazy bit of bright light came into the house. The sun had not yet risen, but its light had come to Earth first. The room was well heated. It was like a warm paradise in this cold, silent winter day. The warm air made the two men's tiredness grow stronger, but at the moment neither of them had any intention of going to rest for a while. Lu Yu gently stood up, walked to the window and opened it. The cold wind of the winter morning hit their faces, blowing straight into their faces and bodies, making the two of them involuntarily shiver and shiver. And those warmth in the room were instantly dispersed. Zhou Cheng hugged his arms and looked at Lu Yu, who was standing by the window. Lu Yu also happened to turn her head to look at Zhou Cheng, who was sitting on the sofa. Originally, it was just an unconscious meeting of gazes, but at this moment, the moment he saw Lu Yu, Zhou Cheng was stunned. The moment he saw Zhou Cheng, Lu Yu was also stunned. The two of them stared at each other in a daze, their pupils each involuntarily widening, their faces filled with gravity and shock. Seemingly assaulted by the cold, the little monkey involuntarily let out a squeak, but the shout did not break the current starkness. It was only after a long time that Zhou Cheng seemed to have come back to his senses from that shocking conjecture. He took a sharp gasp, sucked in a breath of clear, cold air, and hissed, "You speak first." Good. Lu Yu walked over, sat across from Zhou Cheng, and looked him straight in the eye. I wonder if it's not the collective consciousness of the Earth, of the microbes, of the animals, of the plants, of the biosphere. Would it be the human race, of ourselves? Zhou Cheng's expression grew more and more grave. At this moment, he and Lu Yu thought of the same possibility. Just as the cell is related to the human body, and the human body can somehow be regarded as the collective consciousness of the cell, then, if every human being, you, me, each one of us, is regarded as a cell, these billions and billions of us cells, is it possible to combine them into a collective consciousness? Extrapolating from the relationship between the human body and the cell, well, our thinking as a human being cannot be understood by a cell. Similarly, if all of us can be combined into a collective intelligence, the thinking of that collective intelligence cannot be understood by us as separate individuals. What is it? It is a being that transcends the conventional sense of being a human being, so huge compared to our individual human individuals alone that perhaps it could be simplified to call it a giant. But what about motive? Motive. If there is a collective consciousness, a colossus, made up of many separate individuals, then it must have a deeper common interest in human civilization, because the two are two sides of the same coin. It seems to have even less reason to unleash a plague and exterminate the human race. After all, if humans go extinct, it will die too. Just as the cells that make up the human body all die, so does the person. Zhou Cheng muttered. According to statistics, the average annual suicide rate of humans in the peak era was about 1 in 10,000. With roughly 800,000 people dying by suicide each year, Lu Yu was instantly filled with shock. Suicide? Chapter 57 Statistics. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Greeting Lu Yu's gaze full of horror. Zhou Cheng's own heart also oiled up a feeling of absurdity. It would have been absurd enough to hypothesize that a multitude of individual bodies would make up a giant that transcends the individual. At this moment, he went one step further, speculating that the root cause of the calamity that befell mankind was due to the suicidal behavior of this giant, which was undoubtedly even more absurd. Just, one by one, comparing the 5 conditions that his side had previously hypothesized. The first, located on Earth, fit. Secondly, threats from our side do not fit, but this point is only used to explain the motive, and the suicide of the giant can also explain the motive. So this point, too, could be considered compatible. Third, the motivation is unrelated to technology and fits. Fourth, the mode of existence is unconventional and conforming. Fifth, it has some intelligence. If this hypothetical giant really exists, it is almost certainly intelligent. In this way, the original extremely absurd speculation about the giants has become somewhat reasonable at this moment. Zhou Chang had to admit that this speculation of giants did have a certain degree of possibility. Of course, just possibilities. Just possibilities. At this moment, the party does not have any theoretical support and practical evidence to prove that the giants really exist, and really because of the giants caused the current disaster. Everything is just a guess on your side. But now, undoubtedly, along with the failure of the human world's attempt to communicate with the moon god, along with the complete abandonment of the resource depletion plan, the human world has been truly pushed to a dead end, and there is no way back. And at this moment, this slightly absurd conjecture also has the value of going to test it. Then, why did the giant kill himself? The shock in Lu Yu's eyes faded and turned to a bit more bewilderment. She really couldn't imagine what kind of form such an existence beyond the norm existed in, and for what reason it would choose the path of suicide. Zhou Chang pondered while muttering, the thinking of that kind of existence, how can it be something we can understand? However, although suicide is not unique to humans, voles, for example, commit suicide when their winter food is taken away, there is no doubt that the rate of suicide is higher in humans than in the rest of the species. It might have something to do with intelligence? Zhou Chang was shallow and did not think or speculate too deeply on this aspect. Without bothering for the moment about the form of existence of the giants and the specific reasons why they chose to commit suicide, or thinking about the specific means by which the giants reached the sterilization of our own human race. At this moment, it is safe to assume for the moment that the giants may exist and have the motivation to do so is sufficient. Lu Yu also gathered his thoughts and his vision became clear again. Right. Let's do the first step first and find a way to verify if the giant really exists. So how does verify that? Zhou Chang once again began to think carefully. First of all, using the cell and the human body as a comparison. As individuals, we are almost incapable of any form of communication with the giants, just as individual cells cannot feel, nor communicate to us as individuals. If individual cells have intelligence, then it's possible that to them they are just going about their normal lives as well, red blood cells transporting nutrients, platelets plugging wounds, muscle cells contracting and stretching, their normal life. However, seems to us to be a functional behavior necessary to maintain the human body. Two sides of the same coin. Yes, two sides of the same coin. Zhou Chang raised his head and looked at Lu Yu. The same behavior, under different perspectives, may possess two layers of meaning. It is possible that a worker in our human world sets out to deliver supplies to one of the cradles, and in our human perspective, this is just a normal job. But rising to the perspective of giants, it is possible that, as we humans view the red blood cells in the human body transporting oxygen, they are important in maintaining the life of a particular body part, a behavior that can be interpreted in two different meanings. The countless individual behaviors of countless cells or individuals rise to the level of the whole, to the perspective of the human body or giant, yet can be seen as part of the body's functioning. The innumerable bodily functions operate in an orderly manner, and when united, they form a higher body. So, if there is intelligence in the cell, by which means would it be able to detect the presence of our human body? In the face of Lu Yu's inquiry, Zhou Chang closed his eyes and a picture oiled up in his mind. It was as if he saw countless cells following their job duties, each busy in a different area. White blood cells kill invading germs and viruses. Osteoblasts are making bone. Blood is transporting nutrients and oxygen. And nerve cells are constantly transmitting nerve mediators. At this moment, Zhou Chang seemed to have become one of these billions of cells. He possessed wisdom and began to look at the behavior of these billions of cells on a higher level with the perspective of wisdom. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Stats. He uttered those two words. Lu Yu was a bit surprised. Statistics? Zhou Chang slowly nodded. Right. Counting the behavior of every cell. Ignore the individual differences of each cell and look at it simply as a functional unit. Count what this multitude of functional units have done at one point or another. By summarizing the similarities and distinguishing the differences, and then aggregating all the data and examining them on a global level. The hypothesis that there are intelligent cells within this hypothesis, the human body can be perceived within the data. Pausing for a moment, Zhou Chang continued. Let's say, hypothetically, after the statistics, that intelligent cell sees data like this. It saw that some of the working cells responsible for contact with outside gases were contracting and expanding more busily and disposing of more gases at this time of year compared to their previous work. At the same time, it saw that certain cells that were strong and responsible for tugging on certain larger structures intensified their contraction and expansion during this time period. It sees certain cells that transport nutrients and oxygen transporting more nutrients dispersed everywhere. It saw the fellow cells responsible for managing the storehouse break down more fat or energy reserves, as they call it, during this time period and then transported it through the bloodstream. Looking at the behavior of any one type of cell alone, it can't see much, but at the moment, after counting, summarizing, and seeing the whole picture, and after combining the behaviors of many different kinds of cells and viewing them together, it is able to perceive some intelligence about the whole. It is then possible for it to analyze that at this very moment, this human body, which is made up of billions of cells, is performing certain energy-consuming behaviors such as running and exercising. Certain behavioral changes in the human body as a whole, as demonstrated by the data, reveal the existence of this human body at a higher level than individual cells. Do the same for us. Chapter 58, Coincidence. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Lu Yu drifted off. In this hypothetical case, there are intelligent cells that can detect the existence of a human body of a higher level than themselves through global statistics. So, as a human being, he also has the possibility of detecting the existence of a giant of a higher level through global statistics. The possibility of the existence of giants at a higher level can also be detected through global statistics as a human being. One thing is certain, even if there really exists a giant in our speculation, its behavior pattern must be different from the human body. It is unlikely to have the ability to exercise, run, or any other external behavior, but that doesn't matter, because it doesn't affect the statistical search for this characteristic behavior, as long as there is a certain characteristic that meets the standard. Just like the regular quietness and movement of the human body that the intelligent cells perceive through statistics, and the existence of the human body can be determined by finding this characteristic, individual human beings can confirm or deny the existence of giants through this characteristic, the same way that an individual human being can confirm or deny the existence of a giant by means of such characteristics. Lu Yu's spirit was steeply uplifted. At this moment, your side has not only made a conjecture, but also found a program to verify this conjecture. Then what to do next is natural. The night had passed quietly. Outside the window, the originally hazy sky had become bright. The winter sun had risen slowly, spreading its slightly cooler rays over the land. Go to the world government. Go. Not caring about their exhaustion from a night's sleep, the two men got up straight away, washed their faces hastily, calmed the little monkey, left food for it, and left the warm room. The cold air hit his face, making the little bit of fatigue left in his head dissipate instantly. Getting into the car, he started it straight away and headed straight for the World Government Building. Winter morning, the spacious street above the empty, cannot see a pedestrian, cannot see other vehicles, as if the city is still trapped in a deep sleep did not wake up. It takes a little while to get from the youth colony to the World Government Building. Under the autopilot mode, the car moved forward smoothly. Inside the car, the two men were silently contemplating, perfecting their own guesses. A moment later, Lu Yu suddenly said, "I'm a bit hungry. Find a convenience store up ahead to stop and get something to eat at random." Good. Zhou Chang agreed and opened the map, starting to look for convenience stores down the road. He had several options, each about a few hundred meters from the driving route. So among the alternative options, he chose one at random. The car planned its route automatically and pulled up to the door a few moments later. This was a very ordinary convenience store, almost no different from the rest of the small convenience stores in Dying City. All of them were tiny storefronts with some goods that were needed for daily use. It is unattended, and anyone can pull open the store door and take the goods at will. The path leading from the road to its front door seemed to have fallen into some disrepair and had degraded almost to a dirt road, with some snow on it and no one to sweep it. These were scenes that were commonplace on a daily basis. Zhou Chang ignored them and continued to think about things while walking forward. Snap! Zhou Chang, who was focused on his thoughts, seemed to have unintentionally kicked a small stone. The small stone was kicked away from the uneven pavement, leaving a small crater. Zhou Chang came back to his senses and subconsciously looked down. Then he saw that there seemed to be something in the small pit. It was a piece of paper that had already shown some signs of decay. Zhou Chang bent down, picked up the decayed paper that had been folded up haphazardly and pressed under a small rock, carefully unfolded it, and a line full of scribbles on it entered his eyes. Stop! The fate of human civilization's demise has been sealed. There is no use in struggling on. It will only add extra pain. Zhou Cheng's body shook and his pupils instantly widened. He subconsciously turned his head to the path he was on, then to the convenience store in front of him, to the car behind him, and finally to the small rock he had inadvertently kicked away. There were still some traces of dirt on that little rock. The upper part was smooth and dry. The bottom half is stained with some damp soil and moisture seems to have penetrated the interior, changing its color a bit. Zhou Cheng knew that this was a sign of being buried in the earth for a certain amount of time before appearing. It wasn't buried in the earth for a short time. Zhou Cheng's brain began to race at this moment. He began to carefully recall every detail of his trip. Last night, The first decision-maker's attempt to communicate with the moon god on behalf of human civilization failed. Inspired himself, he turned to the idea that the moon god was not an alien civilization, but was most likely on the same planet, and, together with Lu Yu, formulated 5 conjectures that might fit the description of the moon god. Then, after reasoning and thinking, at dawn, the possibility of giants came to mind, and a plan was found to verify this possibility, and from this, the party decided to leave for the world government immediately. On the road, Lu Yu was hungry, so he let himself find a convenience store to buy something to eat. The request was made by Lu Yu, but at that time, he had several alternatives. This one convenience store was chosen at random by himself. After getting out of the car, one's route forward was also decided randomly and unconsciously. That is, one could not have known in advance whether one would kick away the small stone and thus see the piece of paper. Moreover, this piece of paper has obviously been pressed under that small stone for a long time. Judging by the knowledge Zhou Chang had learned from archaeology about soil burial, this piece of paper had been pressed under the small stone for at least a month. A month ago, I was in the process of refining my resource depletion plan. Zhou Cheng's heart slowly relaxed. All indications are that this was a coincidence and could not have been organized in advance. As for why someone would write such a passage, there are too many explanations. Perhaps it was written by someone who was not willing to let human civilization go into decline, but who was already sad and desperate, just to persuade himself not to be obsessed anymore. Maybe he wrote it and then casually crumpled it up into a ball and the wind blew it again and then it happened to be crushed by a small rock. It's just a coincidence. The contents of this note were not directed at himself either. It was just that one situation at the moment was a bit special and too sensitive, which gave rise to some unnecessary associations. Having figured this out, Zhou Chang thought about casually throwing it away. He hesitated for a moment, but instead of throwing it away, he casually put it in his pocket. Grabbing bread from the convenience store, Zhou Chang returned to the car. What just happened to you? It's okay. Go away. The car started moving again. Chapter 59, Double Loss. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, Bibj 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. After waiting for a while in the middle of the parlor, the first decision-maker walked in. Sorry, I was in a meeting just now, and there was a bit of a delay in discussing the matter of pacifying the people's psyche after failing to communicate with the lunar god, he casually said, sitting down opposite the two of Zhou Chang and Lu Yu. What is it that you are looking for me for? Your Excellency, it's like this. The result of the failed attempt to communicate with the lunar god has given Lu Yu and I some more rest of the ideas, and we have some new speculations. He recounted these conjectures, then looked up at him. So, we're hoping that the world government can devote resources to verifying our conjectures. The first decision-maker looked down and thought for a moment, and a smile spread across his face once again. Go ahead and do it. No matter how much investment in engineering power is required, no matter how great the cost, go for it, and the world government will support you with all its might. Zhou Chang was slightly surprised. The first decision-maker did not even ask for details of his side's conception, more details, or how much engineering power was needed, but simply and directly agreed to his side's request. It's as simple as eating, drinking and breathing. When he exchanged a glance with Lu Yu, he saw that Lu Yu's eyes were filled with the same look. He had expected it to take some convincing to convince the first decision-maker. Zhou Chang hesitated. Your Excellency. The first policymaker raised his arm and interrupted Zhou Chang. He still had a smile on his face. Is it to ask why I agreed so simply? Yes. The first decision-maker slowly stood up and walked over to the window. Outside the window, the city, already dilapidated and full of depression under the cold winter winds, was in full view. I don't actually expect you two to save our civilization with this attempt. It was a long time before he uttered the words. It's not just me. I'm afraid every decision-maker, every single person, doesn't have that expectation. Zhou Chang was shocked in his heart. In that case, why are you still? The first decision-maker turned around and looked at Zhou Chang. His complexion remained calm, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations. However, Zhou Chang could clearly see the flash of anger hidden in the depths of his eyes. Like a mountain, like a sea, like upside-down rage. Yesterday, after the failed attempt to communicate with the moon god, the Intelligence and Public Opinion Monitoring Department has been closely monitoring the psychological changes of the people. This morning, they submitted this report to the decision-makers team, illuminating the need to implement some measures to soothe people's emotions. This has led us to this meeting. So, Zhou Chang, Lu Yu, do you know the conclusion of our meeting? Zhou Chang subconsciously shook his head. The first policymaker calmly said, do you know what the prevailing mood of the community is after this defeat? Lu Yu hesitated. Despair? That's part of it. The first decision-maker nodded calmly. We have reason to despair. In the past, even if we had suffered many failures, Even if reason told us clearly that there was no hope for human civilization, there was always a little bit of hope on the emotional level, hoping that a miracle would come. It may be that at some point there will be certain changes that we don't expect that will bring about a change for the better in things. But now, the failure to communicate with the moon god has dashed even that last bit of hope in our hearts. But despair is not all. Beyond despair, there is anger. The moon god has made it clear that he wants us to die, and we've been backed into a corner with no way to retreat. There is no longer any possibility of coexistence between the two. Even if we would rather lose our most central interest, the moon god refuses to let us live. There is no use in pleading or backing down. So what can we do but fight? But resist? The first decision maker still smiled calmly, but his tone became more and more icy. Even this fighting and resistance is not for the sake of fighting to be able to keep civilization going, because even the most optimistic person can no longer hope for that. From now on, our fight, our resistance, its main goal is to make the moon god pay. Even if the fate of civilization's demise remains unalterable, as long as we can have a little breakthrough, even if that breakthrough only allows us to bring a little harm to the moon god, even if it only scrapes its skin a little bit, it's all worth it. If a single loss can't change that, then find a way to make Luna lose as well. A double loss is better than a single loss. Zhou Cheng's expression grew more and more serious. We have nothing more to lose now. Things couldn't be worse than they are now. As it is, then go for it. Validate every possibility. Look for any breakthroughs that may exist, and give it your all, regardless of the consequences or the cost. If a way to save civilization could be found, that would naturally be better. It didn't matter if it couldn't be found. The most important thing was to make the moon god suffer the consequences as well. This is not my decision alone. It's a decision shared by the entire team of decision makers, and by hundreds of millions of people across civilization. While saying these slightly crazy words, he still had a calm smile on his face. Zhou Cheng finally understood why the first decision maker had agreed to his request so simply. The first decision maker would have agreed to even more absurd speculation than that, not to mention the slightly absurd speculation of giants. As long as there was the slightest possibility, even 1 in a million, that the first decision maker would agree to it. The reason is simple: humanity now has nothing to lose. In the past, there would have been concerns about the stability of the cradle and not being able to do everything possible in order to make the old people's twilight years smooth. But now, anger had flared up in every heart. We just want to live. In order to continue our civilization, we can even lock down our own technology. Even though we have, you still refuse to let our civilization continue. On what grounds? Why are you doing this to us? In that case, don't even live. Even if we can't change the fate of civilization, as long as we can bring harm to Luna and make Luna pay, even if many of us may die as a result, even if we can't spend our old age as smoothly as we did before, it's still worth it. The matter of attempting to communicate with the moon god but failing to do so had, at this moment, unprecedentedly gathered a consensus. Zhou Cheng also stood up, facing the first decision maker, and solemnly said, "Yes, I understand." Gently patting Zhou Cheng's shoulder, the first decision maker turned to leave. He had already left, but his previous words still seemed to echo in the ears of both Zhou Cheng and Lu Yu. A double loss is better than a single loss. Zhou Cheng didn't know how far he could go. I wonder if I'll end up with nothing, or if I'll make Luna pay as well, as the first decision maker said, or if I'll take it a step further and reach the best possible ending, saving an entire civilization. But he knew that at the moment, he didn't have to think about that much for a while. Just keep going. Chapter 60 Biological-like features. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. After waiting for a few moments, in another conference room, Zhou Cheng and Lu Yu both saw an old man with glasses and a dry, thin body. Good day to you both. I'm an engineering head of the Industrial Engineering Department, assigned by the first decision maker to come and discuss follow-up engineering matters with you. Well, my name is Zhao Yunshan. You guys can just call me Old Zhao. After shaking hands, Zhou Cheng said, "Worker Zhao, it's like this. We'd like to add some surveillance cameras to each cradle to collect data on each person's movement trajectory." Zhao Yunshan didn't ask Zhou Cheng what the reason for this was, but instead focused on the project itself. This project is not small. We still have tens of thousands of cradles in existence. The smallest cradle is a few square kilometers. How many cameras must this be? Lu Yu carefully said. Do we not have this ability now? No. Zhao Yunshan shook his head. I'm afraid that tens of millions of cameras would have to be invested in order to realize the monitoring of just public areas. Not to mention the even more troublesome installation and maintenance. We can't build that many just for the preliminary manufacturing. This was an obstacle that Zhou Cheng had not thought of before. Facing the two who were caught up in their thoughts, Zhao Yunshan asked, Is it only necessary to collect data on each person's movement trajectory? Zhou Chang first nodded, then shook his head. No, there's also an identity match to be added. It doesn't need to be too detailed, just need to know the person's occupation, health, height and weight, and other superficial data. In order to distinguish between different functional individuals, it is first necessary to roughly label the person so that they can be categorized when the overall data is subsequently analyzed. Zhao Yunshan gently slapped his thigh. If you only need these data, why bother? It's simple to realize without a camera. Oh, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu both perked up at the same time. Worker Zhao, what do you say? Zhao Yunshan said. In fact, the device that can locate every person's path of movement. Originally every person had a. Lu Yu reacted furiously. You mean, a cell phone? Right. Not only does it locate movement tracks, but it also contains rough personal information about each individual. But the existing equipment isn't quite enough if we want to achieve the more accurate localization you're talking about. Zhao Yunshan mused. I estimate that at least 3 more communication relay devices must be added to each cradle. This way, multiple communication relay stations will be able to determine the location of this communication terminal under a certain time period by measuring the connection time with each communication terminal. Once the location of the communication terminal is determined, the location of the holder can probably be confirmed. But this data won't be too precise. After all, we can't rule out cases where someone doesn't have a cell phone, or switches to a different phone. Zhou Chang immediately said, these errors are acceptable. That's good. With the current number of cradles, I'd estimate that it would take about 100,000 more installations in total. The amount of 100,000 was undoubtedly much smaller compared to the previous tens of millions. However, Zhou Chang was still unsure if the human civilization at this stage could afford these amounts of work. Facing Zhou Chang's somewhat inquisitive gaze, Zhao Yunshan smiled. Although the figure of 100,000 is not small, we can still afford it. The main thing is that this communication relay device is easy to install. Just connect the wiring and just hang it up. Follow-up maintenance is also simple, as this thing basically never breaks. The hardest part of manufacturing. Well, at this stage we are also manufacturing continuously and have a lot of spare capacity. It won't take long to build it once we get the capacity stretched. Zhou Chang gently let out a sigh of relief and slowly nodded. That's good. Trouble for you, Laborer Zhao. We still need you to arrange for someone to do the follow-up. Don't worry. Determining this matter, the two found another person in charge. In addition to the work of data collection, there is another equally vital thing that needs to be done. Data analysis. Even now, in the twilight of the human race, when the population is in extreme decline, there is still a mountain of data on the movement paths of hundreds of millions of individual human beings. It is necessary to use the power of computers to analyze these data and to characterize the behavior of possible giants that can be shown in a macroscopic sense. This person in charge is the person in charge of the team that used AI learning algorithms to decipher ancient texts in the Yangjiagou project. What's the mission this time? He smiled as he looked at the two of them, unable to see any downturn in his mood, the same as Zhao Yunshan before. Perhaps the failure of the self-castration program really didn't break through to these battered, long-resistant old folks, or perhaps the blow presented itself to the rest, and just made these old people discard the last bit of hope within them, and turn to utter despair, utter madness. It's like the first decision maker said, it's better to have a double loss than a single loss. Here's the deal. After listening to Zhou Chang's request, this person in charge pondered silently for a moment and said, in essence, what you are requesting is still a data deciphering program. The samples used for decipherment are the travel data of numerous human individuals, and the criterion for decipherment is a biosimilar trait. Right, but here's the hard part. What characteristics qualify as bio-like characteristics? How does the program tell the difference? Regularity, linkage, and autonomy. He thought for a moment and nodded. Good. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye half a month had passed. On this day, Zhou Chang received a call from Zhao Yunshan. The first equipment is built and the first installers are assembled and ready to go. Where are you? Communications Industrial Park Gateway. Zhou Chang arrived in a hurry, and then saw that hundreds of vans have been assembled here, and there are still staff to carry one by one the paper boxes. That paper box was only 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, about 20 centimeters thick, and weighed only a dozen kilograms, so even an old man could easily move it. A single van can haul more than 100 of these devices. Zhao Yunshan looked at Zhou Chang and said, the ones to be installed this time are small cradles. On average only 3 will be installed in a cradle. There are 110 trucks now. That's about 15,000 units, which will be able to fulfill the installation needs of 5,000 cradles now. Laborer Zhao, the goods are loaded. Zhao Yunshan nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie. Guys, I don't need to say more. All be more careful. If you run into a beast on the road, shoot when you need to. Don't feel bad about the bullets. Now, let's go. Under Zhou Cheng's watchful eye, more than 100 vans roared to life, each carrying 2 drivers-cum-installers, traveling toward different city exits. Seeing the people leave, Zhao Yunshan once again looked at Zhou Cheng. The production capacity has now reached 10,000 units a day. Drivers and installers are also arriving one after another, so it's estimated that we'll be almost done in 2 months' time. Patting Zhou Cheng's shoulder, Zhao Yunshan said seriously, cheer up and make the Dog Day Moon God pay as well. After that, he turned to leave. Chapter 61, the second time around. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. A cold wind blew in. Zhou Cheng subconsciously tightened his shirt and looked at Lu Yu. Let's go. The two got into the car and traveled toward the residence. The car drove quietly, the windows looking out at forest after forest hidden in the steel jungle. In the twilight years, the forces of nature show their power not only in the wilderness, but even in the cities, where the work of reclaiming territory begins year after year, day after day. In corners where people don't notice, abandoned building complexes and other places, weeds and trees grow quietly and even begin to join together. If we were to evaluate ecological garden cities, I'm afraid that any city in the Twilight era that gets to the peak era will get first place without any controversy. Just as the car drove to the edge of one of the city's larger jungles, Zhou Cheng suddenly gave an order to the car. Pull over. The car slowly stopped, meeting Lu Yu's somewhat puzzled gaze. Zhou Cheng said, take a walk. 2 men and a monkey got out of the car. It was a forest of about a few dozen acres in size, in which the trees were more disorganized, obviously not planted artificially, but grew out on their own at a later stage. At the edge of the woods, there was another factory building that had been abandoned. There at the gate of the factory building, a rusted iron chain hung loosely, as if it could break with just a kick. Seeing the long-lost jungle, the little monkey let out a cry of joy and directly jumped down from Zhou Cheng's shoulder and rushed into the jungle, jumping to and fro on the branches of the trees that no longer had any leaves, and letting out a joyful cry from time to time. Stepping on the snow and fallen leaves, the two walked slowly one after the other on top of the almost obscured path. The jungle in winter. The leaves withered. Everything withered. A winter depression. Zhou Cheng then walked in silence like this, thinking silently. I don't know how long it took, but when the cool sun had climbed up to the middle of the sky, Zhou Cheng said, let's go. Right at this moment, a cold wind blew and swept up a patch of snow. Some garbage buried in the snow was also swept up and fluttered in the air along with the cold wind, while some of the plastic bags flew elsewhere. A piece of paper that was already somewhat tattered fluttered and came to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng subconsciously copied the piece of paper into his hand and subconsciously glanced at it. On it, some scribbled handwriting caught Zhou Cheng's eye. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his heart almost stopped beating at this moment. As if he had been struck by a fixation spell, Zhou Cheng froze there, not even hearing Lu Yu's voice calling out to him. Zhou Cheng, what's wrong with you? Lu Yu walked quickly. In the midst of this moment, a million thoughts turned through Zhou Cheng's mind. He finally snapped out of his stiffness and finally turned his head to look at Lu Yu. Run. With some difficulty he said, run. Run with me. He grabbed Lu Yu with one hand, turned around and ran towards the abandoned factory building at the edge of the woods. While running, he shouted, little monkey, squeak. Seemingly sensing his master's panic, the little monkey quickly approached the two with a few jumps, then jumped down from the tree and ran quickly after them. This change of heart in a split second caused Lu Yu's brain to be confused. She had no idea what was going on. However, she still subconsciously chose to believe Zhou Cheng. The 2 men and the monkey then stumbled through the snow in this way, running quickly, until they arrived at the main entrance of the plant. Zhou Cheng originally wanted to kick the door open, but when he reached the front, he realized that he didn't even need to kick it. The chains locking the gates were too loose, leaving too large a gap between the 2 doors, enough for one person to pass through. He first pushed Lu Yu into the door, and then dug in himself. The little monkey was close behind. Entering the factory, Zhou Cheng looked around and immediately made a decision. That way. In the cold winter, the cold sun hangs high, reflecting on the land full of snow and dead silence. The whimpering cold wind blew through, rolling up piles of snowflakes floating in the sky. Right in the middle of this dead silence, the 2 men and the monkey were running in a lousy and fast manner as if they were being chased. Rushing into the factory building next to him, Zhou Cheng casually found a room with an open door and directly rushed in, shutting the door and then pushing some dusty tables and coffee tables in the middle of the room over to block the door. The room wasn't very large, only about a dozen square meters in size. It only had one window, located at a height of at least 3 meters. Rays of sunlight then filtered in through the one small window, bringing some dim light into the room. Heart thumping. Between sharp breaths, Zhou Chang, slightly trembling, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Zhou Chang? Your Excellency, the first decision maker. I may be in some crisis right now and my life may be in danger. I have taken a room as a cover. Now, please locate my cell phone signal immediately and send someone to rescue me. The enemy may be involved with the moon god, so be careful. The first decision maker did not make any inquiries, but just immediately said, I know, be safe. The phone hung up. Phew. It was at this time that Zhou Chang let out a gentle sigh of relief, but his spirit was still tight. Lu Yu looked at Zhou Chang somewhat nervously, and only then did she vocalize her inquiry. What happened? What's going on in the end? Zhou Chang slightly trembled as he handed her the piece of paper that had been rolled up by the wind and came to him. Lu Yu opened it and saw what was on it. Stop. The fate of human civilization's demise has been sealed. There is no use in struggling on. It will only add extra pain. Underneath the line of slightly scrawled writing are characters, letters, symbols and the like of unknown significance. There seemed to be some pattern to their arrangement, but Lu Yu couldn't see what the pattern was. She was still a little confused. Where did it come from? There was a gust of wind during the walk. This piece of paper just got rolled up and happened to come to me. I just grabbed it with my hand. Zhou Chang stretched out his arm and reproduced the action he had done back then. Just grabbed it. Lu Yu was still a bit unable to understand. The content on this looks like it might be involved with our plans, and by association, it could indeed be a warning that the moon god has made to us, but that's so unlikely that the greater likelihood is that it's purely coincidental. It was just a coincidence, and it didn't seem to warrant such a huge reaction from Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang looked at Lu Yu and murmured, I thought the same thing at first, but, if once is a coincidence, is it still a coincidence if twice? He felt into his coat pocket and once again fished out a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Yu. Second time around. Chapter 62 Crisis. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Receiving the piece of paper, Lu Yu opened it, glanced at it, and was instantly stunned. Zhou Chang continued. The first piece of paper is from before when we had just conceptualized the giant and were on our way to the world government. At that time, you said you were hungry and were looking for a convenience store. Zhou Chang recounted the process. This is the second time. This time, the route we choose to take home is still randomly determined. I can assure you that the idea of stopping for a walk also just came to me, and the choice of this wooded area as a venue for the walk was also an impromptu decision. In the middle of a walk, how fast I walk, where I turn around and turn back to where I continue to walk forward, even I don't know, but that's just it. This piece of paper happened to get swept up by the wind and then caught by me. Yes, it's a coincidence no matter where you look. And it's completely impossible for there to be any signs of human involvement. Zhou Chang's breathing was once again a little sharp. It's just that, if once is a coincidence, can twice still be a coincidence? Lu Yu's expression gradually became grave and his body gradually tensed. She finally understood why Zhou Chang had decisively asked the first decision-maker for help. If both pieces of paper were not coincidental, but if there was some kind of existence that, from the current situation, was most likely the lunar god, or a connection with the lunar god. In short, a serious warning sent to the party, using some kind of means unknown to the party. Its purpose is clearly to ask its own side to stop investigating, to stop struggling, to accept the fate of civilization's demise, and to stop fighting back, because there is no use in struggling on. It only adds extra pain. But in the position of the two men on your side, is it likely that your side will stop? It's not possible. Lu Yu knew Zhou Chang as well as herself. She knew it was impossible for Zhou Chang to stop fighting. At the same time, she also knew that she would definitely stand firmly with Zhou Chang. The opponent has given a serious warning to his side, and the party does not intend to accept the warning. So, what will the opponent do? There is a possibility of physical annihilation. It was because of this that Zhou Chang was so nervous that he immediately brought himself and the little monkey to hide here without thinking of anything else, and then he immediately called for help. Just feeling the omnipresent coldness in the air, feeling the malice hidden therein. If it was hidden, Lu Yu muttered, if the moon god wants to kill us, can we hide? The moon god was an existence that could exterminate the entire human civilization, leaving the peak-era human civilization helpless, not to mention the fact that he was hiding in an abandoned factory building. Even if the entire human civilization poured out their best efforts and sent their most elite forces to protect their own side, would they really be able to escape the lunar god's pursuit? Zhou Chang said in a low voice, when facing a death threat, we can't just do nothing. Even if we can't escape the hunt in the end, we should at least make it a little more troublesome. Plus, Zhou Chang sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, raising his head to look at the tiny window, and murmured, "At this stage, we still know very little about the moon god. Maybe it wasn't able to kill us easily because of certain limitations? Or maybe, it's not as powerful as we think, and it's only because of some special reasons that it can make our entire civilization helpless?" Lu Yu nodded. She came to Zhou Cheng's side and sat down close to him. The little monkey also seemed to have sensed the grave atmosphere in the air, and also quieted down, shrinking in the arms of the two men and no longer moving. Time passed by bit by bit. The dimly lit factory building was silent, with only the sound of the wind whimpering outside the window coming from time to time. I don't know how long had passed, but Lu Yu suddenly said, "Why has the moon god never warned us, or our predecessors, before? It didn't even warn us during the excavation of the Yangjiagou ruins. Why did it warn us in favor of the time when we began to verify the existence of the giants? This seems to imply that." In the dimness, Lu Yu turned her head to look at Zhou Cheng, her eyes shining brightly. This could only seem to mean that the behavior of his side truly threatened the moon god. Further, the giants that our side had guessed earlier might really exist, and it was even possible that the so-called giants were the moon god herself. It's possible that your side is getting real close to the truth. Zhou Cheng gently held Lu Yu's hand. In the dimness, time was still passing little by little. There was still nothing else moving outside the factory. A moment later, Lu Yu whispered, "Zhou Cheng, you must live. You must live. No matter what." Zhou Cheng murmured, "We all have to live. We all have to live. When in the future, after the plague is lifted, we'll have a child. No, make it 2, 3, we'll have many, many children, and we'll take care of them together as they grow up. Teach them to read and recognize words, teach them knowledge, and bring them along to play. Okay, we're going to have a lot of kids." Lu Yu nodded his head vigorously. Time passes slowly, and help from the world government still hasn't arrived for the time being. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but Zhou Cheng felt more and more that the malice and threat, if any, in the cold air was getting thicker and thicker. Although he was under a state of calm, Zhou Cheng's heart was still beating rapidly and uncontrollably, and his body muscles were slightly tense. Not only him, he sensed that Lu Yu did likewise. Lu Yu was always holding her hand tightly. Sweat continuously oozed out from within her slender, soft palms, which were slippery, but the two always held hands tightly without letting go. Right in the middle of this atmosphere that was as heavy as mercury, the little monkey suddenly screamed full of misery. Squeak! It instantly broke free from the two men's arms, and in a few bounds leaped to the high window, barking as persistently as if it were urging for its life. Zhou Cheng's heart snapped up. Before he had time to react, Lu Yu beside him violently broke away from his hand, then turned around and hugged Zhou Cheng tightly. At this moment, behind Zhou Cheng was a wall cast in concrete and steel, which could be seen as a barrier. There was originally no cover in front, so if a threat came, it could only come from the front. But now, Lu Yu hugged himself from the front. With her body, she forged a barrier for herself. Zhou Cheng's eyes instantly widened. At this moment, it was as if Lu Yu's previous words once again echoed in his ears. "You have to live. No matter what, you're going to live. Because only if you live, there is hope for our civilization." But, Zhou Cheng instantly exerted his force, hardening Lu Yu's arms, and then reversed it, placing her inside, constructing a barrier for her with his own body. Lu Yu struggled hard, but her strength was too small after all, and she was hard pressed by Zhou Cheng, unable to move. "Zhou Cheng, Zhou Cheng." She closed her eyes and muttered the name with pain. Zhou Cheng was not moved in the slightest. Time passed quietly, but the expected danger didn't seem to come. Chapter 63, Prophecy. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The little monkey clutched the bars of the window, still screaming over and over. Full of panic, Zhou Cheng gradually let go of Lu Yu and looked behind him with some confusion, but he didn't see anything. There was nothing but the broken furniture that he had just piled up in the doorway himself. Right in the midst of this poking around, he suddenly saw something move out of the corner of his eye. On the already cracked lime floor, somewhere in the gap, a snake poked its head out and was continuously gulping its tongue. The two tiny eyes stared at Zhou Cheng, as if threatening him not to come over, not to come close. So, Zhou Cheng raised his head and looked at the little monkey hanging on the window that refused to come down. "You're scared because of it?" The little monkey stared at the poking snake's head, squeaking and squealing, full of trepidation. Phew! Zhou Cheng let out a soft sigh of relief. "It's okay, there's no danger. It's just a snake." Zhou Cheng picked up a stool leg, walked over, and roughly disliked the snake's head, then kicked over some debris with his foot to rebury the hole. "Go back to your sleep and don't come out if nothing happens." Lu Yu was surprised. "Don't all snakes hibernate? How come there are snakes?" It's possible for a hibernating snake to be woken up. It should be us who woke it up. Zhou Chang spoke and extended his hand to the little monkey. Come down. The little monkey did jump down obediently and stopped barking. The two men and the monkey retreated to sit in the corner. Time continued to creep by in the midst of waiting. Although this was just a misunderstanding, it did not mean that his side was relieved of the crisis. That hidden danger could still jump out at any time and devour your side. Still not to be taken lightly. The two men then waited in this manner until the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky and the sound of heavy and neat footsteps came from outside the door. Captain Wei Ning of Special Operations Team 1, reporting to Dr. Zhou Chang and Dr. Lu Yu. We've canvassed the perimeter of the plant to make sure it's safe. Zhou Chang let out a long breath. I'm here. The broken furniture blocking the doorway was moved away, and when he opened the door, Zhou Chang saw a team of uniformed and heavily armed soldiers. They're all young. There are only about 10,000 people under the age of 62, and there are only a few thousand young people in their prime. So it's no exaggeration to say that this team of young people is the strongest fighting force on the entire planet, the entire human world. Zhou Chang knew that the entire special operations team, with only one team consisting entirely of young men, numbered only about 50, and at this moment, there were at least 30 young people that Zhou Chang saw. The most powerful mobile warfare force in the entire human world came to his side. If even they couldn't protect themselves, then no one on the entire planet could guarantee their safety. Wei Ning, who was tall and had a resolute face, saluted Zhou Chang, following the orders of the first decision-maker. Our squad has come to escort the two doctors to the world government. Good. Pulling Lu Yu and bringing the little monkey. The two men and the monkey left this factory building, and then under the tight protection of the special forces members, they came to a car with heavy armor. Helicopters hovered in the sky, policing the skies. There were also the rest of the vehicles protecting the front and back. Under the state of being in danger, the convoy slowly started and traveled in the direction where the world government was located. Among the vehicles, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu's hands were always tightly pulled together. There were no surprises along the way. Arriving at the world government building, the two of them arrived at a conference room under Wei Ning's guidance. Pushing open the door, several decision makers were present. The gate closed, and Wei Ning and the others retreated on their own. Looking at the still slightly tense figures of the two, the first decision maker slowly said, the world government building is the safest place on the entire planet. If you can still be assassinated here, then, wherever you are, you cannot escape. Say, what's happened to you guys? Zhou Chang took a deep breath and placed the two pieces of slightly tattered and decayed paper from different places onto the conference table. Several decision makers each passed a look around, with different looks. Here are the specifics. Zhou Chang slowly recounted his encounter. The policymakers grew stony in color. After a few moments, one of the policymakers asked, what do you think about this? Obviously, this is a warning. But a warning, thought of the other way around, obviously also means that our behavior has the potential to threaten the lunar god. Or at least, has the potential to threaten the lunar god. And what have we been doing lately? Searching for evidence to try to verify whether the so-called giants we speculate about exist or not. Putting these few things together, we can conclude that our path to verifying the existence of giants is most likely the right one. How do you think the behind-the-scenes being who led this, the greater probability being the moon god itself or the one close to the moon god, did this? Zhou Chang was silent for a long time and shook his head. I don't know. I can't find any possibility of doing this in our existing technical system, or even in the theoretical system. He laughed bitterly. I am the one who experienced it, and I am well aware of how much randomness my behavior possesses, and I don't think anyone could have predicted my behavior. Not even myself. Or another question. Why do you think Luna sent you a warning by doing this? I think it's to show the power or ability that you have. Zhou Chang weighed his words. In the middle of its message, it said that the fate of human civilization's demise was already doomed. It seems to involve a prophecy about the future. And this very method of warning me involves the power of prophecy. How could they have delivered those two pieces of paper to me at just the right time if they hadn't predicted my exact behavior ahead of time? But, how is that possible? There are an infinite number of possibilities for the future. So fine a prophecy could not have been made. The first policymaker asked, can't it be done even with more advanced technology? Lu Yu replied in place of Zhou Chang, we don't have an exact answer, but we can say that with great probability even the most advanced technology can't do it. The reason for this is simple. The randomness of the real world originates at the level of the underlying particles. It is an inherent property of the particles. I.e., randomness is an inherent property of our world. Since it is truly random, the future cannot be fixed. Since the future cannot be fixed, how is it possible to predict the future? As if sharing the same mind, Zhou Chang appropriately took over Lu Yu's words. So, our judgment is that the moon god is up to something. He has constructed an effect similar to the prophecy of the future through some technology or means that we cannot understand for the moment, as a way to undermine our confidence. Chapter 64 The Secret Key. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Simply put, it's similar to magic. Magicians can also do incredible things, such as sawing people apart and putting them back together again, and creating pigeons out of thin air. But no one would think that the magician really possessed magic. Even a small child could tell that it was just the magician using some tricks to disguise it. It doesn't matter if you can't figure out exactly what the magician is doing. Just know that it's fake. Putting it in the present, the same is true. We don't know through which means and which technology you have done this kind of thing, like predicting the future. But as long as we know the impossibility of predicting the future from the basic theory of physics, we can judge that you are most probably just playing a blindfold. The first decision maker pondered silently for a long time before saying, "That makes sense, since it's the moon god who's behind this." Then, he gently pressed a button on the table. A moment later, Wei Ning reappeared. "Go check these 2 pieces of paper and see if you can find any clues." These 2 pieces of paper were carefully removed by Wei Ning. Zhou Cheng knew that the human world would use all means to detect any subtle traces that existed on these 2 pieces of paper. If one could find out who these papers had touched, who wrote the handwriting on them, and other clues, then one might be able to follow the trail and find some clues about the moon god, or at least an existence that was closely related to the moon god. Back to the top of these 2 pieces of paper. The second paper has more symbolic content than the first, except for that one paragraph. What do you think about this? Zhou Cheng and Lu Yu shook their heads at the same time. We can't read it. Then the images can be given to experts from various disciplines to take a look at them together, as well as the matter itself can be notified to see if anyone can figure out the exact means of doing it. After instructing his subordinates, the first decision maker once again looked at the 2 Zhou Chengs. "For safety's sake, you guys will stay here for this period of time. There's a spare dormitory here, so you guys can stay for now." Zhou Cheng nodded silently. A moment later, he remembered something else. "Your Excellency, be sure to have the people responsible for installing communication relay equipment for the various cradles pay attention to safety. We refuse to follow Luna's warnings, and I fear that Luna might turn on them." The first decision maker said slowly, "I will." Zhou Cheng, Lu Yu, and the little monkey stayed in one of the dormitories of the World Government Building. Moreover, the security level of the World Government Building had been raised by a great deal as far as the eye could see. It was in the midst of this waiting that the first result concerning the contents of that paper appeared. According to the analysis of a certain team of mathematicians, those extra symbols then on the first sheet of paper are most likely a piece of the secret key. Secret key? Zhou Cheng looked with some surprise at the staff member who had come to inform him of the matter. The secret key of what? It's like keys and locks. If it is determined that this piece of information is a key, where is the lock that corresponds to that key? That's for no one to know. After inquiring and talking for a while, the staff member left, and Zhou Cheng and the 2 of them began to wait once again. This time, the 2 waited 10 days for another briefing. "We identified the paper mill that made the papers in the first place as well as the date of shipment. And we also identified the model of the pen used to write those words and the date of manufacture and shipment by the type of ink. But there was no way to confirm who actually purchased the products and wrote them. What is their date of manufacture? The writing date is? The paper and pen on the first sheet are 9 and 8 months old, and on the second, 4 and 2 months old. On top of that, we found numerous traces of living creatures amongst the paper testing, but upon further examination, none of them were human except for you and Lu Yu. I'm afraid it's impossible to find out who had access to these papers beforehand, but paper is made by us humans, and pens are made by humans, and those 2 things are certain. Then, too, the writers are almost certainly us humans. In that case, does this mean that Luna is a human being? Or perhaps one of the members of the group that makes up Luna is a human being? Or to take a step back, is there some human being or group of human beings on Earth, in the human world, that has a closer connection to Luna? Faced with the inquiry from this member of the Policymakers Advisory Board, Zhou Cheng was caught up in thought. After a long time, he said, "It's possible, but there is another possibility besides those 3. Oh, the writer doesn't necessarily have to be related to the moon god. In the midst of this event, what matters is not who bought the paper and pens and who wrote the content. It doesn't matter. What matters is the means by which Luna cast it before me. In this world, with so many people, there will always be those who are filled with resignation but are forced by the reality of their situation to begin to despair. It is entirely possible and motivated for such a person to write such a passage as an exhortation to himself. After writing it, they are also likely to just throw it away." The counselor nodded. "That does hold possibilities as well. The total number of possibilities would then be 4. Of these, The first three can be categorized as one point, that there is a close connection between the moon god and mankind. The fourth possibility that you mentioned can be categorized as the fact that the moon god and humans do not have a close connection. On the whole, the moon god still has a certain possibility of retaining a close connection with us humans. This, then, has a certain value for investigation. Next, we'll try to launch an investigation in this area. Without questioning it, Zhou Chang turned to ask, has there been any progress in the investigation regarding the means by which the moon god cast these two pieces of paper before me? This event has been notified to experts in all walks of life that exist in the world. Numerous experts are trying to use their expertise to find ways to do this without involving so-called predictions of the future. Even just methods that are not realistically feasible, but only theoretically feasible, will do, as long as this method was found. The party could then go back and check whether the moon god's means of delivery was just that. Once there was a breakthrough in the specific means, the party would have great hope of following the clues and finding more clues about the moon god. That advisor side. There's no progress yet, but every expert involved in this matter agrees with your judgment that predicting the future is not feasible. They're trying to find it, and it may not be long before they do. I hope. Time was still slowly passing, and in the blink of an eye 2 months had passed. Winter is over and spring is in full bloom. On that very day, Zhou Chang received a report. The project of upgrading communications for all cradles around the world is finally complete. Chapter 65, 37 trillion. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Originally, there was no need to wait until now, and the project of upgrading the communication aspect of the global cradle could be completed 10 days in advance. But it was only because some remote cradle roads were covered with snow and impassable that they had to wait so much longer. During this period of time, Zhou Chang had been worrying about one thing, and that was, after the moon god, or a certain group that existed in close contact with the moon god, had warned him about himself but did not comply, would he or they lay their hands on the engineers who were carrying out the engineering modifications? Thankfully, that fear did not turn out to be true, although it is true that some engineers have suffered accidents or acute illnesses, and there have been cases of death. The mortality rate is still at a normal level when the statistics are taken together, which rules out the possibility that they have suffered certain effects. From this moment on, without the majority of the world's population being aware of it, the cell phones they carry with them will record their movements as realistically as possible. In this, they will no longer be treated as a living human being. The whole system doesn't care what they are called, what relatives and friends they have, what their personality and hobbies are. Most of the human characteristics are ignored, and the system only sees them as unintelligent individuals, and hopes that through the combination of many individuals, it will be possible to glimpse the existence of giants that are higher than humans, existence of a giant higher than mankind. The information collection cycle has been set at 1 month. After the 1 month period, all information will be summarized for final analysis and judgment. After this, another piece of news came to Zhou Chang. This message was reported by the program team leader. The data analysis model has been prepared and has passed the 3 scheduled simulation analyses, all with satisfactory results. In the middle of the visual phone, looking at the computer behind the person in charge, as well as the backs of the people who were sitting before the computer, crackling on the keyboard, either old or young, Zhou Chang nodded slightly. Good. Then prepare for the actual verification. The head of the program paused for a moment and said, practical verification would require the use of first-class supercomputing. The existing supercomputing power is insufficient. At the moment, there are only 26 first-class supercomputers in the world. When he was first deciphering the ancient writings of Yangjiagou, Zhou Chang had once applied to use some of them. How many does it take? 1 will do. I'll apply to the first decision maker. Good. It was not out of Zhou Chang's expectation. When Zhou Chang found the first decision maker and put forward an application to call a first-class supercomputer for at least a month, the first decision maker did not have the slightest hesitation and directly agreed. So lightly that it's like eating and drinking. Compared to when it was because of the gravity of the time of deciphering the ancient script of Yangjiagou, it was very different. Zhou Chang originally had some surprises, but in a moment, he also thought clearly. As long as it helped, even if it just might help in the search for the truth about the moon god, he would agree to any application for resources, no matter how huge, as long as the human world could afford it. There is nothing left to lose in the human world now. The first real-world data validation of the giant model is about to begin with the application of a Tier 1 supercomputer in contact with a team of ergonomists. The so-called real data validation is the use of real data and simulation in a real environment. In the actual simulation, it will be assumed that a human cell possesses intelligence and the ability to collect data about all of its own siblings by some means, and then stand in the cell's shoes and try to peer into the human body from the cell's point of view. In this hypothesis, A single cell with intelligence and sufficient data collection ability would know that in the world where it exists, there are up to 200 different types of cells such as nerve cells, muscle cells, epithelial cells, and so on, and would be able to know the number of different cells, their trajectory of action, and so on. They can know the number of cells, their paths, their functions, and other information. Now, this hypothesis has intelligent cells and a giant data analysis model. It then put all the data it had gathered about its fellow cells into this set of models to be analyzed in an attempt to determine whether or not this individual of its own was actually part of some higher being. At the moment, information about the composition of human cells, information about cell classification, information about movement trajectories, etc., will be given by anthropologists. Modern technology in the study of the human body has the ability to give humans the ability to grasp this information. The giant model is given by a team of human programmers. Assuming that using human cells as data samples, the giant model eventually analyzes certain biological characteristics and reveals clues to the existence of humans, a macroscopic being of a higher level than cells. It is reasonable to believe that the giant model would also be able to analyze data about the existence of giants. If the presumed giants really existed, giant really exists. It is reasonable to believe that if the presumed giant really exists, after replacing the human cell data with the action data of human individuals collected during this month, the giant model can also analyze the biotic characteristics of the giant. Giant model can also analyze the biological characteristics of the giant. Individual human beings will recognize the existence of giants in the same way that individual cells recognize the existence of the human body. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye several days passed. Over the course of the past few days, a team of existing human doctors, anthropologists, physiologists, cellular experts, and so on, had comprehensively combed through the relevant information left over from the peak era, and finally compiled the data. The total number of cells that make up an adult human body is around 37 trillion. Of this, the number of red blood cells is about 25 trillion, fat cells about 30 billion, and liver cells about 100 billion. At the moment, this one piece of data contains 37 trillion parameters. Each parameter corresponds to a cell, referring to the real human body. Anthropologists have assigned different parameters to each of these cells. They have different job responsibilities and different paths of action because of their different job responsibilities. For example, certain red blood cells are headed for the kidneys, and certain red blood cells are headed for the spleen. Some white blood cells are temporarily dormant, and some white blood cells are needed to battle invading pathogens. But one overall principle remains the same. One views each cell corresponding to each of these parameters as a separate being and not as part of a whole. At this moment, these 37 trillion parameters were input into the giant model, and began to operate according to their different trajectories. The giant model, on the other hand, takes a holistic view of the 37 trillion cells as a whole, and begins to look for possible hidden biologically like features. Chapter 66 Results. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Under the surging power supply of the dedicated power plant, the No. 6 supercomputer called for this validation ran for an entire day, simulating the operation of 37 trillion cells for about 10 hours. A team of human body experts, data experts, and officials came to the simulation site to watch the simulation. For security reasons, Zhou Chang and Lu Yu were unable to arrive at the scene. However, they were also watching in real time via video link. The long day finally passed. After the program run countdown finally returned to 0, numerous messages quickly appeared on top of the large screen. The following classes of biometrics were collected during the run of the program. 1. While cell number 7 was working more busily, cell number 9 was simultaneously performing more gas exchange work, and cell number 1, which was the most numerous, was transporting the most nutrients, while cell number 16, which was located in a number of different areas, was contracting and expanding more vigorously, and was showing a great deal of damage. The overall analysis shows that the situation is very similar to that of an organism during vigorous exercise, with a biotope match of 93%. 2. Cell 7 worked flat. Cell 9 worked flat. Cell 1 worked flat, but cell 23 performed a heavier workload at that stage, with a lot of interactions, as well as associated anomalies in cell 17, 65, etc. In summary, the situation is extremely similar to that of an organism during sleep, with a biosimilarity match of 94.56%. 3. 4. The giant model collected about 176 biometric features during the one-day simulation. At the end of the results, the overall biometric compliance was 95.53%. Comparing with the original data given by the anthropologists, Zhou Cheng found that the situations of strenuous exercise, resting, eating, sleeping and so on, as considered by the giant model, all corresponded to the original data one by one, and the correctness rate reached 100%. Zhou Cheng let out a soft breath. With relevant data and giant models, a cell can also perceive the human body and realize that it is part of a higher being. This thing has been verified at this moment. Then, if giants really exist, individual human beings should be able to detect them. If you don't notice it, there is a very high probability that the giant does not exist, but is merely a slightly absurd imagination. Now, everything is just waiting for the data collected from among the various cradles of the human world to fall into place. Zhou Cheng gently stood up and came to the window. Standing tall, the vast, slightly decaying city outside the window is in full view. At this moment, Zhou Cheng seemed to see the people living in this city, saw the people living in the cradle of the world, as if at the same time lost the characteristics of being a human being. They no longer have love and hate, no longer have joy and sorrow, or rather, they exist but are uniformly ignored. In this moment, they are reduced to a basic existence. There are only a few labels used to describe them, such as age, height, weight, occupation, movement path, and so on. Different ages, different heights, weights, occupations, and movement paths imply different functionalities. The combination of many different individuals with the same functionality can be combined into a certain functional area or functional unit. When many functional units are combined, it is possible to form a giant. It's as if different cells combine to form organs and limbs, and different organs and limbs combine to form the human body. Time passed quietly, and the scheduled month slipped by. What Zhou Cheng was still worried about, that the lunar god might impose hindrances to the process, still did not appear. Corresponding data was smoothly born from every communication relay device, and then followed the lines or airwaves and summarized to the supercomputer base No. 6 in Dying City. The data collected from the human world is in place. This data contains a total of 820 million parameters. Each parameter corresponds to one human individual. Within each parameter, there are 17 secondary parameters. Secondary parameters are used to characterize the individual in terms of occupation, age, etc. On top of this, there is a total of about 1.23 trillion pieces of action track data, containing where the corresponding individual moved from and how long they stayed, on what day and at what moment. At this moment, these data were then fed into the No. 6 supercomputer and analyzed by the giant model. This time, not only the entire team of relevant scientists arrived, but also the entire team of decision makers, including the first decision maker. Through the video link, Zhou Cheng saw that the large hall was filled to capacity. Hundreds of people were sitting upright, waiting for the final results to appear. Because the amount of data was much smaller than the previous cell simulation, this one didn't take too long, only about an hour. People waited in silence. In the World Government Dormitory area, Zhou Cheng and Lu Yu were both similarly paying close attention to this simulation. Gently stroking the little monkey in his arms, Lu Yu asked in a low voice, "Do you think that the giant model can find bio-like characteristics? Do giants really exist?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Cheng gently shook his head. "I don't know," Lu Yu lamented. "Everyone has great expectations for this. You see, the decision makers have all gone. Besides, if we didn't find the right path and the so-called giants didn't exist at all, why would the moon god make a warning to us? The very fact that the lunar god had made a warning to his side could be seen as a side note in itself. Why else would it come to warn us? Wouldn't it be better to stand around and watch?" Zhou Cheng said. "Who knows? If giants really do exist, and the plague we're experiencing is really because it's trying to kill itself, then, why? It's better not to think about it so much yet." Zhou Cheng shook his head slightly. After verifying the existence of the giant first, all subsequent thinking will make sense. Having said that, Zhou Cheng still couldn't help but start thinking about one thing. If this is true, then what is mankind to do? If it is impossible to change the giant's intention to commit suicide, in accordance with the principle of double loss is better than single loss of human beings at this moment, it is inevitable to take revenge on the giant. Isn't retaliating against the giants retaliating against itself? Time slipped by and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Those numbers on the program execution countdown quietly went to 0. At this moment, Zhou Cheng subconsciously held his breath. The final analysis of the giant model was displayed above the large screen. During the run of the program, 0 biosimilar traits were collected. Overall analysis of this data showed an overall biometric compliance of 0%. Chapter 67, The Key, Request for Subscription. 1 second to remember, Penchigu novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Latest chapter of novel $. After humans lose their fertility, chapter 67, the key, please subscribe. Content is being accessed. Retry later. Chapter 68, it's true, request for subscription. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility, chapter 68, it's true, request for subscription. Content is being accessed. Retry later. Chapter 69, light, 2 chapters in 1. 4 shifts. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. Latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility, chapter 69 light, 2 chapters in 1. 4 shifts complete. Please subscribe. Content is being accessed. Retry later. Chapter 70, carbon dioxide. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 70, carbon dioxide, is in the process of being accessed, so wait and retry later. Chapter 71, the ripple. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 71, ripple, is being accessed, wait to retry later. Chapter 72, ice core, wheel of the year. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 72, ice core, annual wheel, is being accessed, so wait and retry. Chapter 73, permanent mark. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 73, permanent signs, is being accessed, wait and retry later. Chapter 74, star of the sea. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 74, ocean star, is in the process of being accessed, so wait and retry later. Chapter 75, the great meal. 1 second to remember, Yangjiagou novel website, by Weekuge 345. Fast update. No pop-up windows. The latest chapter of the novel $. After humans lose their fertility. Chapter 75, the great meal, is being accessed, so wait to retry.